Chapter 1 Red Packet System. It's so hot. Sure enough, the summer in Itagami Island is not a place for people to stay. In the bedroom of an apartment in Itagami Island, Lan Yufeng opened his eyes with the heat all over his body, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and felt his whole body soggy. The temperature above 40 degrees, the air conditioner, but it is broken, it is hell. Orola. Then, sitting on the bed, ignoring the messy hair, Lan Yufeng murmured with his eyes dazed. He dreamed of the past again, and that sporadic key memory. It has been 16 years since he traveled to the world of the anime Blood Eater. The current identity is the twin brother of one of the heroines, Lan Yu Shallow. Although living in Itagami Island for 16 years, it is still difficult to adapt to the terrifying temperature here. Itagami Island is an artificial island built by Anshin Kunluo at all costs. It organically combined the most advanced science and technology at that time with feng shui and magic to create a huge artificial island on the dragon veins of the South Daxia Sea. There are artificial cities on it. Xianjin City. The temperature in the island is maintained above 20 degrees all year round, and the total population is about 560,000. The superficial statement is to protect the endangered demons and study their body tissues and special abilities. Demon Special Zone. Of course, the surface is the Demon Special Zone, and Lan Yufeng knows the true meaning of the construction of Itagami Island. But knowing it, it's useless, because he has no ability to change. Although he is an over-adapter, although he has the ability to regenerate at a super speed, it is nothing more than that. Of course, during these 16 years, Lan Yufeng did not accomplish anything. With the familiar plot, he infiltrated the team of Xiaoa City on Gozo Island 4 years ago and conducted a relic exploration. During the expedition of the ruins, Lan Yufeng stepped forward and protected Xiao Nagisa with the ability of super speed regeneration. For this reason, the protagonist Xiao Guken in the original novel died because he blocked a gun for his sister Xiao Nagisa and was reincarnated as a blood servant by Aurora Florestina of number 12 Flame Light Yebo. Thing. In the end, Aurora was awakened by surprise, and killed the orc leader Emperor Death Brother and the other orc subordinates in seconds. However, what is different from the original book is that this time there is nothing wrong with Xiao Guken, and Xiao Nagisa's qualifications are much stronger than Xiao Guken. For this reason, Aurora took a fancy to Xiao Nagisa and reincarnated her as a blood servant. And the original soul of the fourth primogenitor came to Lan Yufeng. This made Lan Yufeng quite depressed at the time. Because his purpose is to become a servant of blood, and then become the fourth primogenitor. As a result, it not only failed, but also provoked the cursed soul of the original soul. Finally, after returning to Itagami Island, Lan Yufeng and Aurora lived together for 3 years because of the original soul. And Lan Yufeng also successfully attacked Aurora. Next, is the Feast of Flames. Because of the birth of the fourth primogenitor, Xiao Nagisa became the fourth primogenitor, the original soul was destroyed, and Aurora also died, and the remaining soul and thoughts resided on him. And he strangely did not lose his memory. On the contrary, Xiao Nagisa, the fourth ancestor, has the same vague memory as Xiao Guken in the original book. A rare holiday, what are you going to do today? Lan Yufeng wiped the corners of his eyes and muttered. Hey, it's getting closer and closer to the start of the plot, but I'm still salting fish, it hurts. Lan Yufeng jumped out of bed, showing helplessness. What about Goldfinger, which is a must for crossing? Is it our destiny to become the blood servant of Xiao Nagisa to gain power? It's nice to be a vampire, but Lan Yufeng still wants to be a human being. Probably, he wouldn't mind being a vampire in an emergency. Ding, the red envelope system is loading, 1%, 57%, 99%, 100%. At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Lan Yufeng's mind, which made Lan Yufeng stunned, his face full of excitement. Holy crap, does this mean that the system is coming? No, or should you say that the system is 16 years late? Ding, Dear Master, the red envelope system has been successfully activated, and I am happy to serve you. The mechanical voice of the system sounded. The bombing system? What function do you have? Lan Yufeng managed to keep his excitement and asked calmly. Ding, the system functions are as follows. Worldwide, various red envelopes will appear immediately. It may be randomly on the side of the road, or it may be in a special place, and it may be on the body of a living creature. Note, red packets on creatures require special conditions to be opened. There are various prizes hidden in the red envelopes. Its grades are divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and colorful. Note, bronze-level red envelopes have the lowest rank, but they may also give out very good things, but the probability is relatively small. This is really a simple and clear ability. Lan Yufeng touched his chin, quite satisfied. By the way, system, is there something like a map? Lan Yufeng asked immediately. If there is no map, it will be more troublesome to find red envelopes. Yes. After the mechanical voice of the system sounded, a virtual map appeared in front of Lan Yufeng's eyes. This map is equivalent to the map of blood devouring the world. It clearly depicts various spheres of influence and special locations. At the same time, many red envelopes also appear on the map. Of course, the red envelopes that can appear on the normal map are all red envelopes above the gold level. On the map, there are only 3 diamond-level red packets. They are located in the 3 major night empires, and the difficulty of opening can be imagined. In addition, the platinum gold-level red envelopes are also more difficult to open. Afterwards, Lan Yufeng put the map on Xianjin Island to enlarge it, and immediately saw the location of many red envelopes, which was clear and clear. On Xianjin Island, there are 3 gold-level red envelopes, which makes Lan Yufeng very eye-catching. By the way, system, don't you mean the novice gift package? Suddenly, Lan Yufeng rubbed his hands and said with a smile. Yes. After the system paused, a mechanical voice sounded. Ding, congratulations to the master for getting a colorful red envelope. Damn it. The highest grade of colorful red envelopes came directly. The system is awesome. Hearing the voice in his head, Lan Yufeng froze for a moment, and then exclaimed with joy on his face. Having seen a generous system. He has never experienced such a generous system. Colorful red envelopes are the highest level of red envelopes. Even the 3 true ancestors are only diamond red envelopes. Especially the highest level of colorful red envelopes, no matter how you look at it, you can open something awesome. 4 words, make a lot of money. P.S. Newcomers and new books are looking for collections, rewards, flowers, tickets, everything. QAQ, your support is the author's writing motivation. Asterisk. Chapter 2 The Soul of the White Tiger Shakes the World. At this time, in front of the surprised Lan Yufeng, a colorful red envelope with bright colors appeared. It's pretty cool, and it's dazzling. System, how to open red envelopes? Lan Yufeng said expectantly. Just touch it with your finger. The sound of the system sounded, still full of mechanical feeling. This made Lan Yufeng nod his head, and after heaving a sigh of relief, he clicked the red envelope. Immediately, the dazzling rays of light overflowed, and a thing surrounded by a colorful light group flew out. After the light disappeared, Lan Yufeng saw an unparalleled white tiger phantom that dominated the world. Just the phantom is enough to make Lan Yufeng's heart tremble. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the colorful red envelope and obtaining the soul of the holy beast, the white tiger. The soul of the holy beast white tiger, from problem children are from other world, which is a reenactment of the soul of the 3-digit peak divine beast, the white tiger. After system transformation, it has become a pure soul energy group, which will not affect the owner's soul. After integration, it will sleep in the depths of the protagonist's soul. The master can borrow its power when needed. It's actually the soul energy group of the holy beast, the white tiger, which is at the peak of the 3-digit figure in the box garden. System, you are awesome. Lan Yufeng muttered in amazement. Heikaniwa's worldview is grand. The existence of the 3-digit almighty field, if not restricted, is enough to destroy the existence of the galaxy, a terrifying one. Not to mention the holy beast at the peak of the 3-digit figure. 2 words, awesome. So, I'm a god-level start. Lan Yufeng smiled smugly. By the way, system, what will happen if I don't talk about the novice gift package? Immediately, Lan Yufeng asked. Then it's gone. The system replied mechanically. Hearing this, Lan Yufeng's mouth twitched. With that said, I almost lost a colorful red envelope, thanks to my wit. Master, do you integrate into the soul of the holy beast, the white tiger? The system's voice sounded. Nonsense, of course blend in. Lan Yufeng rolled his eyes. Ding, blending in. The system's voice sounded. Immediately, a terrifying aura appeared in the 10,000 meter high altitude of Xianshen Island, and a phantom of a white tiger that overwhelmed the world and trembled to the sky appeared. Its huge divine power caused the whole world to vibrate slightly. The Itagami Island below was affected by it, and it trembled as if a small earthquake had occurred, and even had a tendency to disintegrate. This gigantic white tiger phantom made the people who noticed it below Itagami Island looked shocked and pointed. The attackers and demons were even more astonished. This is a white tiger. Nanggong Neiyu, known as the Void Witch, looked at the sky, feeling the pressure that oppressed her soul. Her face was pale, her pupils contracted, and her face was inconceivable. Although there are demons, magicians, races, and power systems in this world, all kinds of folk myths are fake. There is actually a phantom like the white tiger, the holy beast in Daxia's mythology, which is too nonsense. But this kind of terrifying coercion that made it difficult for her to move is not an illusion. What is this? At the same time, the first real ancestor of the Battle King domain also looked at the white tiger phantom that appeared above the sky in horror, his face full of shock. White tiger. The incomparably huge magic power in his body stopped flowing because of the appearance of the white tiger phantom. Even the incomparably powerful 72 familiar beasts in their bodies were in a state of fear. This feeling, as if this white tiger phantom could easily kill him. No, it should be said that this is likely to be true. Not only the first primogenitor, the second primogenitor of the Extinction Dynasty, the third primogenitor of the Chaos Realm, and the 3 saints of the Lion King Agency also had the same situation, making their faces change uncertainly, looking at it with shock and gloom. The white tiger phantom in the sky. In addition, there are all kinds of powerful people watching all this, all of them are extremely horrified and difficult to calm down. Roar. Suddenly, the white tiger phantom roared, and the terrifying pressure increased a lot. Countless powerhouses were shaken by the shock of chi and blood, and there was an urge to vomit blood. After roaring, the white tiger phantom gradually disappeared into Lan Yufeng's body. Lan Yufeng didn't know that the little power leaked from the soul of the white tiger deterred the whole world and made the world's strong men stunned. At this time, his consciousness had entered the depths of his mind. Because of the existence of the white tiger's soul, his mind was extremely bright and he felt very comfortable. Suddenly, in the back of my mind, an illusory soul was awakened by this movement, and it was Aurora. Maple. It was just that Aurora didn't have time to meet Lan Yufeng, so she was wrapped in full energy, containing her soul, and entered a state of deep sleep again. When Lan Yufeng received the soul of the white tiger, the whole world was shaken by the disappearing white tiger. Soon, they found out that the phantom of the white tiger appeared at an altitude of 10,000 meters on Xianjin Island. For this reason, many forces focused their attention on Xianjin Island, their eyes flashed, and they pondered and planned something. Some time ago, it was rumored that the 4th primogenitor was born on Itagami Island. This time, the white tiger phantom that broke their worldview appeared again, which was enough to attract their highest attention to Itagami Island. The particularity of Itagami Island has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people for a while. I don't know how long it took, but when Lan Yufeng opened his eyes, he was stunned to find that he had not changed at all. He couldn't feel the power of the original Peng Bai at all. "System, did you give me a fake?" Lan Yufeng asked with twitching eyes. "No. The soul of the holy beast, the white tiger, is too powerful. You can't bear it for the master. It will explode in an instant. So the system seals it for the master for free." The system replied mechanically. "With master's current power, if you want to mobilize the power of the white tiger's soul, you need to consume soul power. Even the lowest level of mobilization is enough to reduce your soul power by 2/3. Master, you are really too weak now." "Damn, are you saying that I'm fighting 5 scumbags?" Lan Yufeng's eyes twitched. "Well, he is indeed a Zhanwu scum now, and there is no way to refute it." Knock. "I thought it was a god-level start, but it turned out to be nothing. There are good things, but they are not used. I said how the system was so kind to give me the colorful red envelopes as a novice gift package. The urban routine is deep, I want to go back to the countryside. Forget it. Think of it as a life-saving trump card." After being depressed for a few minutes, Lan Yufeng could only reluctantly accept this fact. It takes more than half of one life to finish it, which is too pitiful. If he needed life force, he would become a vampire. Specially mobilizing power requires soul power, and there is no way. And even with life force, he didn't know if the life force of a vampire could withstand it. P.S. Newcomers and new books are looking for collections, rewards, flowers, tickets, everything. QAQ, your support is the author's writing motivation. ***. Chapter 3 Open Bronze Red Packets. Akashi Nagisa and Hagasu Natsun are both in Class C of the 3rd year of Keihei Academy. After finally calming down, Lan Yufeng found that his room was a mess, which made him wonder. Why is it like an earthquake? In other words, this is Itagami Island, and it is not a small problem when an earthquake occurs. Later, the mobile phone found that the mobile phone was dripping non-stop, and he couldn't help picking up the mobile phone and looking at it. In an instant, he found all kinds of news flying all over the sky. A huge white tiger phantom appeared in the sky above Itagami Island, and news such as shock and shock all over the world flew all over the sky. Some people guess what kind of powerful beast. Some people even came up with the doomsday. Some people speculate that it is the white tiger in the myth, but this statement makes people's worldview shake, and ordinary people reject it. Come on, it made me famous by the way. Lan Yufeng covered his forehead, feeling his head hurt. Bullshit. If he plays like this, he can't use the power of the white tiger indiscriminately, otherwise, if he is found, he will definitely be taken away and sliced. Forget it, if I want to be famous, I'm already famous. Although I'm only famous in front of the big guys. Lan Yufeng touched the back of his head and shrugged. As a key person who participated in the whole process of the Banquet of Flames and even helped Xiao Nagisa become the 4th primogenitor, it is difficult for him not to be famous. Who, Aurora, give me a little more time, and I will help you reshape your body. Then, Lan Yufeng touched the white jade he was wearing around his neck and muttered. This white jade was a birthday present from Aurora to him, and he wore it all the time. Next, it's time to think about where to search for the red envelopes. After thinking about Aurora, Lan Yufeng opened the system's virtual map and looked at the red envelopes located on Itagami Island. That Yu-chan, Nagisa-chan, and Xian Guyang, one of the 3 saints, have golden red envelopes on their bodies. Hey, it's all on the human body. It's very troublesome to open the conditions. There are more silver red envelopes than gold red envelopes, and some of them are in various facilities. The inside and the cut are all special areas, and it is difficult for me to touch them. Lan Yufeng pouted, a little depressed. Forget it, let's go grab a few recent bronze red envelopes first. After thinking about it, he couldn't be too lofty. Lan Yufeng let out a sigh of relief and went to wash up. After washing up, Lan Yufeng took out the bread and milk from the refrigerator to warm it up for breakfast, and then went out. As for his twin sister Lan Yuxiao, Lan Yufeng knew from the note on the table that she went shopping with friends. After all, it was a rare day off. For a young girl like Lan Yuxiao, going shopping was obviously something she was looking forward to. Soon, Lan Yufeng opened 2 bronze-level red packets in several shopping malls. It's just that these 2 bronze-level red envelopes made the corners of his eyes twitch. What came out of the first bronze-level treasure chest was actually a barbecue sausage, and Lan Yufeng was so angry that he wiped it out on the spot. Bad start, there are signs of African Emirates. However, the sausages prepared by the system are still worthy of recognition. Delicious. The second bronze treasure chest opened more things than the first one. It was a box of sanitary napkins. That's right, a box of sanitary napkins. Especially sausages can be eaten by themselves. What can sanitary napkins do? Could it be that I went back and handed it to my sister Lan Yuxiao, indicating that this is a good thing that my brother bought for you? The system is produced, it must be a boutique, use it to ensure your satisfaction. The picture is too beautiful to imagine, he will definitely be rejected to death. Cover your forehead. The third one, if I still can't open something good, I will definitely not touch the bronze-level red envelope this week. Lan Yufeng was very tired and came to the third bronze-level red envelope on the square. It's on. Immediately, cyan light appeared, and a white light group appeared around a test tube. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the bronze-level red envelope and getting a body-strengthening liquid. The system's voice sounded, which made Lan Yufeng refreshed and surprised. Knock in, it's really not easy. It's finally a normal thing. And it's still useful to him. Master, do you want to pick up the item? The system answered mechanically. Extract. Lan Yufeng nodded. Immediately, a test tube with blue medicine appeared in Lan Yufeng's pocket. System, how does this thing work? Lan Yufeng asked. Directly orally, blueberry flavor. The system replied. It's really good, it's quite human. Lan Yufeng sighed, then opened the stopper and sighed. Immediately, Lan Yufeng felt unbearably hot all over his body, and his heartbeat became extremely fast. Fortunately, this is a public place, and it is very cool with the air conditioner on. Well, it is worth mentioning that the public toilets in Itagami Island are not only clean and tidy, but also have a special fresh aroma, which is more comfortable than home. What's more worth mentioning is that some students in Itagami Island would rather go to the toilet for lunch. So the toilet is definitely not a messy place, probably. After a few minutes, when the effect of the medicine disappeared, Lan Yufeng obviously felt that he was much stronger. At the same time, he also felt a sense of infinite power. Of course, this is an illusion. Although the physical fitness has indeed greatly improved, it is not infinitely powerful. However, it should still be possible to fight some low-level demons. Bronze-level red envelopes still have some good things. It just feels that the chance of giving out good things is really low. After getting familiar with his current physical strength, Lan Yufeng also sighed. Well, let's find a chance to destroy a box of sanitary napkins in the system space. Otherwise, there are sanitary napkins in the high-end system space, which is a bit abnormal no matter how you look at it. Hey? Are there 2 big red envelopes nearby? Lan Yufeng called up the virtual map and took a look. He couldn't help but look a little weird. Well, a silver red envelope, a gold red envelope. The objects he carried were all his acquaintances. Yace Natsun and Akatsuki Nagisa. Yace Natsuyan has a silver red envelope on her body. And Xiao Nagisa, the 4th ancestor, has a golden red envelope on his body. Tisk, I have to say that the system map is really convenient as a tool for committing crimes. It's simply not convenient to wonder who is where. Go and have a look. Let's see what the opening conditions are for the silver red envelope and the gold red envelope. I hope it's not too rude. However, why do I always feel an ominous premonition? This naughty system is very bad. After Lan Yufeng touched his chin, he left the toilet and ran to his two lovely school girls. When Lan Yufeng found Yace Natsuyan and Xiao Nagisa, the scene in front of him made him frown. P.S. Newcomers and new books are looking for collections, rewards, flowers, tickets, everything. QAQ, your support is the author's writing motivation. Asterisk. Chapter 4 Beat the Orcs. On the side of the street, two lovely girls stood under umbrellas. Wearing the uniform of Keihei Middle School with a single ponytail, Xiao Nagisa is very energetic. The other girl with shoulder-length white hair, azure blue eyes, an angelic face, and a creamy complexion is Haas Natsuyan, known as the saint of Keihei Middle School. And in front of these two cute girls, a gangster with a killer look was talking like a madman, obviously harassing him. And the bracelet on his wrist undoubtedly shows his identity. Log in to the demons. For this situation, passers-by can only help, one by one as they did not see it. Because of this, Haas Natsun and Akatsuki looked troubled. Dude, turn around. Lan Yufeng walked over, patted Matt on the shoulder, and said coldly. Hey! This made the BD stunned for a moment, and instinctively turned around. Crack! The moment the BD turned his head, Lan Yufeng slapped him in the face and slapped him to the ground, his face swollen. Maple. Senior Feng. The appearance of Lan Yufeng surprised Xiao Nagisa. And Haas Natsuyan was also relieved, and called out softly. BD, how dare you hit me? At this time, the BD also stood up, covering his face with a hideous expression. It was you who beat up. Lan Yufeng said coldly. To make my two junior girls so troubled, who will you beat if you don't beat me? Boy, you annoyed me. Hearing this, the gangster roared, and there were magic fluctuations on his body. The whole body also became taller and stronger, and turned into a wolf orc. When he transformed, the demon login bracelet on his right wrist also lit up. At the same time, a harsh siren sounded in this area, causing passers-by to scream and flee. The nearby store also opened the protective door for the first time. In a short time, the whole street was deserted to the extreme. You actually transformed on the street, is there something wrong with your brain? Lan Yufeng glanced at the orc in front of him and sneered. Boy, I'm going to crush your bones. Being scolded by Lan Yufeng, the orc's expression froze, and then he became even more ferocious, and punched Lan Yufeng with a punch. The powerful force makes the air hunting sound. Fang! Xiao Nagisa's pupils condensed, her eyes instinctively turned into a vampire's scarlet color, and vampire fangs appeared in her small mouth. Bang! However, in the next instant, Xiao Nagisa was stunned, because not only was Lan Yufeng not injured by the orcs, but the orcs were blasted out by Lan Yufeng, who came later, and hit the telephone pole heavily. Xiao Nagisa's pupils returned to their original brown, and her face was full of surprise. In her memory, although Lan Yufeng is very smart, helped her a lot at the beginning, and has the ability to regenerate at a super speed, but his own body functions are still ordinary human beings. To actually blow the orcs away with one punch, it's too ridiculous, come on. Senior Feng, that's amazing. Yace Ziyan's small mouth grew slightly and said softly. You, wait for me, I'll be back. The BD orc spat out a mouthful of blood in discomfort, then covered his stomach and turned back to his original shape. God will come back, you think you are a big wolf. Lan Yufeng pouted. Wait a minute, this guy is a wolf orc, maybe a distant relative of the big grey wolf. Well, that's a question worth thinking about. Senior Feng. Thank you for helping us clear the siege. Yes Ziyin's voice was soft and pleasant. He, Feng, I didn't know you were so strong. Oh, really, did you hide it from me before? Good or bad? And Xiao Nagisa immediately turned on the chattering mode, and said a lot in an instant. Bunch of words. Well, no thanks. Seniors should protect juniors. Not to mention that we are still friends. After Lan Yufeng smiled and said something to Has Natsuyan, he looked at Xiao Nagisa who was chattering. I didn't hide it from you, it's just that you didn't find out. Lan Yufeng said innocently. Feng, are you blaming me? You know, careful boys don't please girls. Xiao Nagisa muttered. It doesn't matter. I have a girlfriend anyway. Lan Yufeng shrugged and said calmly. Well, this kind of talk is so cunning. Hearing this, Xiao Nagisa puffed out her cheeks and muttered in a low voice, a little peed off. Hey, does Senior Feng have a girlfriend? Yes Ziyan asked suspiciously with strange eyes. Well, yes. Lan Yufeng nodded with a nostalgic expression. What's the name of Senior's girlfriend? Yes Natsuyan asked nervously. Aurora. Aurora Florestina is also a student of Keihei School. Lan Yufeng touched his face and said warmly. Aurora Florestina. Yes Natsun was puzzled when she heard the name. She had never heard of such a girl in Keihei Academy. If it is such a special name, it should be very famous, right? Xiaoyin, the situation of Feng's girlfriend is a bit special. It has disappeared temporarily, and it may not be in the future. Xiao Nagisa put her mouth to Xiaoyin's ear and whispered. In the end, her expression was slightly complicated. Ah, that's it. Yi Ziyan didn't know what the plot was when she heard it, and she looked at Lan Yufeng with a distressed look. The corner of Lan Yufeng's mouth twitched, noticing the strange look in Has Natsuyan's eyes. What are you thinking about? However, Lan Yufeng did not have the idea of explaining it, because it was too troublesome to explain. Nagisa, you don't need to be polite to the bully demons just now, just beat him up. Lan Yufeng said as if changing the subject. Nagisa beat the demons. Yes Natsuyan was stunned. Ah, this. I don't like fighting. Xiao Nagisa smiled. Forget it. Hearing this, Lan Yufeng sighed and didn't say anything more. Although Xiao Nagisa is the fourth primogenitor, she doesn't care much about her identity at all. She just wants to be an ordinary schoolgirl. This is similar to her elder brother Xiao Gukan. This is life. At the beginning, he calculated so much, but he was not selected at first, and finally Xiao Nagisa became the fourth primogenitor. However, since he has become the fourth primogenitor, wanting to go to school in peace is simply delusional. Sooner or later, you will have to accept this powerful strength and identity. If possible, Lan Yufeng will try his best to help Xiao Nagisa control the beasts, so that she can at least have the power to protect herself. Otherwise, accidents are likely to occur in the future. P.S. Newcomers and new books are looking for collections, rewards, flowers, tickets, everything. QAQ, your support is the author's writing motivation. Asterisk. Chapter 5 The First Silver Red Envelope. Senior Feng, Nagisa-chan, what are you talking about? Yi Ziyan asked curiously, looking at the two of them. It's nothing. Xiao Nagi-shian smiled apologetically. The identity of the fourth primogenitor cannot be exposed to ordinary people at will. It's nothing, Xiaoyin, you will find out later. Lan Yufeng glanced at Xiaoyin Has meaningfully. In the past, he didn't have the confidence to solve the problems of Has Natsuyan, so Nai didn't move. But now that there is a system, when he becomes stronger, he will completely solve the problem of the modeled angel technique on Has Natsuyan. Is that so? Hearing this, Yes Natsuyan nodded obediently without asking any further questions. Sure enough, Xiaoyin-chan is so cute. Seeing Yes Xiaoyin like this, Lan Yufeng couldn't help touching her silky silver hair and sighed. Being touched by Lan Yufeng, Yace Natsuyan's pale face flushed slightly, but she did not resist. Like a cute cat. Well, so cunning, I want to touch my head too. Xiao Nagisa said jealously, puffing out her cheeks. Okay. Lan Yufeng rolled his eyes and touched Xiao Nagisa's head, only to make the girl smile with satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations to the master for contacting Hayes Natsuyan and inspiring the conditions for opening the silver red envelope. Please take the initiative to touch Hayes Natsuyan's cute little laylet. Ding! Congratulations to the master for contacting Xiao Nagisa and inspiring the conditions for opening the golden red envelope. Please let Xiao Nagisa suck blood once. The voice that sounded in his mind made Lan Yufeng full of black lines. What the hell are the conditions for opening the silver red envelope? Is he the kind of frivolous lie man who touches other girls? And the target is the angel like Haas Natsun, so I feel very guilty. As for the opening conditions of the golden red envelopes, although it looks simple, Lan Yufeng knows that Xiao Nagisa hates blood sucking. Well, deep down, he has a phobia of blood sucking, otherwise he might have been a vampire before. Good pit. Senior Feng, what's the matter with you? Seeing Lan Yufeng suddenly in a daze, Yelai Xiaoyan blinked and asked with concern. Lan Yufeng came back to his senses, looking at Yi Xiaoyan's extremely pure blue eyes, full of guilt. Is this asking me to blaspheme the angels? However, this kind of silver red envelope should be considered a better type to open, right? If you don't want it, it feels like a waste. Lan Yufeng tangled. With strength, he can easily collect other red envelopes. Senior Feng, you look troubled. Do you need any help from me? If I can do it, I will definitely help the senior. Xia Yunyi saw Lan Yufeng looking at herself with a tangled face. She was gentle said. This child is really an angel, I really want to marry her. This idea suddenly popped into Lan Yufeng's mind. Xia Yunjiang, I want to touch your little laylet, please just drop it. Lan Yufeng said following his heart. This is very important. As soon as these words fell, Yace Natsuyan's delicate little face instantly turned red, and her eyes were moist and moving. Oh! Xiao Nagisa exclaimed with wide eyes, looking at Lan Yufeng with disbelief. If this is something important to seniors, please touch it. Yace Natsuyan gently parted her lips and said in a trembling voice. She undoubtedly believed what Lan Yufeng said. As soon as these words fell, Lan Yufeng felt a direct hit in his heart. What a gentle child he is, he still chooses to tolerate the behavior of his predecessors, which is obviously like sexual harassment, instead of rejecting in shame. This child is indeed a holy angel. I really want to marry her. Later, Lan Yufeng held all kinds of thoughts and a strong sense of guilt, and finally reached out and touched Haas Natsuyan's cute little laylet. Well, it's a good size, and can probably be held in one hand. So soft, so elastic, superb. Absolutely superb. Lan Yufeng felt it in his heart and instinctively rubbed it. Being attacked by Lan Yufeng like this, Yace Natsuyan felt her body soften a little, and she instinctively exclaimed, almost destroying Lan Yufeng's will. H. Feng! What are you doing? You actually bully Xia Yinjiang. At this moment, Xiao Nagisa, who was stunned, finally reacted, removing Lan Yufeng's wolf claws, clenching her silver teeth, and staring at Lan Yufeng. Vaguely, her pupils turned scarlet, and the little tiger fangs turned into vampire fangs. When Lan Yufeng recovered from his strange state, the corners of his eyes twitched. When he noticed the posture of Yace Natsuyan's arms around Laylet, his face became even more embarrassing. It's over, his discipline is over. If there were rumors that he had blasphemed the junior high school Saint Natsun Haas in public, 90% of the boys in Keihei Academy would have to beat him up. Nagisa, I did it of my own free will, I don't blame the senior. Yes, Natsuyan whispered. Well, gentle child, still taking care of Lan Yufeng's face. Xia Yinjiang, shut up, I must teach H Feng a good lesson today. Xiao Nagisa said angrily. However, why does Lan Yufeng feel that Xiao Nagisa's performance is more inclined to other aspects than angry? Well, it's really an illusion. Ah! Nagisa, don't bite. When Lan Yufeng was distracted, Xiao Nagisa directly bit Lan Yufeng's arm, and the pain came. Humph, I'll kill you. After biting, Xiao Nagisa glared at Lan Yufeng angrily, then left here holding the sun umbrella and holding the hand of Ha Xiayin. Vaguely, Lan Yufeng could still hear Xiao Nagisa reminding Yace Natsun to stay away from the bad guy Lan Yufeng. What's the matter? But, it's really soft. Lan Yufeng was about to cry without tears, then bent his fingers again, as if he was grabbing something, and smashed his mouth. Sure enough, men are big hooves. The previous strong sense of guilt dissipated in a short time, but I was still thinking about the aftertaste. Cough, let's take a look at what the silver red envelope has opened. Later, after Lan Yufeng hid in the shadow, the feeling of dryness disappeared a lot, he coughed lightly, and threw those rude things out of his mind. At this moment, in front of Lan Yufeng, a silver red envelope was opened, the silver light flourished, a light group flew out, and the system's words also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the silver red envelope and obtaining Shunpo. Shunpo, from the world of death, advanced footwork skills. After system improvement, it can be used by consuming physical strength or energy. Shunpo, it's a good skill. Lan Yufeng muttered. But if I can, I'd prefer a virtual ring. The ring involves space, so it's more applicable. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, *. Chapter 6 The Pit Father Opening Conditions of the Golden Red Envelope. Shunpo is a high-speed movement caused by the explosion of Ryotsu from the inside to the outside, and it is difficult to adjust the direction midway. On the other hand, ringing is a spatial aspect of footwork, similar to spatial movement. In terms of flexibility and scope, it is undoubtedly the ringer that has the upper hand. But in terms of the instantaneous burst speed, there is no doubt that the instant step has the upper hand. Of course, these two footwork have their own advantages and disadvantages, and in the final analysis, it depends on the object of use. Wait, Nagisa bit me just now. System, does this count as a condition for completion? Lan Yufeng suddenly remembered something. Looking at the tooth marks on his hand, he argued with reason. It would be great if the conditions could be fulfilled in this way. Gold red envelopes are in hand. It doesn't count. It's for the master to be sucked blood, not just a bite. The mechanical voice of the system sounded. Tisk, I knew it would be like this. Sure enough, there is no way to find out. Lan Yufeng shook his head regretfully. Next, go to Keihei Academy. Lan Yufeng rubbed his chin and muttered. Keihei Academy has a bronze level red envelope and a gold level red envelope. The gold level red envelope was on Nangang Neiyu. Well, although I don't expect it to be turned on all at once, I still need to know what the conditions are. Thinking of various things, Lan Yufeng went straight to Keihei Academy. Because today was the weekend, the bustling academy was obviously much deserted, and only the doorman looked at the school gate. There is no obstacle for Lan Yufeng to enter the school. Soon, Lan Yufeng came to Class C of the third year of the junior high school and found the bronze level red envelope. Well, the location is in Haas Natsun's desk. Sure enough, Xia Yinjiang is his lucky angel. After Lan Yufeng sighed a little, he apologized a little and then went into Haas Natsuyan's desk. Hey? What's this? Lan Yufeng pulled out a few envelopes from Haas Natsuyan's desk with a strange expression on his face. Love letter? These little brats want to get their hands on Xia Yin, it's really funny. After reading the content, Lan Yufeng pouted. Although Yace Natsuyan is an angel, she doesn't know how to reject others, but she doesn't accept everything. Well, there is also Nagisa Sauce, who is a flower protector. Basically, no boy has succeeded, and it is impossible to succeed. Lan Yufeng shook his head and opened the bronze-level red envelope. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the bronze-level red envelope and getting a Desert Eagle of expansion. The mechanical voice of the system sounded. Desert Eagle? This stuff is still useful to me now. Although it can't deal with the middle-level demons, the low-level demons can still be killed with a gun. Of course, it has to be punched in the throat. In a word, it is a pity that it is tasteless and discarded. Forget it, it is not bad to be regarded as a collectible. Lan Yufeng shook his head, and after throwing it into the system storage space, Lan Yufeng was going to find Nangong that month. However, before Lan Yufeng took the initiative to look for it, the teacher's door was pushed open again, which startled Lan Yufeng and looked over. Immediately, she was wearing a black Gothic lowly dress. With a long black head that went straight to her waist, her facial features were delicate but very young, her skin was as white as suet, and her body was petite and slender. Even if she was a young girl, no one would object. Her identity is that of Nangong Neiyu. At this moment, she was looking at Lan Yufeng with her blue pupils, and the sun umbrella in her hand was pointing at Lan Yufeng. Lan Yufeng, are you a pervert? Deliberately ran back to school to grope the drawer of a junior high school girl during the holidays. Nangong Neiyu said ruthlessly with disgust on her face. That month sauce, why am I a pervert? I'm just helping Xia Yinjiang clean up the rubbish in the desk. Well, these little brats who write love letters must be severely punished. Lan Yufeng took out a few love letters seriously and said seriously. Tisk, you're getting stronger and stronger when you open your eyes and talk nonsense. Nangong walked up to Lan Yufeng that month, flew up slightly, pinched Lan Yufeng's face, and smacked his lips. Also, don't call me sauce after the teacher's name, understand? Hey, why? It's obviously nice and close. Lan Yufeng said innocently. You and Xiao Gukan are really annoying. Nangong Neiyu raised her brows slightly, let go of her hands, and hummed. Gugu has made you angry. I'll go and beat him right now. Lan Yufeng was gearing up, looking like he wanted to vent his anger for Nangong that month. Actually, I admire your shamelessness. Nangong Neiyu said earnestly. Actually, I also admire Neiyu Yijiang. It's so hot and wearing a Gothic lowly dress, I feel hot when I look at it. Lan Yufeng lowered his head and looked at Nangong Neiyu, sighing. And adults like to wear Gothic lowly skirts or something. It's obviously a weird thing, but Yu Ejiang is unexpectedly suitable. It's still too young and cute. Lan Yufeng didn't think much, and continued. Of course, Nangong Neiyu in front of her was just a clone she made with magic power. So it doesn't feel hot, and at the same time, the body doesn't grow. Perhaps, it is also the preference of that month? After all, she can obviously get bigger. Lan Yufeng, are you looking for a fight? Nangong said with a lace fan in Neiyu's hand. By the way, Neiyu Yijiang, have you noticed the white tiger phantom that appeared in the sky at a height of 10,000 meters today? Lan Yufeng coughed lightly and changed the subject. Humph, I see. Seeing Lan Yufeng changing the subject that month, Nangong could only snort unhappily, and then his expression became solemn. That guy is genuine and more dangerous than the four great ancestors. I think so too. Lan Yufeng's eyes flickered, pretending to sigh. You kid pay attention recently, because of the birth of the fourth primogenitor and the phantom of the white tiger, all the powers in the world will focus on this side. Nangong Neiyu's face was full of serious reminders. At that time, you and the immature fourth primogenitor Xiao Nagisa are likely to be involved in some incident. Well, I know. Besides, isn't that Yu Zhongyu there? I'm afraid. Lan Yufeng said with a smile. Nangong Neiyu has the name of the Void Witch, and is good at magic and high-level space control magic. One of the weapons he also uses is the Lock of Commandments forged by the gods. Even if it is just a magical clone, it has the strength to make most of the demons in the world feel fearful. No, even me. It's impossible to protect you and Xiao Nagisa all the time. You'd better let Xiao Nagisa grow up. Otherwise, you will be very dangerous. Nangong looked meaningfully at Lan that month. After Yu Feng glanced at it, he raised his legs and left. You kid, hurry up and leave the junior high school. Be careful to be seen as a pervert. Well, although you are a pervert. Nangong's last voice that month sounded and disappeared in front of Lan Yufeng's eyes. The opening condition of the golden red envelope on Neiyu Uijiang is to let me sneak into her house at night and kiss her when she sleeps. Are you sure this is not killing me and being thrown into the ocean by Neiyu Uijiang to feed the fish? Looking at Nangong Neiyu's cute back, Lan Yufeng recalled the conditions for opening the golden red envelope, and the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 7 God F asterisk CK Stink Bomb. Pit the system, misunderstand my youth. Lan Yufeng was speechless. How does he feel that the opening conditions of the red envelope are more pitted than one? Isn't it normal? Hey, forget it, let's talk about this red envelope later. If there is no hope of escaping from Neiyu Uijiang's hands, don't go to death. Lan Yufeng shook his head helplessly. The difficulty is too high, and it can only be put on hold for the time being. Then, in the Isagami Island area, where I can easily open the red envelope, can I erase the area? Lan Yufeng left the 3-year class of the junior high school, walked on the corridor, opened the virtual map, and pondered slightly. The abandoned area of number 27 Itagami Island, the ruins of the southeast area of the artificial island that sank into the sea by accident, was erased from the map of Itagami Island, so it is also called the erasure area. Here, the demon registration certificate bracelet is invalid, and even if the demons use violence, they will not be noticed, so it is an extremely chaotic place, and there are many violent incidents there. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for ordinary people to go there. Because the probability of being robbed by the demons is as high as 100%, and the probability of being killed is also as high as 50%. However, perhaps it is precisely because of the danger of this place that there are 3 bronze-level red envelopes and 1 silver-level red envelope in the erasure area, which can be said to be rich in materials. It's decided, let's go to erase the area. Lan Yufeng clapped his hands, and took the subway to the vicinity of the 27th abandoned area. Now his physical function is comparable to that of ordinary low-level orcs, and he has the ability to regenerate at a high speed. At the same time, he also has Shunpo and Desert Eagle. It should be no problem to erase the self-protection of the area. An hour later, Lan Yufeng walked into the erasing area. Most of the erasing areas are dilapidated houses, and the atmosphere is extremely dull and uncomfortable. At the same time, when Lan Yufeng walked in, several demons with demon login bracelets looked at Lan Yufeng with strange eyes. Because Lan Yufeng's wrist does not have a demon login bracelet, which proves that the other party is not a demon. And these 3 areas are the territory of the demons, so the appearance of Lan Yufeng is naturally very dazzling. Another unlucky BD. Some demons thought to themselves. Hey, you kid, let me stop. At this moment, a tall figure stood in front of Lan Yufeng, looking at Lan Yufeng with a playful expression, eagerly looking at Lan Yufeng. In an instant, the crisp sound of bones colliding appeared, which seemed to show his violence. Why? Lan Yufeng frowned and said indifferently. If he can, he doesn't want to make trouble, so he will leave after collecting the red envelopes. But it seems that he doesn't want to make trouble, these demons want to make trouble. Boy, call out all the money, and I can let you go. Gouda Man grinned. Whether you want money or not, there is one that is fatal. Lan Yufeng said indifferently. Very good, then break one of your legs, I'll see if you dare to speak up. The tall figure suddenly turned into a dog-headed orc, and slapped Lan Yufeng's face. Where's the person? However, his slap slapped the air, and Lan Yufeng in front of him disappeared. Kazaa! Suddenly, a powerful force swept across the crook of his leg. With a click sound, the orc's legs were bent to an inhuman level. Obviously, the bones were twisted and broken, and the whole person fell to the ground. Not far away. Ah! The severe pain caused him to fall to the ground, hugging his right leg and howling miserably. Since you're going to break one of my legs, then I'll break yours first. Lan Yufeng indifferently retracted the leg-raising motion and said calmly. Shunpo's speed is not something that such a low-level orc's dynamic vision can keep up with. Of course, his physical strength is not strong now, so it is quite laborious to use. Afterwards, Lan Yufeng glanced at the Logan demons around him, making them sweat in cold sweat, and hurriedly backed away, daring not to meet Lan Yufeng's eyes. The concept of demons is mostly the law of the jungle. The power of Lan Yufeng's performance undoubtedly made them fearful, and they believed that Lan Yufeng was a magician, and he was a violent magician whose body was stronger than that of orcs. Ignoring these demons, Lan Yufeng went to look for red envelopes. Damn it, you wait for me. The orc with the broken leg looked at Lan Yufeng's figure as he left calmly, his face twisted. He took out a mobile phone from his arms and dialed a number. An hour later, Lan Yufeng appeared exhausted in front of the last silver-red envelope. He followed the road and opened 3 bronze-level red envelopes in different places in the shortest time, but what he opened made him want to hit people. Sure enough, bronze-level red envelopes are all pits, and the chance of opening something good is too small. The first bronze-red packet to open is a Babijia lollipop. What's the use of this thing? Do you still keep abducting little loli? Uncle has a lollipop here. If I leave with my uncle, I'll give it to you. F***ck This is a meme from many years ago. How can the little loli be so stupid now? A lollipop can do it. At least 3. Well, it was just gibberish, and the unhappy Lan Yufeng wiped it out immediately. Well, it tastes good, strawberry flavor. The second bronze-level red envelope is even more pitiful. God is such an expired bread that he can't even eat it. The third bronze-level red envelope came out with the most pitiful thing. It was actually a stink bomb. MMP, does this thing keep disgusting others? He didn't have such a bad taste, so he immediately erased the system, and he didn't feel relieved to put it in the system storage space. What should he do if the odor was leaked? In the end, lollipops are the best, and I feel tired. Could it be that I ran out of luck because I opened too many red envelopes today? Lan Yufeng touched his face and muttered. The last silver-red envelope, I hope you can do more. Lan Yufeng shook his head and tapped his hand lightly. Immediately, the silver-red envelope opened directly, a bright silver light appeared, and then a white ball flew out, followed by the sound of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the silver-level red envelope and obtaining an improved version of the 8 Gates Dunjia. Beiman Dunjia, from Naruto, it is a move that relieves the body's restriction on energy and releases excess energy. Opening the door, closing the door, life door, injury door, do door, jing door, shock door, death door, these 8 doors. After opening this art can force the energy to surpass the original limit, so as to draw out the original one that is several times stronger or even stronger. Dozens of times the strength. However, while gaining power, the caster will be damaged, so this technique is listed as one of the forbidden techniques. When all the 8 doors are open, it is called the 8-door Dunjia formation, and you can obtain terrifying power in an instant. In the end, it will die because its own life force burns out. However, after system improvement, the burden of the first 7 doors on the body will be greatly reduced. Reminder, if you forcibly open the 8-door Dunjia formation, you will still die. P.S. ask for collection, reward, hua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 8 8 Door Dungia Show Prestige. Bayman Dungia, the silver red envelope can open this thing, it seems that my luck is finally good. Lan Yufeng heard the voice in his head, and his face was full of joy. It is no exaggeration to say that Bayman Dungia is the first martial art in Naruto. Kai Huang's father, Mat Dai, relied on the 8-door Dungia formation to overturn the 4 Mist Nin group of 7 who were close to the shadow level, and seriously injured 3 of them. Emperor Kai was even more terrifying, almost kicking Lu Daobon to death with the 8 Gates Dungia formation. For this reason, he was jokingly said that he almost kicked out the finale. One can imagine how strong the 8 Gates Dungia formation is. Of course, the price to pay is big enough, and you will die if you use it. However, it is strong enough without opening the 8 Gates Dungia formation. With the improvement of the system, only opening the first 7 doors is strong enough. All in all, Lan Yufeng is very satisfied. With 8 Dungia, he can finally break away from the class of Zhan Wuzhia. Boss, this damn it kid broke my leg. At this moment, a resentful voice rang out, making Lan Yufeng come back to his senses and look over. In an instant, Lan Yufeng frowned and his eyes were cold. There were as many as 20 demons surrounded, and one of them was an orc whose leg was broken by his previous kick. Obviously, the other party is a member of a certain demon gang, and he brought his companions to seek revenge. For me, maybe it's the right time. As a test of the power of Bayman Dungia, it's a good group of sandbags. Lan Yufeng looked indifferently at the demons surrounding him, his eyes cold. Little devil, you are very arrogant who dare to hurt us in the erasure area. At this moment, a lean figure stepped forward and said gloomily. The strong eat the weak, isn't that the philosophy that your demons believe in? He is too weak to blame me. Lan Yufeng sneered. You. These words made the orc blushed, but he couldn't say it. Very well, you're right, we believe in the existence of the weak and the strong. But now you are the weak, so you can just wait for us to smash your bones. The lean demon said with a grin. Come on together, kill him. As soon as his words fell, the demons surrounding Lan Yufeng transformed. Most are low-level orcs. There are also unpopular Hungarian ghosts. Although the Huns are also vampires, they are all miscellaneous fish that cannot even be summoned by beasts, and are despised by orthodox vampires. After all, even the weakest familiar beast is enough to rival an armed chariot. Bang! When the demons were transformed, Lan Yufeng had a desert eagle in his hand, and a gunshot rang out, and Lan Yufeng directly blew the head of a hungry ghost. However, even though a big hole was opened in the hungry ghost's head, the opponent's body squirmed, squeezing the bullet out, and the wound recovered relatively quickly. Sure enough, ordinary bullets are useless against demons. Lan Yufeng shook his head as he watched this scene. If you want to kill the demon clan, you basically have to use the magic bullet. This is also the standard configuration of the special zone guard of Itagami Island. This desert eagle should still be regarded as a collectible. After all, when he used to play gunfight games, he liked Desert Eagle. Little devil, do you think this toy gun is useful for us? How naive! An orc sneered and rushed over, waving his huge arm and punching Lan Yufeng. The powerful force brought gusts of wind. However, when he punched him, Lan Yufeng's figure also disappeared, appeared behind him, swept his leg on the back of his head, kicked it out, and hit the wall to form a big hole. Over-adapter of the speed type. The lean demons folded their arms to see this scene, and their eyes flickered. He didn't see Lan Yufeng's speed clearly just now, which shocked him. Come on together, don't give him room to move. Then, he suddenly shouted and gave the order. Although this guy is fast, his strength is not enough to kill you all easily. The boss is right. Hearing this, the demons who were frightened by Lan Yufeng came back to their senses and surrounded them with hideous faces. Even the orc who was kicked away struggled to get up from the ground. Although he hit the key, but as an orc, his vitality and stamina are notoriously strong. It's really troublesome. Lan Yufeng exhaled lightly, his pupils narrowed, and he let out a low growl. The first door, open the door. Open. In an instant, a violent force appeared in Lan Yufeng's body, making Yayu extremely happy. At this time, the 3 orcs had already attacked. Although the number of opponents is large, the orcs are larger in size, and at most 3 people can attack at the same time. Of course, no matter how many people attack at the same time, it doesn't mean much to Lan Yufeng. Because when the 3 orcs attacked, Lan Yufeng had already punched the 3 orcs out. Every punch hit their flimsy throats. Crack. Pft. In an instant, the sound of bone cracking appeared, their throats were shattered, and the whole person flew out, vomited blood in the air, and fell directly to the ground. This shocking scene made the other demons stunned, their faces full of astonishment. Now is not the time for you to be in a daze. Lan Yufeng's eyes flickered slightly, and even a blink of an eye was useless, and he appeared in front of the next orc as fast as lightning, punching his heart. In an instant, the opponent's chest sank directly, his ribs were broken, his heart was directly blown up, and he died suddenly. Monster! This guy is a monster! This violent scene made the scalps of several orcs go numb. They can no longer imagine who is orc and who is human. Obviously, the powerful body function is the patent of their orcs. However, now it is possible to get it, so the rest of the orcs and Zirgui can only bite the bullet. However, at their level, they couldn't even touch the corners of Lan Yufeng's clothes, and they were killed one by one. The orc was killed with a blow to the throat and heart. As for the hungry ghost, Lan Yufeng had his entire head twisted off, and it was extremely bloody. However, Lan Yufeng has no psychological burden to kill these demons. If people do not offend me, I will not offend others, but if others offend me, I will offend others. This is his life creed. In a short period of time, the demons present were slaughtered by Lan Yufeng. The corpses on the ground were bloody, and the scene was bloody to the extreme. It's your turn next. Lan Yufeng ignored the slender demon leader whose eyes had turned red, revealing vampire fangs, red lines on the soles of his feet, and exploding amazing magic power, and said indifferently, "Come out, my beast." The steel tiger, the leader of the lean demon, roared. In an instant, the void was distorted, and a steel tiger with a size comparable to a tank appeared beside him roaring, and the ground shook. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, *. Chapter 9. Activate the recycling system. Kill him, the lean vampire roared. To be honest, he was really scared by Lan Yufeng. He had never met such a violent and cold-blooded attacker who could kill them mercilessly, and his strength was as strong as a monster. When he was about to summon his family, he killed all his men. Oh? Is this your beast? I have to say it's a little more imposing. Lan Yufeng looked directly at the steel tiger beast and commented a little. When Lan Yufeng was evaluating, the steel tiger suddenly roared and charged towards Lan Yufeng. Every time he ran, the ground shook. Obviously, the weight of this guy is absolutely amazing. The strength and defense that weight brings will also be amazing. Just a little slower. The next moment, the iron tiger rushed in front of Lan Yufeng and raised its front paws to shoot at Lan Yufeng. In the face of this blow, Lan Yufeng did not dodge, but chose to hit hard. Bang! In an instant, two disproportionate palms collided, and an astonishing muffled sound appeared. The cement floor under Lan Yufeng's feet was also cracked and dented. And Lan Yufeng's bones also made an unbearable whine. I have to say that this blow was very heavy, even Lan Yufeng almost didn't take it. This guy is too big to take the attack of my beast, he is really courting death. The lean vampire, who was originally afraid of Lan Yufeng's strange speed, shouted with ecstasy on his face. Steel tiger, bite his head. At this time, Lan Yufeng also raised his brows and drank in his heart. Second door, close the door. Open. The third gate, the gate of life. Open. Immediately, Lan Yufeng's physical strength recovered, a light green arrogance appeared on his body, and powerful energy circulated throughout his body. Boom! When the steel tiger came over, Lan Yufeng violently squeezed his front paw, threw it away, and slammed into the ground to form a small pit, and the whole ground was covered with shake a bit. What? This scene frightened the lean vampire, his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. His steel tiger weighs several tons. Not to mention its own power. It flew away? Is this guy really human? However, the more shocking thing is yet to come. After Lan Yufeng flung the beast, his figure disappeared in place, appeared a little above him, and punched out. Boom! There was a huge roar, and a large number of cobweb cracks appeared on the ground, and then the cracks dented a large area. And the head of the steel tiger was directly blown up, turning into magic power and dissipating in this world. Gudong! This violent scene made the lean vampire slump to the ground, his mouth trembling, and he swallowed with fear on his face. This guy is a living monster. He shouldn't have come to avenge his younger brother in the first place, but now he has taken himself in. The increase in the third sect is really quite big. Not bad. Lan Yufeng ignored the frightened thin vampire, but reminisced about the power just now. The reason why he didn't bypass the troublesome beast and directly kill the vampire was because he wanted to experiment with his own power, and he was undoubtedly very satisfied with the result. And the third door is not too dangerous. The fourth injury goal is the real danger zone, and he is looking forward to the power displayed at that time. Afterwards, Lan Yufeng walked towards the lean vampire indifferently, his eyes extremely cold. Please let me go, I won't dare to provoke you again. Seeing Lan Yufeng with a light green arrogance walking towards him, the lean vampire directly abandoned his dignity and knelt down and begged for mercy. As a vampire, he has an extremely long lifespan, and he didn't enjoy it enough, so he didn't want to die. Dignity is nothing compared to death. As for escaping, he had no idea of escaping at all. Temporarily lost his familiar beast, he is a vampire, and he can't even win against low-level orcs, let alone escape from the palm of Lan Yufeng's extremely fast speed. He is very self-aware of this. If I knew this earlier, why bother? Lan Yufeng said coldly. When you want to crush my bones, you are already doomed to death. These words made the lean vampire pale. Before he could say anything more, Lan Yufeng smashed his heart into pieces. Even a vampire with amazing vitality could not be saved in the face of this kind of injury. Afterwards, Lan Yufeng was released from the state of the 8 Gates Dungeon, and suddenly a sense of weakness came. Sure enough, using the 8 Gates of Dungeon is very labor-intensive. Even the improved ones are the same. At random, Lan Yufeng looked at the wound on his fist again. Although Bayman Dungeon has enhanced his speed and strength, his physique has not changed. The explosion just now made him physically injured. However, this little injury is nothing at all. My own superspeed regeneration ability is quite suitable for the 8-door dungeon, but I still need to further improve my physical fitness. Lan Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief and activated his ability. The wound on his fist due to the shock force returned to its original shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. Later, Lan Yufeng planned to leave here. His purpose of erasing the area has been achieved. Ding! Congratulations to the master for activating the recycling system. However, just as Lan Yufeng took a step, the system's prompt sound really rang in his mind. Recycling system? What is that? Lan Yufeng frowned and asked in confusion. The function of the recycling system is as follows: please observe the owner yourself. The mechanical voice of the system sounded. At the same time, a virtual screen appeared in front of Lan Yufeng's eyes, with various exquisite texts on it. For this reason, Lan Yufeng also looked at it curiously and looking forward to it. The function of the recycling system is to recycle valuable items and exchange them for equivalent exchange points, which can be used to exchange various red envelopes. Exchange system: red envelopes with corresponding prices can be exchanged through exchange points. The prices are as follows: small red packet 100, big red packet 1000, exquisite red packet 10,000, luxury red packet 100,000, colorful red packet 500,000. In short, it is a small red envelope, a big red envelope, and a delicate red envelope that can open all kinds of things. The probability of opening a good thing depends on the level of the red envelope. The upper limit of the items that can be issued also has its own limit. The luxurious red envelopes and colorful red envelopes are 100% able to give out good things, and they are of high rank. After reading it, Lan Yufeng understood the function of this recycling system, and I have to say, I am very satisfied. It's like making extra money. In the future, if he gets some valuable things that are of no use to him, he can completely recycle them to speed up his growth. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, *. Chapter 10. Open a big red envelope. System: recycling sanitary napkins. Lan Yufeng pondered. Ding! The recovery is successful, and you get 1 exchange point. The system's voice sounded. There really is a redemption point. Lan Yufeng's face is strange. Does he want me to buy a sanitary napkin? Reminder: the reason why there are exchange points for recycling is because it is produced by the system. The mechanical voice of the system sounded. Tisk! I knew it would be like this. Lan Yufeng shook his head. Then, the system: can the corpses of these demons be recovered? Lan Yufeng asked as his eyes flashed. Yes. If you recover all the corpses, you will get a total of 2099 exchange points. The system replied. 2099, system, did you do this on purpose? Lan Yufeng pouted. The previous exchange point for sanitary napkin 1, corpse 2099, which is too coincidental. No. The system retorted. Forget it, it doesn't matter, take it back. Lan Yufeng's eyes flashed and he ordered. Learn. After the sound of the system, the mournful corpse on the ground disappeared, leaving only a patch of blood. Ding! Congratulations to the master for getting 2100 exchange points. System: first exchange a small red envelope to explore the bottom. Lan Yufeng touched his chin and pondered. Ding! Spend 100 exchange points. The red envelope is successfully exchanged. The sound of the system sounded, and a small red envelope appeared in front of Lan Yufeng's eyes. In this regard, Lan Yufeng tapped and opened it directly. Immediately, a red light appeared, an item flew out, and the sound of the system sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the little red envelope and getting a pair of rotten leather boots. Knock! I know cheap is not good. Lan Yufeng was speechless. Recycle my boots. Ding! I succeeded in recycling the rotten leather boots, and I got 0 exchange points. What a pit! Lan Yufeng was full of black lines. 100 redemption points is just a waste of water. How can it feel more spicy than bronze red packets? I will never touch the small red envelopes in the future. The system: exchange for 2 big red envelopes for me. Rubbing his brows, Lan Yufeng tried his best to remain calm. Ding! Spend 2000 points to exchange 2 big red envelopes successfully. In front of Lan Yufeng's eyes, there were 2 big red envelopes that were twice the size of the previous small red envelopes, so Lan Yufeng raised his eyebrows and clicked directly. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the big red envelope and getting an inexhaustible box of high-quality skincare lotion. High-quality skincare lotion: the system is produced, it must be a high-quality skincare lotion, even under the hot sun, it can still keep the skin fair and hydrated. Looking at these introductions, the blue veins on Lan Yufeng's forehead bulged. What kind of shit is this out of? Is the big red envelope so pitiful? Sure enough, it's some extra money. Forget it, this thing should be given as a gift to the onion. Lan Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief and changed his mind. Well, although this thing is useless to him, it will definitely make her very happy to give it to the onion. After all, girls care about their skin. Not to mention that in Itagami Island, which is full of high temperatures throughout the year, most girls have healthy wheat-colored skin, with very few fair skins. Afterwards, Lan Yufeng clicked the last big red packet again. For this so-called big red envelope, he no longer has any thoughts. It's really boring. However, there is a saying, sometimes, the less you hope, the more he will surprise you. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the big red envelope and obtaining B-level medical ninjutsu. Hey, Class B medical ninjutsu. Lan Yufeng was surprised. Although the medical ninjutsu is not lethal, it can be used well, even serious injuries can be cured, and it can also detoxify. It can be said that it is quite useful. Of course, if the talent is good, it can also form lethality. For example, the pharmacist pocket is just that. It is not too much to cut off the meridians with one-handed chakra knife. Subsequently, Lan Yufeng received a Class B medical ninjutsu. Tisk, can't you reach the level of a pharmacist? But you can still heal some minor injuries. Lan Yufeng shook his head. This result is not surprising. B-level medical ninjutsu, where can I get better? And what's even more pitiful is that this thing must have energy to use. And Lan Yufeng now, there is no energy such as spiritual power and magic power at all. Not to mention, he also has the super power of super speed regeneration. This medical ninjutsu is dispensable. I can only hope to save others in the future. It's a pity to eat tasteless and discard it. However, compared to the original 2 red envelopes, Lan Yufeng felt better. The so-called happiness is a comparison, and Lan Yufeng suddenly understands it. We have opened so many red envelopes today, let's go home. Lan Yufeng hummed a little song, left the erasing area leisurely, and took the subway home. He remembered that the air conditioner at home was still broken. You have to find a master to do it. Otherwise, on this hot day, no air conditioning is deadly. After Lan Yufeng left, some demons who were watching the excitement also came to the battle area where Lan Yufeng was. Looking at the terrifying pothole and the blood all over the ground, all the demons felt their scalps go numb. In addition, they couldn't see the figure of the lean vampire group at all. For this reason, a terrifying rumor appeared in the erasure area. A young powerful magician appeared in the erasure area and slaughtered and ate all the lean vampires. This rumor made many demons panic and left the erasure area temporarily. For a while, the erasing area was much calmer. Congratulations, congratulations! Of course, Lan Yufeng didn't know about these things, nor was he interested in knowing them. He was busy all afternoon, and after finding a master to repair the air conditioner, he turned on the air conditioner and played games, which was a cool one. Well, this is how people live. It's just that Lan Yufeng couldn't be happy anymore after just being happy for a while. Station driver, you idiot, don't play with these weird assistants. Lan Yufeng said in his voice with a full amount of black lines. Well, this world also has competitive games similar to LOL and Dota. Master Military Commander, how can you be pitted? This is called trying. A slightly immature girl's voice came from the voice. And the tone of her speech seemed very strange, and she liked to use the words of a Japanese samurai. Of course, Lan Yufeng also knows the identity of this black friend. Her real name is Lydian Titiyi. Like Onion. She is a professional programmer employed by the Itagami Island Management Corporation. She is a 12-year-old foreign girl known as a charioteer. She is a colleague and competitor with Onion, and she likes to call her the Empress. Lan Yufeng is quite fond of this genius loli. The first is because of the love between the two of them. Second, he remembered that the loli in the original book saved the onion. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, hwa, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 11 Ding, congratulations on getting it. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, hwa, ticket support, QAQ. Today is the beginning of the month, collection and other data are really important, please support a wave of big guys, QAQ. You have the courage to try and let us all fall to the bronze level. Lan Yufeng rolled his eyes and complained. Obviously, in terms of the level of programmers, he is a super genius loli, who can barely match the shallow green onion, but he has to play game dishes. I think the bronze section is not bad. Daxia has something to say about it. By the way, it's more fun to make bronze. Lydian Titiyi said with a smile. You know you're a jerk. Lan Yufeng pouted. By the way, isn't her Lady Empress at home? Lydian Titiyi asked curiously. No. She went shopping. If you count the time, she should be back soon. Lan Yufeng explained after checking the time. Shopping, I want to go shopping too. Lydian Titiyi muttered. You can go shopping if you want. Lan Yufeng suggested. No, I don't have any friends here, so it's boring to go shopping alone. Besides, I'm very busy here. Lydian Titiyi muttered. Forget it, if I have time in the future, I can go out with you to play. Lan Yufeng pondered. Really? Lydian Titiyi said happily. Of course. Don't you say it's boring to go shopping alone? I'm barely your friend. Lan Yufeng said with a smile. Well, that's the deal. Lydian Titiyi said with a smile. Obviously, the girl was very happy, and even hummed the RB ballad ditty. I really like RB culture. Lan Yufeng sighed after listening to the girl's humming tune that was quite nice. At this time, Lan Yufeng's door was opened, and a young girl appeared in front of Lan Yufeng's eyes. The girl's appearance is quite gorgeous. She has yellow hair and a gorgeous hairstyle. She has good taste. The red pupils are full of luster. And the girl's figure is quite good for her age. Overall, she's a rare beauty. And she is Lan Yufeng's twin sister Lan Yu Shallow. Shallow, welcome back. Lan Yufeng started a new game and said softly to Lan Yu Shallow at the same time. Hey, your room is still comfortable, I'm exhausted. Lan Yu Shallow gasped slightly, closed the door, and threw herself onto Lan Yufeng's bed without any image. You're tired of playing. Lan Yufeng glanced at the girl and teased. Well, there are indeed reasons for this. But before playing, I investigated for a long time because of the white tiger phantom that suddenly appeared. It wasted a lot of my time, and I was so mad. Because I wanted to make up for the wasted time, so in the afternoon never rested. Lan Yu sure hugged Lan Yufeng's pillow and complained. Hearing this, Lan Yufeng suddenly felt a little guilty. So this pot is on me. By the way, you are playing games with that little guy again. Lan Yu Shallow looked over and pouted. Lord Empress, who is the little one? Because Lan Yu Shallow deliberately said loudly, Li Dian heard her, and she roared angrily. You guys are really easy to quarrel. It's obvious that you have a good relationship. Lan Yufeng took the earphones away a little, feeling a pain in his head. Humph, who has a good relationship with her? Li Dian and Lan Yu Shallow snorted at the same time. Woman. Seeing this, Lan Yufeng rolled his eyes. No, Lydian can only be considered a loli, and Shallow is also a girl. I feel the same way, women are really troublesome. At this time, a voice also appeared from the pink mobile phone that Lan Yu Shallow was holding. In the screen of the mobile phone, a strange doll swings its arms. Impressively, it is the artificial intelligence of the world-class computer. Magwai, do you want me to stuff some virus into it? Lan Yu Shallow threatened. Miss, I was wrong. Magui second counseled. It is deeply unfair. Obviously Lan Yufeng also said it, but he didn't blame it. In the headphones, Lydian was also complaining. By the way, Scallion, my Taoist friend from far away in Daxia made some gadgets for me. At this time, Lan Yufeng took out the fine skincare lotion in the drawer and handed it to Lan Yu Scallion. Skin lotion? And it's still a Sanwu product. Lan Yu said with a strange face after taking it. Don't look at it as a Sanwu product, this is a treasure produced by Taoist priests. It can absorb a small amount of spiritual power in the air to form a treasure of skincare lotion, and it can't be used up for this purpose. It can perfectly prevent the skin from being sunburned by the sunday. Lan Yufeng started talking nonsense seriously. This is not bad, then I'll give it a try. Lan Yu looked suspiciously and muttered. Although she completely trusted her brother, she wasn't sure about that suspicious Taoist friend. At this time, Lan Yufeng also focused his attention in front of him. Of course, it's not the game, but a bronze-level red envelope that appears in front of you. Shallow has a bronze-grade red envelope on her body. When she was handing the lotion, she touched her hand and opened it. Lan Yufeng was quite surprised that the bronze-level red envelope on Shallow's body did not require any conditions to open. Or whether all the bronze-red packets are not available, that is the question. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the bronze-level red envelope and getting a pack of Durex. Durex condoms, produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product, it will never be unqualified like those bad manufacturers, and it can absolutely eliminate the possibility of accidents. Puff. Seeing this introduction, Lan Yufeng, who had just drank a Coke, almost spit out the Coke in his mouth. But remembering that there is still a computer in front of me, I can only hold back with difficulty. Knock on the inside, the dog system, and the labor. God F*** CK Durex, can't you just prescribe something normal? Even a snack is fine. Lan Yufeng's eyes twitched. Feng, what's wrong with you? Lan Yu Shallow asked suspiciously. It's nothing. Seeing Lan Yu Shallow asking this, Lan Yufeng replied awkwardly, not wanting to look at Lan Yu Shallow. F***CK, it's really easy to make him think about Durex on his sister. Those indescribable scenes unconsciously appeared in his mind as a normal adolescent boy. Oh. Although she could see Lan Yufeng's strangeness, Lan Yu Shallow didn't ask any further, just sat on Lan Yufeng's bed. By the way, it's so late, let me cook. Lan Yu Shallow suddenly remembered something and said with great interest. Don't do this, my eldest lady. Hearing this, Lan Yufeng's face changed greatly, his eyes were full of horror. Shallow's cooking ability is not bad, it is very bad, extremely bad. He once had the experience of sending 14 boys in the class to the hospital with a cake baked in the 5th grade of elementary school, so he is called mass-killing weapon. And since he was a child, he was almost poisoned by dark cooking several times, and the psychological shadow was very large. Asterisk. Chapter 12 The All-Powerful Elementary Energy Source. P.S. Ahem, ask for support at the beginning of the month. The author is updated 5 times a day, with an average of about 2,100 words per chapter, which is sincere enough. If your grades are good, but you are willing to add more updates. Whisper BB, because there is no manuscript saved, it's all current code. Humph, Feng, are you questioning my cooking skills? Lan Yu Shallow stared. Lan Yufeng's right eye jumped wildly. It's not a question, it's a fact. How come? I just want to say, leave the cooking to me. Lan Yufeng sighed. Forget it, I'm so tired, I won't cook today. Lan Yu shallowly muttered, then sat on the bed again, bracing her legs and saying coquettishly. But I'm so hungry now. Cough, charioteer, I'm going to cook, you and the shallots can play together. Lan Yufeng coughed lightly, then got up quickly and said. Hey, Master General, it's not easy for you. Li Dian sighed. But Lady Empress is more cook than I am, and it will be miserable later. Immediately, Li Dian said depressedly. Oh? Who are you talking about, idiot charioteer? Lan Yu said with a sigh. Hey! Lady Empress! Li Dian, who had not expected to be replaced, exclaimed in surprise. The quarrel between the two enemies was expected by Lan Yufeng, but he didn't have the energy to deal with it, and instead went to cook. Because of Lan Yu's dark cooking, he is basically in charge of the house. After the hilarious night, the next day, Lan Yufeng and Lan Yu Scallion went to school together after having breakfast at home. On the subway, Lan Yufeng and the two met a familiar figure. Yo, Yaz, it's a coincidence. Lan Yufeng walked over, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile. He also knew the guy who was really monitoring Xiao Nagisa. However, because this guy is very measured and won't cross the line, Lan Yufeng doesn't hate this guy, and the relationship is not bad. Of course, the purpose of patting him on the shoulder is because there is a bronze-level red envelope on the Yazkishu. Although the bronze-level red envelopes are all messy things, it is also possible to open good things, and naturally they can be opened. Kaed, and Scallion. Yazkishu looked up at Lan Yufeng and Lan Yu Scallion, pretending to be surprised. Then the three of them chatted with each other. And Lan Yufeng also took the opportunity to open the bronze-level red envelope. Suddenly, a pair of beautiful silk gloves appeared in front of Lan Yufeng's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the bronze-level red envelope and getting a pair of impact gloves. Impact gloves, after wearing, it can effectively alleviate the reaction force of the collision, and has the ability of a little punching force. It's a useful item. Lan Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief, and finally opened another useful thing. Otherwise, I would really despair of the bronze red envelopes. While chatting, the three of them also came to Class B of Keihei Gakuen High School. At this time, there were already many acquaintances in the class. For example, Lun Tsukishima, the monitor of Class B in the first year, or Xiao Guken, the elder brother of Xiao Nagisa. When the three entered the class, they also greeted each other. Blue Feather Onion was dragged by Tsukishima Ren and chatted. Lan Yufeng and Yace Kiki came to their seats and sat down. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Guken sits next to Lan Yufeng, followed by Yazkishu. After Lan Yufeng sat down, he patted Xiao Guken, who was sleeping on the table next to him, on the shoulder. This guy has a dazzling silver red envelope on his body. Ding! Congratulations to the master for triggering the opening conditions of the silver red envelope. Tell Xiao Guken that your head is green. This strange opening condition made Lan Yufeng speechless and somewhat relaxed at the same time. Compared to the previous opening conditions for touching Yace Natsuyan and Xiao Leila and the opening conditions for secretly kissing Naoki-chan, this is already very friendly. Of course, it is very friendly to him, not necessarily to Xiao Guken. Hey? Are you in class? Xiao Guken raised his head, sighing, with dark circles under his eyes. Xiao Guken, your head is green. Lan Yufeng said with a smile. Nonsense, where is the green on my head? I just came back from her house last night. Xiao Guken woke up instantly and said angrily. Well, just kidding. But you still have to pay attention to your body, be careful to be too addicted to overwork. Lan Yufeng teased. Because of his interference, Xiao Guken's life experience changed completely. Maybe it's because he has the protagonist's destiny. After leaving the pit of the fourth primogenitor, Xiao Guken lived the life of his fantasy in the original book. The elite of the basketball club, and a girlfriend who has a good personality but has not appeared in the anime. The two have been dating for 3 years, and their relationship has been good enough to hit a home run. Che, I'm in good health. It's just that I went back very late last night, and was trained very late by Nagisa. Xiao Guken said depressedly. Then he dragged me to talk about you, which caused me to sleep very late. Nagisa's words are stubborn, and once the switch is turned on, it is simply a language machine gun. By the way, when did you become so strong? Then, Gugukin asked with a strange expression. It's too exaggerated to beat flying orcs with bare hands. No exaggeration, just secretly learned some body arts. Lan Yufeng said with a smile. Hey, who did you learn from? Yace Kisha's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked pretending to be curious. A Hyuxia friend I met online. Lan Yufeng said nonsense. Cut, who are you lying to? Xiao Gukin pouted, obviously not believing. The same was true for Yace Kiki, but they could see that Lan Yufeng didn't want to explain and didn't ask any more. Xiao Gukin is not interested, and Yace Kiki is very good at life. The chat was over and the class started. The class in the morning was Naoki-chan's English class. For this reason, even Xiao Gukin can only fight hard. Otherwise, you will be taught a bad lesson. Lan Yufeng, on the other hand, focused his attention on the silver-red envelope in front of him, turned it on with a single tap, and the sound of the system also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the silver-red envelope and obtaining the primary energy source. Elementary energy source, the existence of the special product of the system. After being integrated into the body, it can automatically absorb the energy of the surrounding space to grow. At the same time, after contacting a kind of energy, it can be analyzed within a certain period of time. And it can be equally transformed into that kind of energy. Looking at these introductions, Lan Yufeng's eyes flashed and he was a little surprised. This energy source is simply invincible, enough for him to adapt to any energy system. Magic power, spiritual power, divine power, magic power, and other powers can be analyzed and transformed as long as there are templates. This feature also freed Lan Yufeng from the trouble of going with that kind of system. Very good, very powerful. Integrate. Lan Yufeng's eyes flashed slightly, and he chose to blend in on the spot. Anyway, sooner or later, I have to discuss something with Nei Yuijiang. It is better to take the initiative to reveal his strength. After Lan Yufeng's order fell, a warm energy source appeared in Lan Yufeng's body, and the overflowing energy circulated throughout the body, making Lan Yufeng feel more comfortable. Asterisk. Chapter 13 A Brief Confrontation with Neiyu's Sauce. Hey! The change in Lan Yufeng's body made Nangang Neiyu, who was writing with chalk, turn around suddenly, staring sharply at Lan Yufeng with a comfortable face. The changes in Lan Yufeng are obvious. Obviously there was no spiritual power before, but now there are traces of spiritual power in his body, and he is slowly absorbing the surrounding spiritual power. Generally, this is only the case with well-qualified magicians or witches. And usually they have been cultivating for a long time. The situation on Lan Yufeng seemed a little strange. Suddenly awakened, it doesn't look like it. Nangong's moonlight flashed slightly, looking at Lan Yufeng with deep meaning. In addition to Lan Yufeng, Yace Kiki also noticed the change of Lan Yufeng in front of him. His face was full of astonishment and puzzled. Because of Nangong's gaze that month, the students in the class also looked at Lan Yufeng with strange faces, not understanding what happened. That month sauce, don't stare at me, I'm listening to the class very honestly. Lan Yufeng said innocently. Lan Yufeng, please come down to my office. Nangong Neiyu said in a deep voice. I see. Hearing this, Lan Yufeng smiled and nodded calmly. Seeing this, the other students, although strange, didn't think much of it. Also, it's not allowed to be called sauce after the teacher's name. Suddenly, Nangong Neiyu bounced the chalk in his hand and shot it at Lan Yufeng. Hi, Neiyu sauce, I see. However, it was easily caught by Lan Yufeng, and said very casually. These words made Nangong glared at Lan Yufeng with unhappy eyes that month, and then resumed the class. If there is any account, it will be settled after class. Time passed, and as the get-out-of-class bell rang, Lan Yufeng got up indifferently and left the office with Nangong that month. However, Nangong did not go to the office that month, but brought Lan Yufeng to the rooftop. "Tell me, what's the matter with your spiritual power?" Nangong Neiyu asked with a serious face. "I cultivated it myself." Lan Yufeng spread his hands. "Are you deceiving me as a fool?" Nangong Neiyu's eyes twitched, and he said with a half-smile. Between the words, powerful magic fluctuations appeared all over her body, and a chain of commandments appeared indistinctly. "Stop, stop, don't point this dangerous thing at me," Lan Yufeng said helplessly. "There are some things I can't explain, and it's good for Naoki-chan that I have power," Lan Yufeng said with a serious face. Nangong frowned that month, but did not refute. Lan Yufeng is an existence associated with the fourth primogenitor, and Nangong's measure against the fourth primogenitor that month was to try his best to conceal his existence and not make a big fuss. However, even so, there will still be many troublesome organizations coming to Itagami Island to plan something. For this reason, it is indeed a good thing that Lan Yufeng has the power to protect himself. It was just the source of the power that puzzled her. "Since it's something that can't be explained, why did you take the initiative to reveal it to me? Why don't you just keep hiding it?" Nangong's moonlight flashed. From her point of view, Lan Yufeng has a technique to hide his spiritual power, which he deliberately exposed just now. Otherwise, there is really no way to explain the strength of this spiritual power. This kind of strength is already comparable to some old generation vampires, and it is definitely not something that can be cultivated in a day or two. No way. I want to become stronger. That Yu-chan, I want to be a magician. Lan Yufeng said his purpose without hesitation. If he becomes a magician, he can enter and exit some places reasonably. At the same time, if you add an identity to yourself, you can also leave Xianjin Island to search for some red envelopes outside. The red envelopes are randomly refreshed, and the time and place are unknown. Although there are few red envelopes outside, it is not impossible. Lan Yufeng guessed that it should be in which area he is, and which area will refresh the red envelope a little more. Magic attacker. Nangong looked at Lan Yufeng meaningfully that month. "You sure?" "I'm serious," Lan Yufeng said firmly. "Okay." Nangong's eyes flickered slightly, holding a lace folding fan and pointing at Lan Yufeng. "If that's the case, then attack with all your strength and let me see your strength. Then I'm welcome." Lan Yufeng grinned and opened the first door of the 8 Gates Dungeon directly. Instant step. Spiritual power erupted at the soles of his feet. Lan Yufeng's figure disappeared directly in place, appeared in front of Nangong Neiyu, punched out, and the air exploded, which seemed to show the strength of this punch, enough to blast orcs with one punch. Clang! However, at the critical moment, Nangong Neiyu's pupils shrank a little and blocked Lan Yufeng's attack with the lock of discipline. Suddenly, an astonishing explosion sounded, causing the students of Keihei Academy to be puzzled. Looked outside. "It's all right, I've passed the level." When Lan Yufeng was about to attack, Nangong Neiyu said with a face full of admiration. The blow just now really surprised her. Although it is said that it is not comparable to that idiot Sasaki cape in terms of strength, the speed of the explosion just now is really amazing, and it is not much weaker than Sasaki cape. You must know that Sasaki cape is one of the 4-fist immortals. He can split the ground with his bare hands and emit light beams of Qigong waves from his hands. There are many urban legends on his body. Even if she faced this idiot Sasaki Misaki, it would be nerve-wracking. As expected of Neiyu's sauce, he's really strong. Hearing this, Lan Yufeng sighed out of the 8-door dungeon estate. With the spiritual power of primary energy source conversion, after he opened the 8-door dungeon, the increase in power was much greater. At the same time, Shunbu's explosion speed was undoubtedly much faster by relying on his spiritual power, but Naoki-chan saw through it and easily blocked the attack. Of course, Lan Yufeng was not surprised by this result. After all, Nangang Naiyo was the strongest person closest to the true ancestor class. It would be weird if it wasn't so strong. Lan Yufeng, you have a lot of secrets. I can't ask anything, so I won't ask more. Nangang said meaningfully that month. I will help you with the issue of the demon attacker's certificate. By the way, Naiyo's sauce, I want to become a free magician, not a national magician. I hate restraints. Lan Yufeng reminded. Oh, I see. Nangang Naiyo's expression did not change, and he had already guessed Lan Yufeng's thoughts. Okay, let's go back to class. Nangang restrained the lock of magic and discipline that month and passed over Lan Yufeng's body. In this regard, Lan Yufeng also left the rooftop leisurely. The process went smoother than he imagined. Sure enough, the moon sauce is really reliable. After returning to the class, Lan Yufeng also responded one by one in the face of Shallow Onion and others asking what Nangang taught that month. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 14 Fight against high-level orcs. At night, in the erasure area, Lan Yufeng and Nangang Naiyo's figures appear here. I said, that Yuejiang, why did you call me here at night? Lan Yufeng asked. Going out so late, Scallion thinks I've done something bad. I'm giving you a chance to express. Nangang said calmly, his black hair fluttering in the wind, glancing at Lan Yufeng. Although I recognize your strength, you still need to go through procedures. Tonight you have to deal with an orc who smuggled in. Smuggled over? What's the purpose? Lan Yufeng asked with a frown. I don't know for the time being, but it's likely to be an orc from the Black Death Emperor's faction. Nangang Naiyo explained slowly. If it is really the Black Death Emperor's faction, there is obviously some conspiracy to come to Itagami Island at this delicate time. Black Death Royal faction. Lan Yufeng's eyes were cold, and killing intent was brewing. An extreme terrorist of orc supremacy, in the ruins 4 years ago, he, Nagisa and Xiaogukin almost died because of the Black Death Emperor faction led by his brother. He always remembered this account. If that's the case, then it's necessary to arrest this guy. Lan Yufeng sighed lightly and said indifferently. Where is he now? Lan Yufeng asked. I don't know. You need to search for this yourself. Nangang shook his head that month. Yeah, I see. Lan Yufeng sighed and didn't say anything more. A magician not only needs strong strength, but also has the ability to pass the test and anti-reconnaissance. However, Lan Yufeng is not in the mood to search slowly, he has to go back sooner. Otherwise, Onion will worry about him. So Lan Yufeng used the most violent means under Nangang Naiyo's strange eyes. If you directly catch a demon living in the erasure area, you will be beaten, and then ask for information. When he beat the 5th demon race, he finally asked for useful information. Under the violent threat of Lan Yufeng and the shock of Nangang Naiyo's prestige, the orc shivered and revealed everything he knew. There was indeed an orc named Mondia in the erasure area. He plotted to lead the orcs here, and sent invitations to some of the irritable orcs. I have to say that although your method is a little rough, it is still useful. Nangang complained that Lan Yufeng casually knocked the orc to the side. As far as the information is well informed, there is no doubt that the demons in this area are stronger, so this method is the most time-saving. Lan Yufeng clapped his hands calmly. Of course, these are all one-sided words. In fact, the silver-red envelope that was refreshed on this orc had already revealed his position. The reason for this is that Lan Yufeng is simply rationalizing his behavior. Otherwise, it would be too suspicious to go directly to the other party. He couldn't explain why he knew the location. Next, it's time to arrest the main criminal. Lan Yufeng said to Nangang Naiyo. Well, in this arrest, I won't take action until you are about to hang up. Nangang Naiyo said calmly. Of course, with your superspeed regeneration ability, it's a bit difficult to die. No problem. That month sauce looks fine. Lan Yufeng said with a smile. But it's too time-consuming to walk, so Yuejiang will carry me a layer. As soon as these words fell, a purple magic circle appeared under Lan Yufeng's feet and enveloped the two of them. The next moment, the figures of the two disappeared directly into the magic circle. In a relatively intact building in the erasure area, Lan Yufeng and Nangong appeared here in that month. When the two of them appeared, they attracted the attention of the orcs here. And the Black Panther orc at the head was even more condensed. Void Witches. The Black Panther orc Monday's expression also changed wildly, staring at Nangong that month, dignified to the extreme, and vaguely fearful. What? Void Witch? The rest of the orcs also looked at Nangong Nayu in horror. Yuejiang, you are really famous. Lan Yufeng teased with a smile. Lan Yufeng, before you make fun of me, get rid of this group of orcs. Nangong Nayu hummed. Hey, I see. Lan Yufeng grinned and began to gear up. Silk gloves have long been worn on the hands. Wait, we didn't do anything, and Monday forced us to come here. At this moment, an orc raised his hands high and made a gesture of surrender with horror on his face. Yes, yes, so do we. The rest of the orcs also expressed their opinions quickly. They are registered demons. As long as they don't really join the Black Death Emperor faction, they will be locked up for a while at most. Tisk, what a bunch of cowards. Well, although I can understand. Lan Yufeng smiled strangely. Although Yu-chan looks cute, her strength is truly terrifying. Monday, what do you think? Humph. It's just a bunch of idiots whose minions have been rubbed off. Although Monday was also panicked, he could only force the shock and said in a rage. Fix you first, then kill the Void Witch. Mander also roared. Just when Lan Yufeng thought he was going to try his best, this guy jumped straight into the sky, broke the ceiling, and tried to escape. The ground formed a pothole because of the reaction force, and it is conceivable how powerful he is. I want to run, I want to be beautiful. Lan Yufeng snorted coldly, opened the door in seconds, closed the door, gave birth to the 3 doors in front of the door, used Shunbu, and chased after him. What? Manday, who jumped up the rooftop, also noticed Lan Yufeng, who appeared a little above him. His pupils shrank, his face full of surprise. Get out of here! Lan Yufeng grinned and slapped him on the head. Boom! Immediately, a powerful force erupted, and Monday also fell into the air like a cannonball, knocking down more than a dozen floors, and even hitting a big pit at the bottom, and he lay in it dizzy. Gudong! This violent scene was seen by the other orcs, and they all swallowed, their minds clouded. This kind of power is more orcs than their orcs. I'm on the rooftop today, haven't I used all my strength? This should be some kind of physical technique that can improve strength in a short period of time. Nangong's eyes were full of brilliance, and he looked at the light green arrogance wrapped in a free fall. Lan Yufeng, lost in thought. Little devil, you annoyed me. At this moment, Mandae's roar sounded, roaring loudly. He really didn't expect Lan Yufeng to be so strong. However, up to now, there is a gap in the witch Nangong that month. Even if he is a high-level orc, the chance of successful escape is close to none. If that's the case, it's better to replace this little devil's life. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 15 Violent Punch. After this roar sounded, a strong sound of breaking through the air appeared, and Mandai's sturdy body of 3 meters reappeared in front of everyone's eyes, with a hideous face that looked very oppressive. Of course, the premise is to ignore the big bag on his head and the messy body. Sure enough, high-level orcs are not that easy to deal with. Lan Yufeng frowned slightly, staring at Monday in front of him. He had already used all his strength for the kick just now, and he just kicked the opponent out of a big bag, and he was still a long way from killing him. Kid, die for Laozi. At this time, Monde also roared, and rushed over like a cannonball, punched out, and the air exploded. Boom! Lan Yufeng snorted coldly at this. Without giving in, he punched out the same way. Immediately, two fists of different sizes collided together, forming a muffled thunderous sound, and a strong wind erupted from the place where the two fists collided, blowing everyone's hair flying. There were also cracks in the cobwebs on the ground that was still intact under the two of them. It's evenly matched. Nangong shook his head and said that month. No, Lan Yufeng is in a weak position. Lan Yufeng's current state is a special explosive state, and it is impossible to maintain this power all the time. If it is used up, it will be very bad for Lan Yufeng, because the orcs are extremely resistant to beatings and stamina. The same is true for high-level orcs. Let's do it later. Nangong Neiyu shook his head. If the target of the attacking magician's assessment task is high-level orcs, the difficulty is too high. If the general task of attacking magicians was so difficult, the number of attacking magicians would have to be reduced by at least 80%. At this moment, Lan Yufeng's eyes flickered slightly, his figure disappeared suddenly, and he appeared behind Mandai. A roundabout kick swept across his neck, kicking it out like a cannonball, crashing into the wall and smashing outside the ground. Of course, this kick seemed to carry a lot of weight, and Monde also screamed and vomited blood, but he was still very energetic. After kicking Fei Mandayat, Lan Yufeng chased after him. Moving the battlefield, but yes, this kind of place is not conducive to fighting. Nangong glanced at the floor that was mostly broken and full of cracks and potholes that month. After shaking his head, he disappeared into the magic circle and went to the ground below to watch the battle. And the group of ignored orcs all looked at each other, hesitated for a while, and could not help but watch the battle. Such high-level hand-to-hand combat is rare. Not to mention that one of them is still an orc. When they arrived at the new battlefield, they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling, because there were big potholes all around, and Monde was also full of scars, with a blue nose and a swollen face, looking very embarrassed. In contrast, Lan Yufeng has no scars on his body. Boy, how long can you hold on? Your moves are very labor-intensive. Although I can't keep up with your speed, don't try to kill me. Manda also grinned. Because he was beaten with scars all over his body, his nose was blue and his face was swollen, and for this reason, his already hideous face became even more terrifying. Forget it, Lan Yufeng, you've already qualified, let me do it. At this time, Nangong Neiyu shook his head and said in a deep voice. Between the words, a powerful magic power appeared on her body, and the lock of discipline was swaying. Nan Yuejiang, don't take the military exploits. Didn't you agree to let me come? Lan Yufeng panted slightly and teased. Your strength can't kill high-level orcs, you will lose if you grind it down. Nangong shook his head that month. Well, that's true. So let's see something more interesting. Lan Yufeng smiled lightly, his muscles bulging a little. The fourth door, the injury door. Open. Lan Yufeng let out a low voice. In an instant, the light green arrogance on Lan Yufeng's body rose again, turning into a dark green. And Lan Yufeng's breath and spiritual power have obviously improved a lot. How can it still erupt? This scene made Nangong Neiyu's pupils congeal, and his face was full of shock. This is the third time it has exploded. When it was on the rooftop, it was the first explosion, and before, it was the second explosion. Now there is another explosion, and the strength of the increase is even more than before. This kind of physique is very high level. Where did this guy Lan Yufeng get it? He also secretly practiced successfully. Nangong Neiyu looked at Lan Yufeng in disbelief and fell into deep thought. Boy, are you still hiding your strength? Manda's pupils contracted even more, his face full of disbelief. The orc's intuition is very accurate, and now Lan Yufeng has made him appear in the shadow of death in the true sense. There's no need to explain this to you. Lan Yufeng looked at Monday indifferently. When the words fell, the figure suddenly disappeared in place, and when Monday hadn't reacted, he appeared a little above him, punched the air, and slammed into his head with a strong sonic boom. Boom! Immediately, Mandea's head made a strong clicking sound, his skull burst, his brain collapsed, and his entire body was smashed to the ground, forming a large pit with a radius of more than 10 meters. 1 hit and 1 kill. FK. Good dong. This shocking scene made all the orcs widen their eyes and widen their mouths, exclaimed and swallowed one after another, and looked in horror at Mandea, who fell to the ground in the big pit, and Lan Yufeng, who landed indifferently. At this time, all the orcs were glad that they did not commit suicide. Otherwise, even Mandea's head would be blasted, let alone these low-level orcs. How come the current human attackers are like beasts? They are all skeptical. Nice job. Nangong came to Lan Yufeng that month and exclaimed, "Your physical skills are very good." "It's all right." Lan Yufeng was out of the 8-door dungeon estate and felt a little weak, but it was not a big problem, he said to Nangong Naio with a smile. "There are no side effects, it seems to be higher than I thought." Seeing Lan Yufeng returning to his normal state, Nangong sighed that month. However, although he was amazed, Nangong didn't ask much that month. Everyone has their own secrets, but Lan Yufeng has more secrets. Of course, even if you ask, you probably won't be able to ask anything. It's better to avoid this topic tacitly. Wait, you beat him to death, how can we ask for information? Nangong Naiyu suddenly remembered this, and said with twitching eyes. I didn't control my strength." Hearing this, Lan Yufeng was also stunned and smiled awkwardly. "Yu-chan, and these guys are here. I should be able to ask something." Immediately, Lan Yufeng pointed to the orcs watching the excitement and reminded. "That's right, then leave here." Nangong Naiyu sighed. "Although I don't think it's right to ask for any useful information." Immediately, Nangong used space magic to take away the honest orcs, leaving Lan Yufeng alone in the wind. "Damn, Naiyu sauce, are you taking revenge on me?" Lan Yufeng stood in the big pit, feeling a little pain in the P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 16 God He Meow Original Taste. Forget it, let's open the silver red envelope first. Lan Yufeng sighed softly and looked at the silver red envelope in front of him. On a lonely night, only the silver red envelope can soothe his young heart. Then, Lan Yufeng reached out and tapped the silver red envelope in front of him. Immediately, the rays of light were prosperous, and an object flew out. This item made Lan Yufeng's face bewildered, and his whole body was messed up in the wind. Because, that is actually a blue and white strip of original flavor. F***ck, silver level red envelopes can open up these messy things? The next second, the sound of the system sounded, making Lan Yufeng's mouth twitch wildly. Because he completely underestimated how stupid the system was. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the silver level red envelope and getting the original flavor of Nangong that month. Pfft, the original flavor of that month's sauce. Does that month's sauce still wear blue and white strips? Lan Yufeng covered his forehead, feeling the urge to complain. Suddenly, a dazzling purple magic circle appeared in front of Lan Yufeng's eyes, and Nangong Naiyu's figure appeared in Lan Yufeng's eyes again. However, Lan Yufeng clearly noticed Nangong's stiff expression that month. MMP, what the dog system did won't be discovered by that month's sauce. If that's the case, I'll definitely be thrown into the sea by Naoki-chan to feed the sharks. The expression should be natural and natural, as if nothing happened. Lan Yufeng smiled and looked at Nangong Naiyu, his face full of joy. That month's sauce, I knew you wouldn't leave me. Nangang Naiyu looked gloomy and stared at Lan Yufeng for a few seconds. Even the true ancestor would not be able to do such a thing under her nose. This kind of strange situation, even the well-informed Nangang Naiyu, is incomprehensible, and there is a rare embarrassment. Naiyu sauce, why are you staring at me with such terrifying eyes? I'm a little scared. Lan Yufeng said nervously. It's nothing, let's go. Nangang Naiyu breathed softly and didn't say much. The next moment, the magic circle was activated, and Lan Yufeng was easily sent back to the vicinity of the apartment. Since I can't understand it, then it should be regarded as an abnormal situation when using space magic. After returning home and saying hello to Onion, Lan Yufeng took a shower and went to bed. He was very tired after so many things happened, and he was almost pitted by the dog system. The next day, after class, Lan Yufeng was greeted by Nangang Naiyu to her house. This makes Lan Yufeng very happy. After all, there was a silver-level red envelope in Nangang's house that month, and he originally planned to find an excuse to go to Nangang's that month's house at night. Nangang's home that month was very luxurious. On the top floor of the building, its decoration and size were not bad compared to the 5-star presidential suite, which made Lan Yufeng despised for a while. Geez, nasty capitalism. This is the certificate of the attacking magician. I've put it away. Nangang sat on the luxurious sofa in the living room that month, drinking black tea, handing a special certificate to Lan Yufeng with one hand, and said calmly, "It's not bad, it's very handsome." After taking the certificate, Lan Yufeng looked at the photo above and said proudly, "A narcissist." Nangang Naiyu said with disgust. Of course, although it is very disgusting, Nangang does not deny that Lan Yufeng's appearance is really good, and he is a handsome guy. By the way, Naiyu sauce, did you ask for any information? Lan Yufeng asked, recalling what happened yesterday. It just confirmed that Manda is indeed a cadre of the Black Death Emperor's faction, and there is no other clue. Nangang glared at Lan Yufeng that month, and said with a displeased face, "It's not that your kid beat him to death with a fist. You can't blame me, who knew he was so unbeaten." Lan Yufeng spread his hands innocently. "Tisk, you guy." Hearing this, Nangang smacked his mouth in that month and didn't say much. The explosive state of Lan Yufeng last night was really hard to control. But, looking at Lan Yufeng's innocent and unpleasant expression, she had a strange idea. "That month sauce, you asked me to come to your house, there should be other things to tell me." Lan Yufeng touched his chin and said meaningfully, "Yet." Nangang Naiyu glanced at Lan Yufeng in surprise, then nodded. "Do you know the kingdom of Ardikya?" Nangang put down the teacup that month and said in a low voice, "Aldikya Kingdom, I'm not illiterate, of course I know." Lan Yufeng shrugged and said casually, "The Kingdom of Ardikya is a constitutional monarchy located in Northern Europe, ruled by the royal family of Lihuan. The country borders on the warlord domain, and has accumulated a lot of experience in fighting against demons for a long time. The women of the royal family have been passed down through generations as powerful psychic mediums. Agnès Natsuyan has the blood of the royal family of Aldikya, and is the illegitimate daughter of the previous king, so her status is very special. In the kingdom of Ardikya, Lan Yufeng likes the heroine, the first princess, Raflia Lihavan. How did it get involved in the kingdom of Aldikya?" Lan Yufeng raised his eyebrows and asked. "The kingdom of Aldikya intends to come to Itagami Island for a friendly interview." Nangang Naiyu said calmly. "In a week's time, the first Princess Raflia Lihavan will be dispatched as an envoy." Hey! These words made Lan Yufeng look weird. He remembered that in the original book, La Furia came over some time after the plot started, and the purpose was also for Haas Natsun. "Why did you come so early now?" "Their purpose is the White Tiger Phantom." Lan Yufeng pondered. "That's right. Although no one knows what the Phantom is about now, because it appeared above Itagami Island for the first time, many forces have speculated that it is related to Itagami Island. Nangong Neiyu said with annoyance on his face. So many forces have conducted interviews or sent agents to investigate. It's just that the kingdom of Ardikya is a bit more high profile and sent the first princess directly. I see. But you said so much, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. Lan Yufeng spread his hands and pouted. Although the white tiger phantom was created by him, who knows if he doesn't admit it. The headaches will only be the senior members of Itagami Island. Although his father Lan Yuxianzai was said to be a member of the Xianjin City Council. It's also one of the top executives of Itagami Island. Does this count as cheating my father? This is a question. Lan Yufeng fell into contemplation for a moment. Originally it really has nothing to do with you. But La Furia named you to be her temporary guard, please let me hire you. Nangong looked at Lan Yufeng with a subtle look in Neiyu's eyes. The employment fee is 1 million a day. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 17 The Lucky Spearman Since Ancient Times. La Furia named me. Lan Yufeng raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Although he has a good impression and interest in this silver-haired princess, the other party probably doesn't know him. Well. Nangong said meaningfully that month. Maybe it's because I'm curious about you. After all, when the Feast of Flames was held, you had already entered the eyes of those big men. During the Banquet of Flames, if there was no plan from Lan Yufeng, Xiao Nagisa would not know how to die with his innocent character, let alone become the fourth primogenitor. So it is. Lan Yufeng pondered slightly and said with a smile. Then I'll take over this job. 1 million a day, the employment fee is quite high. Of course, money was nothing, he was mainly interested in La Furia and wanted to open the silver-level red envelope she was carrying. That's good. Nangong nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. That month sauce, I'm going to the toilet. Lan Yufeng suddenly stood up, and after speaking, he stood up. These words did not make Nangong think too much that month, she still drank the black tea indifferently, as if thinking about something. In this regard, Lan Yufeng also naturally went to the toilet. In the past few years, he has been to Neiyu's house several times, and he is naturally familiar with it. Of course, he didn't really go to the toilet, but the location of the silver-level red envelope was in the toilet of Neiyu's house. Well, what a delicate location. After coming to the toilet, Lan Yufeng easily opened the red envelope. Immediately, silver light appeared, and an item wrapped in white light flew out. The sound of the system also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the silver-level red envelope and obtaining the noble phantasm, the Red Rose of Destruction. Demon-breaking Red Rose. Grade, B. Type, Anti-human noble phantasm. Ability, a long spear that can nullify magical defense, and armor woven from magical energy has no effect in the face of this spear's attack. Secondly, the effects of magic enhancement and ability addition applied to the weapon will also be completely eliminated under the attack of this gun. But it has absolutely no effect on the contracts, curses and magical effects that have been formed in the past. The demon-breaking Red Rose, this noble phantasm is not bad. Lan Yufeng muttered while looking at the red spear in front of him. In this world, the most famous weapons for destroying demons are the 3-7 type assault demon subduing machine guns of the matchmaking agency, the Lion King Agency. The most famous of them is the Asphyxia Wolf held by the heroine Ji Dongxuke. This is the only one with the unique technology Godhead Vibration Drive technique engraved by the Lion King Agency, which can nullify the magic power. As well as cutting off the enchantment, it has a strong lethality to the demons, especially vampires, and can even kill the true ancestors, which is the trump card in the battle against the demons. In fact, it is a power that returns the world to its original state. However, while the user is in contact with the spear, they cannot use weapons other than the 7-type assault demon subduing machine gun at the same time. At the same time, it has the flaw that if it is used too much, it will become an angel and disappear into this world. If Lan Yufeng had the choice, he would still choose the red rose that broke the devil. Although Swexia Wolf's angelic transformation is very powerful, it's better to forget that it will disappear in this world. However, as the saying goes, spearmen are lucky since ancient times, but it is still a little panic to use them. After Lan Yufeng complained, he threw the broken red rose into the system space, quickly left the toilet, and sat down opposite that month. "Why haven't you left yet?" Nanggong Naiyu raised his brows and hummed. "Is Lai here? I haven't had the black tea you brewed that month, how can I leave?" Lan Yufeng said with a smile. "Tisk, you are getting more and more cheeky." Hearing this, Nanggong shook his head that month, and then made Lan Yufeng a cup of black tea and handed it over. "Hey, as expected of the black tea that Yuejiang brewed, it's really excellent." Lan Yufeng sighed after drinking the lipstick tea. Nanggong likes to drink black tea very much that month, and is extremely picky about black tea. For this reason, he has developed a good tea art. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a master of tea ceremony. So every time Lan Yufeng has a chance to come here, he will drink tea. "Actually, that Yuejiang, I also have something to ask you." Lan Yufeng pondered for a while, put down the teacup, and said slowly. "What's the matter?" Nanggong Naiyu frowned and asked calmly. "I want to meet Marcus Lapali." Lan Yufeng said his purpose softly. "Why did you see him?" Nanggong asked in confusion that month. Marcus Lapolia, a former nobleman in the field of the King of War, a vampire of the old generation, has now come to Itagami Island, but he has done a great job and is quite famous in Itagami Island. "I want to trade something with him," Lan Yufeng said with a smile. Of course, the so-called transactions are bullshit. The main reason he went to see this old vampire was that this guy had a silver-red envelope on his body, and the opening request was to win the opponent. If you want to fight against him without breaking the law, it is undoubtedly better to seek help from that month. "Trade something." Nanggong looked at Lan Yufeng meaningfully that month. "What are you planning?" "Hey, what can I plan?" "Then you Zhang, don't think of me as dangerous. I'm the harmless type." Lan Yufeng said innocently. "I can take you to see him." Nanggong's eyes flickered slightly, but he finally agreed. "But I want to witness your transaction with my own eyes." "Of course." Lan Yufeng nodded with a smile. "Let's go after tea." These words made Nanggong Naiyu nod lightly. Soon, after the two finished drinking the black tea, they went to a large company in the eastern district of Itagami Island and found Marcus Laporia, the chairman of the board. Originally, when Marcus Laporia saw Nanggong looking for him that month, he was a little dignified. When Nanggong Naiyu explained that Lan Yufeng was looking for him to make a deal, he couldn't help feeling a little subtle. "What are you going to trade with me?" Marcus Laporia asked with a frown. The yellow-haired boy in front of him looks like a student no matter what. "I'm here to trade intelligence with you," Lan Yufeng said playfully. "This is information about your safety. Do you think I'll believe you?" Marcus sneered. "There's a saying that it's better to trust it than to trust it. It's too late to wait until you are cut off," Lan Yufeng said with a smile. "Of course. If you fight with me and win, I can tell you too." Hearing this, Marcus frowned and glanced sharply at Lan Yufeng's body. If Nanggong hadn't brought Lan Yufeng here that month, he would have expelled this extremely suspicious student long ago. At this time, Nanggong Naiyu also glanced at Lan Yufeng strangely. Why does she think that Lan Yufeng is just trying to fight Marcus? There are inducements everywhere. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 18 Lan Yufeng vs Old Generation Vampires. Let's fight then. What Nanggong could see that month, Marcus, an old generation vampire who didn't know how long he lived, could naturally also see it. But just because he could see it, he accepted it. It wouldn't do him any harm to fight anyway. If you win, you can get so-called intelligence, and you can also teach this suspicious student a lesson. In that case, the Void Witch would have nothing to say. As for losing, he felt that he could not lose. As a vampire of the old generation, with a powerful beast, how could a high school student win against him? Just accept it. Lan Yufeng grinned and looked at Nangang Neiyu. That Yu-chan, can I trouble you to move us to a suitable battlefield? It's okay to erase the area or a deserted island with no people. I suddenly felt that coming with you was a very unsuccessful choice. Nangang gave Lan Yufeng an unhappy look that month. No matter how you look at it, this guy called him on purpose, and he was suspected of making her a free teleporter. Even though he said that, Nangang still deployed a magic circle that month. A huge purple magic circle wrapped around the feet of the three of them. In the next instant, the three figures disappeared from the office and appeared on an uninhabited desert island that was far from Xianjin Island. Space capability is really convenient. Standing on the beach of the deserted island, Lan Yufeng muttered while looking at Itagami Island, which turned into a dot in the distance. It actually crossed a distance of at least tens of kilometers in an instant. Marcus looked at Nangang that month with fear. This kind of space ability is really difficult to deal with to the extreme. Whether it is chasing the enemy or fleeing, the enemy has no choice. Even true ancestor can't deal with Nangang that month. It's not that you can't win, it's that you can't kill. Nangang wanted to leave that month, but true ancestor couldn't stop him. The venue is ready, hurry up and fight. Nangang said calmly that month. I have something else to do. Well, since that month Chan said so, let's get started. Lan Yufeng nodded and opened a little distance to show fairness. Amazing magic power also appeared on Marcus Lapali, and his arms turned dark red. In the next instant, a high-altitude hissing sound rang out, and a huge flame bird appeared in front of everyone. The old vampire's beast, its deterrent power is indeed not comparable to the group of trash fish in the erasure area. Lan Yufeng glanced at the firebird and praised it a little. Although Marcus was killed by Aster Yudi in the original book. But that can only make Aster Yudi stronger. After all, the familiar beast Rose's fingertip that resides in the artificial life body Aster Yudi is stronger and has the ability to devour magic power. Flaming bird, come on! Marcus quickly stepped back and ordered in a deep voice. Immediately, the flame bird neighed, its wings spread out, and a large number of flame bombs were sprayed out of its mouth, covering Lan Yufeng. The fourth door, the injury door, open. Lan Yufeng did not care about the big, and directly opened the 8 doors. The dark green arrogance envelopes Lan Yufeng, which improves his physical function in an all-round way. In the next instant, Lan Yufeng rushed out like lightning and flint, dodging all the flame bombs. What? Looking at Lan Yufeng who disappeared. Marca's pupil distance shrank. Come out, my number 2 familiar beast. His rich combat experience made him summon his second familiar beast without hesitation. A crustacean beast stood in front of him. Boom! And at this moment, Lan Yufeng also appeared, punching the carapace. A huge roar appeared, the beach collapsed, the wind was overflowing, and the carapace was sunken, but it was still firmly defended. Just when Lan Yufeng was about to continue the attack, the crustacean family directly closed and protected Marcus. Under normal circumstances, Marcus does not want to use this self-protection method. Because the limit is too big. Standing still, it is a living target. But Lan Yufeng's speed was too fast, his eyes couldn't keep up. If you don't do this, you'll just be dropped. Familiar beasts that didn't appear in the original book. You really can't believe in anime. Lan Yufeng's eyes narrowed. As a vampire of the old generation, how could he not have the means to protect himself? The reason for the fiasco in the original book was that Lan Yufeng guessed that the Firebird's magic power was completely devoured by Asteroides' rose fingertips, resulting in his lack of magic power, and was directly overturned. At this moment, the Firebirds in the sky neighed again, and the flame bombs fell like raindrops. The blast landed on the sand in an astonishing explosion, sending up a large amount of flames. "It's overwhelmingly disadvantageous. What are you going to do next?" Nangong's eyes flickered slightly, looking at Lan Yufeng, who was dodging the flames on the battlefield indifferently. "Tisk, there is no way out." Lan Yufeng frowned. Now he has only two ways to break the game. Open the fifth door or even the sixth door and beat the turtle shell. Or chop up the Firebird and slowly cook the turtle shell. Unfortunately, he has no flame resistance, and being burned is no joke. Killing the Firebird is very risky. However, it's not impossible to solve the Firebird. Lan Yufeng grinned slightly. The entire body of the Firebird family is composed of magic. And he happened to have a way of restraint. In the next instant, a red spear appeared on Lan Yufeng's right hand. At the moment of holding the broken red rose, Lan Yufeng was naturally familiar with marksmanship, which surprised him a little, but he didn't expect this kind of benefit. But that's fine, otherwise, he would probably have smashed the noble phantasm as a club. An unknown weapon. At this time, Nangong Neiyu also noticed the noble phantasm that suddenly appeared in Lan Yufeng's hands, and she couldn't help but be startled. She didn't understand how this weapon appeared. There is no spatial fluctuation, but it appears out of thin air. "Lan Yufeng, you have so many secrets." Nangong's eyes were shining brightly, and he muttered. Suddenly, Lan Yufeng jumped into the sky and charged straight towards the Firebird like a rocket that lifted off into the sky. This made Nangong stunned that month, which was too much. The air is not as flexible as the ground, and it is easy to be hit. As expected by Nangong Neiyu, the Firebird once again sprayed a huge flame bomb, slamming straight at Lan Yufeng. Marcus saw this scene through a tiny gap in the carapace, and also shook his head, feeling that Lan Yufeng's combat experience was too little. However, in the next instant, he and Nangong were both stunned that month, their eyes widened a lot. And their faces were stunned. In the face of the huge flame bomb, Lan Yufeng shot in two halves, actually splitting the flame bomb in half. And Lan Yufeng took advantage of the gap to go straight to the flame bird and swept out a shot again. The spear of breaking the devil directly cut off the Firebird's head. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, **. Chapter 19 Nangong's unhappy that month, 4/5 for favorites. Nangong Neiyu and Marcus both shrank when Lan Yufeng slashed the Firebird's head with a shot. Firebird's whole body is made up of magic power, and ordinary guns can't do this at all. The Spear of Destruction. Nangong Neiyu lightly opened her pink lips with a delicate expression on her face. Where did this kid get this high-end stuff? The world-famous demon-breaking guns are the 7-type assault demon-subduing machine guns of the Lion King Agency and the remaining demon-breaking soldiers. And the feeling this red long spear gave her might not be as good as that of the Type 7 assault demon-subduing machine gun, but other weapons were comparable. His head was cut off by the magic-breaking spear, and even the Firebird could only be turned into magic power and dissipated in the air, returning to the other world. Lan Yufeng, on the other hand, fell from the sky, intending to turn over the tortoise shell below. I admit defeat. However, before Lan Yufeng could make a move, Marcus came out of the carapace's body directly, raised his hands high, and quickly expressed his position. Having lost his only output-type beast, it would be a total courting death to fight again. Not to mention, the magic-busting gun in Lan Yufeng's hands made his scalp tingle. Getting stabbed is absolutely fatal. That's my win. Lan Yufeng took back the red rose that broke the demon with a smile, and at the same time got out of the state of 8-door dungeon. Yet. Marcus nodded dejectedly. Are all the Itagamajima High School students so awesome? Anyone that popped up would hang and beat him. It's done. The moment Marka's words fell, the silver-red envelope on his body flew to Lan Yufeng's side. In response, Lan Yufeng tapped. In an instant, the silver-red envelope was bright, and an item flew out. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the silver-level red envelope and obtaining the medium gene enhancement liquid. Medium gene enhancer, after taking it, it can eliminate impurities in the body, optimize genes, and greatly improve physical strength. The sound of the system also sounded. Hey, medium gene enhancer? It's a good thing. Lan Yufeng's eyes lit up after hearing this. With his current physical fitness, opening 4 doors is already the limit. If you open the 5th door, your body will crack. Although he has the ability to regenerate at a high speed and can drive it hard, it always means that his body can't bear it. Not to mention the 6th door. Now that I can improve my physical fitness again, it is obviously very good. That means that his upper limit of strength has been greatly increased again. Lan Yujun, what information are you talking about? I am willing to trade with you. Marcus sighed softly and said in a deep voice. After agreeing with Lan Yufeng's strength, he naturally believed in Lan Yufeng's previous words. Well, the so-called deal is just a joke. I just want to fight you. Lan Yufeng waved his hand and said casually. Hearing this, Nangang Neiyu and Marka's faces turned black, feeling that they had been tricked. However, for the sake of having a good fight with you, let me remind you. Lan Yufeng suddenly became serious and said slowly. In these 2 months, you'd better not walk at night and be careful to be killed. Hearing this, Marka's mouth twitched, and he felt a pain in the A. Do you think I will still believe you? And what you said is baseless, no matter how you look at it, you are intimidating me. I see. Marcus said with a dark face. Inexplicably being fooled into a fight, and even losing, it is a ghost when you are in a good mood. Seeing that Marcus didn't believe it, Lan Yufeng shrugged and didn't say anything more. For the sake of the silver-red envelope, he kindly reminded him. If he didn't listen, it wouldn't matter to him if he was cut down by Rudolf Ostak, a teacher from the Western European Church. Okay, let's go back. Neiyu Jiang, please. Lan Yufeng smiled and waved at Nangang Neiyu, who was full of dissatisfaction. In response, Nangang glared at Lan Yufeng full of anger that month, and then transferred all 3 back. Tell me, what do you know? Nangang asked after returning home that month. Hey? What do I know? I don't know anything. I just want to fight with Marcus and try the power of the Demon Breaker Spear. Lan Yufeng asked with a puzzled face. Just keep pretending. Nangang sneered that month. So, how did you get that magic-breaking spear? Nangang Neiyu asked in a deep voice. Although she knew that Lan Yufeng probably wouldn't say it, she still had to ask. After all, this kind of thing is too important. Let alone at such a delicate juncture. If it is exposed, it is estimated that the Lion King agency will also be interested in this strange magic-breaking spear. Picked it up. In Neiyu Jiang's toilet. Lan Yufeng said solemnly. Do you think I'm an idiot? Nangang Neiyu crossed her arms with killing intent in her eyes. Even the chain of discipline was summoned. Or do you want me to train you well recently? No one believes the truth these days. Lan Yufeng pressed his eyebrows, a little distressed. The red rose of the devil was opened from the red envelope in the toilet of Neiyu's house, and it was said that it was found in the toilet. Forget it, when you look at your kid, you're looking for a messy reason. I'm too lazy to ask. Hurry up, looking at your face makes me uncomfortable. Nangang snorted coldly. Today, Lan Yufeng took advantage of it and ran errands for him. She is in a very bad mood now. If Lan Yufeng said something more rude, Nangang felt that he would turn on some strange switch and tied up Lan Yufeng and beat him. Seeing that Nangang was angry that month, he saw off the guest directly. Lan Yufeng didn't say much, just smiled and left. In the past few years, Nangang helped him a lot that month and saved his life several times, which he always remembered in his heart. Wait until you have the ability, and then repay it well. For example, get the prison enchantment thing done. Lan Yufeng's eyes flashed slightly. After returning home, Lan Yufeng went straight to the bathroom and drank the medium gene booster. Immediately, Lan Yufeng felt hot and dry, and black impurities appeared all over his body. Fortunately, he was well prepared, turned on the shower to wash his body, and then took a nice bath. When everything was done, he found that his power had indeed increased substantially. If the original physical strength is compared to 1, then his current physical strength is estimated to be 3. This feeling of getting stronger is really cool. Lan Yufeng sighed comfortably while lying in the bathtub. Of course, after using the medium gene enhancer, even his skin turned white, making Lan Yufeng suspected of being a little white face. However, there is nothing to worry about. Anyway, with the temperature of Itagami Island, after a while, it will turn into a healthy wheat color again. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 20 The So-Called Honesty. It's been soaking long enough, let's go out. Lan Yufeng stretched and stood up. However, just when he was about to go out, the bathroom door was opened, and Lan Yufeng was stunned in the street. Not only Lan Yufeng was stunned, but Lan Yushallow, who had just walked in, was also stunned. On such a hot day, when she got home, she sweated a lot, so she planned to take a cold shower, but she didn't expect someone to be there. Onion. Lan Yufeng's mouth twitched, and he quickly covered his 18-centimeter dark flame dragon. Lan Yu's light green face appeared a lot of rosy color at a speed visible to the naked eye. Recalling the picture that had just popped into her mind, her heartbeat quickened a lot. Idiot! Why don't you lock the door when you take a bath? Lan Yushallow gritted her silver teeth and said angrily. Forgot. Lan Yufeng resolutely admitted his mistake. Feel sorry. I never had the habit of locking the door before, but I never had such an embarrassing scene. After all, he would never take a bath at this time. In contrast, the number of times that the onion takes a bath is more. After all, it is a girl who loves cleanliness. Stupid Feng. Lan Yu glared at Lan Yufeng before closing the door. It's so big. It's so small. When I was a child. Lan Yushallow leaned against the door, her eyes flickered, and she mumbled, not knowing what she was thinking. Afterwards, Lan Yushallow patted her face and left. What kind of thing is this? Lan Yufeng also sighed speechlessly. After shaking his head, Lan Yufeng also put on his clothes. The most convenient thing in hot weather is to wear very few clothes. After Lan Yufeng left the bathroom, Lan Yushallow rushed into the bathroom with his clothes and let Lan Yufeng touch his nose. Next, the atmosphere between the two was a little strange, which made Lan Yufeng a little helpless. Although we took a bath together when we were young, it was the first time we were so honest with each other when we grew up. Time passed, and a week passed in a blink of an eye. During this week, Lan Yufeng is in daily classes, and if he has time, he will open the bronze red packets that have been refreshed. It's a pity that the bronze red envelopes are still so pitted. There is nothing good to open at all, the best of which is snacks, but it saves Lan Yufeng a lot of pocket money. Gratifying congratulations. And today is the day when the Princess La Fulia arrived at Itagami Island. For this reason, Lan Yufeng was also granted false protection by Nangang Neiyu to protect La Fulia. When Lan Yufeng saw La Furia, his eyes lit up. Wearing a black military uniform, Silver is long and straight, with delicate facial features, eyes as blue and delicate as haze Natsuyan, and fair skin. However, compared to the still-growing Natsuyan haze, La Furia is undoubtedly a mature apple, with a dazzling figure, which makes people excited. and the temperament is more noble and mature, worthy of the identity of the first princess of the kingdom of Aldikia. Of course, this is just the initial impression. When La Furia saw Lan Yufeng, her diplomatic nobility disappeared and she became very amiable. Feng Jun, hello, I'm La Fulia Lihaven, you can call me La Fulia. La Fulia took Lan Yufeng's hands and smiled. Said, I'll ask you for the next day. Yet. Lan Yufeng looked at the girl in front of him with a smile on his lips. And nodded calmly. He didn't have any extra thoughts about La Furia's behavior of calling him by his name for the first time. After all, La Furia is basically enthusiastic about the people who are interested in her. In addition, her maid always instills some strange knowledge in her, which makes her slightly wrong about RB culture. At the same time, La Furia is the most suitable woman to become the harem lord of a man with harem dreams. It's not about ability, or looks. In terms of these two aspects, there are still many girls in this world who can compare to La Furia. The reason why it is appropriate is the concept. Lan Yufeng remembered that La Furia was a girl who highly respected the harem system. Just this is enough to be loved by countless men, not to mention the identity of the first princess. If you marry her, you can imagine how cool it would be. At the same time, Lan Yufeng also looked at the conditions for opening the silver-level red envelope on La Furia. After seeing it clearly, Lan Yufeng's eyes twitched slightly. The trick was to let La Furia confess to him. Although Lan Yufeng is confident that he can do it, it is definitely not something that can be done in a short time. Next, let's go play. I'm curious about Itagami Island. At this time, seeing that Lan Yufeng did not show any strange expression because of her identity as a princess, and treated her very calmly, La Furia's eyes lit up and she was full of smiles. Okay. Then I'll take you, La Furia, to go shopping. Lan Yufeng smiled and said calmly. This scene was watched by the guards of the kingdom of Ardikia, all frowning. They couldn't understand why the princess treated a magician so enthusiastically. And he's a high school student who just became a magician. By the way, you don't have to follow me. La Furia said to her guard as if remembering something. Your Highness, Princess, this can't be done. Hearing this, the guard's expression changed. Don't refuse, be careful what I say when I go back and complain. La Furia hummed. The guard's face darkened. The title of the black-bellied queen is really right. Seeing this scene, Lan Yufeng couldn't help but look weird. Don't worry, there is Lord Feng, and I'm not weak, so I'll be fine, La Furia said softly. And this is the demon special zone, and few demons dare to mess around on the street. These words blocked the mouths of the guards, making them speechless. Let's go shopping. La Furia led the walk with a smile. Lan Yufeng walked side by side with her. Next, La Furia went for a walk wherever he found it interesting, allowing Lan Yufeng to fully see how curious the princess was. Hours later, Lan Yufeng and La Furia sat down at a stone table under an umbrella, both eating ice cream. This city is pretty good, but it's too hot, Feng, what do you think? La Furia sighed after taking a mouthful of ice cream. Maybe. Lan Yufeng shrugged and didn't answer directly. There are too many conspiracies and secrets on Itagami Island, and there is also a lot of darkness behind it. The brilliance of the surface cannot be taken seriously. However, La Furia, the purpose of your visit to Itagami Island is not just inspection and tourism. Lan Yufeng asked casually after changing his words. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 21 The Curious Ra Furia. I'm here for you too. La Furia lightly twisted her hair and said softly. I'm more curious personally. I'm very interested in you, the boy who shines brightly in the banquet of flames. Isn't it a little disillusioned after the real acquaintance? Lan Yufeng teased. No, it's better to say the opposite. I'm more and more interested in you. La Furia shook her head and smiled. At the same time, don't worry. Immediately, La Furia added meaningfully. Hearing this, Lan Yufeng's eyes flashed slightly. He could naturally hear the meaning of La Furia's words. It meant that he was trustworthy, and she felt more at ease with Haas Natsuyan. To be honest, you are very similar to a girl I know. Her name is Yace Natsuyan. She also has silver hair, azure blue pupils, and even the facial features are somewhat similar. It's just that the personalities are very different. Lan Yufeng pointedly said. Xia Yin, she is my aunt. La Furia did not hide it, but said bluntly. It's my grandfather's illegitimate daughter outside. Because the identity is too sensitive, it will bring shame to the royal family, so the public doesn't know Xia Yin's identity. Why are you telling me these secret things? Lan Yufeng smiled playfully. Aren't you afraid that I will spread the word? Anyway, you can guess if I don't say it. La Furia ate the last bit of ice cream, licked the cream on her fingers, and said casually. You're a princess, don't you pay attention to your image? Lan Yufeng rolled his eyes when he saw La Furia's slightly lustful action. Pay attention to what you do, how tired you are to live. La Furia muttered. Back to the original topic. The reason why I told you so much is just to ask you to take good care of Xia Yin. La Furia said seriously. Xia Yin is now adopted by the man Ye Xiansheng. Although Ye Xiansheng is the elder brother of Xia Yin's mother, I personally think he is very dangerous and may do something to hurt Xia Yin. Hearing this, Lan Yufeng really admires La Furia, her eyes on people and things are really accurate. Even though he didn't know Ye Xiansheng's plan, he had already guessed something by intuition. This is where Natsun Hayes will be in danger, and La Furia will also be in danger in the future. Ye Xiansheng's project of modeling an angel is aimed at the royal blood of the kingdom of Ardikya. After all, the women of the royal family have been passed down through generations as powerful psychic mediums. Xia Yin was originally my friend, my proud junior. I don't need you to tell me, I will protect her. Lan Yufeng touched his face and said softly. Although the words were light, the weight in them was felt by La Furia. Thank you. La Furia blinked and thanked with a smile. Sure enough, she was right. With such a reliable man by Xia Yin's side, she felt much more at ease. No thanks. Compared to this, do you want to continue shopping? Lan Yufeng asked. Of course. La Furia stood up and stretched. Hey, look over there, there's a pretty girl. Really, it's very beautiful. Let's go and strike up a conversation. Suddenly, two voices sounded, causing Lan Yufeng and La Furia to frown and look over. Under the gaze of the two bad men came over. The race of the two can be seen from the demon registration bracelet on their wrist. I didn't expect to be accosted. La Furia smiled, feeling very interesting. Jun Feng. It's up to you. There are so many demons in this city who have nothing to do. Lan Yufeng sighed. These two demons, he felt a little impression. Isn't this the two duo who died at the beginning? Give you a chance. Get out of here right now, and you don't have to be beaten by me. Lan Yufeng said slowly. Hey, what kind of onion are you? The yellow-haired vampire sneered. Hey, the woman over there, we are much better than this bean sprout, let's go shopping with you. The orc companion on the side also said loudly. Hearing this, Lan Yufeng didn't bother to talk nonsense with them anymore, and smashed the two guys out with 2 punches in an instant. Immediately, under the exclamations of passers-by, the orc was directly bombarded on the telephone pole, revealing the prototype directly. As for the vampire, he fell to the ground and vomited blood. Compared with the orcs, the physique of vampires is undoubtedly much weaker. You guy, how dare you do it? The yellow-haired vampire struggled to get up, his face full of anger. At the same time, magic fluctuations appeared on his body, his right leg turned dark red, and he directly summoned the beast. There was flames all over his body, reminding him that a horse-shaped beast the size of a commercial car appeared in front of him. When he summoned the beast, the harsh alarm sounded. All the surrounding shops have their protective doors open. Passers-by are also screaming to stay away from here. These demons are really messing around. Lan Yufeng pouted. In the past few days, the demons encountered are using magic power on the street at every turn, and their brains are weak. So there is a reason why ordinary people don't want to mix with demons. Because if you are not careful, you will get hurt. Go. At this time, just as the vampire was about to order an attack, Lan Yufeng's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared a little in front of the beast. I don't know when there was an extra red spear in my hand. Pfft. In the next instant, the red spear in Lan Yufeng's hand slashed a red cold glow in the air, directly piercing the body of the beast. Woo! Being penetrated by a spear, the beast could only let out a cry and dissipated in the air, and was instantly killed. After killing the familiar beast in seconds, the red spear in Lan Yufeng's hand pointed directly at the throat of the yellow-haired vampire, with a cold glow in his eyes. Dash dash. This made the whole body of the yellow-haired vampire tremble. The murderous intent in Lan Yufeng's eyes was real. And this red spear made his hair stand on end. For this reason, he sat down on the ground with a face full of fear. Lan Yufeng's pupils dilated sharply like a nightmare. On the other side, La Furia watched this scene with great interest, her eyes shining brightly. Lan Yufeng's speed just now, and this red spear with obvious demon-breaking properties, aroused her intense curiosity. Let me meet you next time to pick up a girl and kick your shit out. Lan Yufeng said indifferently. Before he could knot his stance, Lan Yufeng swept the gun and smashed it out, spewing blood in the air, his bones shattered, obviously seriously injured. After finishing this, Lan Yufeng put the red spear back into the system storage space again. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 22 Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eyes. It's done. Lan Yufeng clapped his hands, returned to La Furia, and said calmly. Feng, was your speed really astonishing just now? What kind of physical art is it? Also, where's your magic-breaking spear just now? Do you still have space ability? Yufeng's arms are like curious babies, and his eyes are shining. Well, it's a physical art, Lan Yufeng replied casually. Where is the spear of destruction? It's a secret. Tell me, I promise not to say it. La Furia asked. Your Highness Princess, haven't you heard a word? Curiosity is the beginning of the fall. Lan Yufeng rolled his eyes and joked. Hey, is there such a stock? La Furia tilted her head and said with a smile. Of course, this is the famous saying of my hometown. Lan Yufeng said with nostalgia. Is that so? Then I'm really curious about you. So I've fallen? I'm in love with you. La Furia blushed and said with a smile. Maybe I really like you, so let's get in touch with me. Hearing this, Lan Yufeng was stunned, and looked at La Furia in amazement. Hee, very interesting reaction. Unfortunately, I was joking. La Furia stuck out her tongue and said cutely. La Furia, don't you know that you will get beaten for joking like this? Lan Yufeng rolled his eyes. Of course, although he was a little surprised just now, he didn't believe that La Furia was serious. After all, the two have known each other for too short a time. He is not Yeliang Chen. With a big wave of his hand, the sister paper is instantly fascinated, which is too nonsense. The reason why I was stunned was because I didn't expect that the silver-red envelope would be opened in this way. Hey, is Feng Jun going to hit me? La Furia tapped her lips, her face turned slightly red, and she said awkwardly. So you still like this kind of play? Seeing that La Furia was playing again, Lan Yufeng pouted. If you really want to believe what La Furia said, it is estimated that you have to be played with enough. Seeing that Lan Yufeng was not fooled, La Furia muttered in disappointment, and continued to drag Lan Yufeng to go shopping together. When shopping with La Furia, Lan Yufeng also opened the silver red envelope by the way. Immediately, in front of Lan Yufeng's eyes, the silver light lit up, the red envelope was opened, an item flew out, and the sound of the system also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the silver red envelope and obtaining the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Kaleidoscope Shaker, from Naruto, the ability of the left eye is broken, and the ability of the right eye is restoration. Warm reminder, although the ability of the kaleidoscope writing wheel is good, it will cause blindness if used too much. Please also pay attention. When used, the pupil power consumed increases with the strength and complexity of the subject. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Lan Yufeng's eyes flashed slightly, a little surprised. Unexpectedly, a kaleidoscope writing wheel was opened. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is undoubtedly a very powerful existence. Whether it's Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Obito, one by one, relying on the ability of the kaleidoscope to write the wheel eye, he flew up. Kaleidoscope's dynamic vision is very strong, and it also has its own illusion, not to mention the use of Susanoo. Not to mention the abilities. Obito's Kamui. Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu and Tsukiyomi shine in the original work. However, the ability of the pair of kaleidoscope writing wheels he drew is collapse and restoration. It is also a very powerful ability, and it can even be said to be very buggy. Of course, too much use of the kaleidoscope can lead to blindness, which makes Lan Yufeng a little dignified. Since too much use will cause blindness, it is better not to use it in case. Lan Yufeng shook his head and accepted the reward directly. Immediately, Lan Yufeng felt an itch in his eyes, his pupils changed, the pupils turned dark red, and there was a dark hook jade connected together in the center. At the same time, Lan Yufeng also felt that the spiritual power in his body rushed to his pupils quickly, and the consumption rate was relatively fast. Sure enough, not everyone can afford a kaleidoscope. Lan Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief, turning his eyes back to their original light red. All this, La Furia, who was shopping in the store, did not notice. After buying, let's go to the next one. 10 minutes later, La Furia said to Lan Yufeng carrying the bag. In this regard, Lan Yufeng also has no opinion. However, when Lan Yufeng and La Furia went out, they met an acquaintance, which made Lan Yufeng stunned. Maple. Xiao Nagisa, who was holding a sun umbrella, stared blankly at Lan Yufeng and La Furia next to Lan Yufeng. She slowly puffed out her face, clenched her fists, and even her pupils were stunned. It is the red vertical pupil that has become a vampire. Even because of her mood swings, the terrifying magic power fluctuations gradually appeared all over her body. Nagisa. Lan Yufeng's eyes narrowed, and he walked over and touched Xiao Nagisa's head, making her come back to her senses. When Xiao Nagisa came back to her senses, her face was full of panic. She almost made a big mistake. I'm sorry. Xiao Nagisa pursed her lips and apologized. It's okay. Lan Yufeng touched Xiao Nagisa's head, held him in his arms, and sighed lightly. Xiao Nagisa is not the type to get angry easily. The usual Xiao Nagisa is generous and lively, innocent and cute. The last time I was a little stingy, it was because he rudely touched Hayes Natsuyan's little Laylet. But this time, Lan Yufeng didn't expect that the girl Xiao Nagisa would have such a big mood swing because he and La Furia were shopping together. Is this jealous? Lan Yufeng murmured in his heart. Era, what an interesting scene. Your relationship is so good, I'm a little envious. La Furia looked at this scene and said with a smile. At the same time, she also secretly glanced at Xiao Nagisa's body. As the princess of the kingdom of Ardikya, she naturally knows Akinagisa's true identity. Kaed, she's the princess of that Ardikya kingdom. La Furia Rihavain, she's very famous. Because of La Furia's voice, Xiao Nagisa shyly broke free from Lan Yufeng's arms, looked at La Furia, and said in surprise. Strange, how come Feng is with the princess? And Feng, did you ask for leave today? At first, she didn't recognize her because of her mood swings, but after she calmed down, Xiao Nagisa undoubtedly recognized La Furia's identity easily. She directly turned on the chattering mode. Yet, it's indeed La Furia. Today, I came to Itagami Island for a friendly interview. I was asked by Naoki-chan to protect her. Lan Yufeng explained briefly. Oh. That's how it is. I thought. Hearing this, Xiao Nagisa let out a sigh of relief, muttering something happily. This made La Furia seem to have found some kind of fun, and his eyes rolled. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 23 Blue Feather Shallow Onion Abnormal. After explaining the reason, what followed was much simpler. Xiao Nagisa joined in enthusiastically, and chatted with La Furia quite happily. Although in Lan Yufeng's view, it is completely La Furia's unilateral molesting Xiao Nagisa. From time to time, she uses strange words to make Xiao Nagisa blushed. For this reason, Lan Yufeng silently gave La Furia the title of the Queen of Work. At dusk, after Lan Yufeng sent Xiao Nagisa home, he went home alone. As for La Furia, she went back. Not back to the hotel on Itagami Island, but back to the kingdom of Ardicchia. In her words, she has seen everything that should be seen, and played everything that should be played, and she is satisfied. Of course, the real reason Lan Yufeng also heard from Nangong that month was because there was a friendly visit in the Battle King domain that she needed to visit, and the time was tight. This also made Lan Yufeng understand why La Furia was in such a hurry. Otherwise, with her character, she would definitely not be able to leave. At the same time, Lan Yufeng didn't ask her why she didn't see Xia Yin. Anyway, she has a number in her mind. After Lan Yufeng got home, he went straight to prepare dinner. When it was time to eat, Lan Yufeng felt that his younger sister Lan Yu Shallow was a little unhappy, which made him a little puzzled. Shallow, what's wrong with you? Lan Yufeng asked. Are you asking for leave today to accompany the first princess of the kingdom of Ardicchia? Lan Yu Shallow took out his mobile phone, and on the screen there was a picture of him and La Furia when they were shopping intimately. Well, haven't I become a magician? Then Yueshan entrusted me to be La Furia's temporary guard. Lan Yufeng said with a subtle expression. Why does he feel that the onion is a little dangerous now? Yet, just called the name. Lan Yu glared at Lan Yufeng and snorted coldly. Get along well, La Furia is more generous, so we call each other by name, it should be nothing. Lan Yufeng touched his nose and retorted. Hearing these words, Lan Yu's shallow green eyes flashed slightly, and she remained silent. It's nothing. Lan Yu Shallow let out a sigh of relief and returned to her normal expression. The air conditioner in my room is broken. I'm going to sleep in your bedroom tonight. Lan Yu Shallow looked directly at Lan Yufeng and said slowly. Okay. Then I'll sleep in your bedroom. Lan Yufeng sneered. No need, let's sleep together. Lan Yu Shallow said indifferently. I don't want you to die at night. Okay. Lan Yufeng's eyes were subtle, and he finally nodded. He couldn't understand what Onion was thinking. However, sleep with the Onion. He hasn't slept in the same room since he was 8 years old, so he misses it a little. Thinking of this, Lan Yufeng chuckled involuntarily. What are you laughing at? You're laughing so vulgarly. Lan Yu Shallow glanced at Lan Yufeng, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he hummed. I'm laughing like a lewd thing, obviously I'm smiling brightly. Lan Yufeng retorted. Hearing this, Lan Yu Shallow did not reply, but just cast a contemptuous look at Lan Yufeng. After dinner, Lan Yufeng and Lan Yushailai took a shower and slept on the same bed with the air conditioner turned on. Originally, Lan Yufeng considered building a floor, but was rejected by Shallow Onion. The reason was that it wasn't her fault that she caught a cold. In the end, the two of them slept together on the same bed. It's just that Lan Yufeng smelled very comfortable because of the fragrance of the blue feather onion, but the elastic skin made him feel a little numb, and it was very comfortable to stick to. However, it was because of this that it was difficult for him to fall asleep, and he was thinking wildly. In contrast, Lan Yu's onion is more natural, hugging Lan Yufeng's arm and resting his head on Lan Yufeng's chest, sleeping very comfortably. Feng, I won't let you, my. The girl's dream words sounded so vague that it was hard to hear, making Lan Yufeng a little helpless. Finally, Lan Yufeng didn't fall asleep until 1 or 2 in the morning. The next day, when Lan Yufeng woke up, the pretty figure beside him had long since disappeared. In this regard, Lan Yufeng also stretched his waist, then got up and got dressed and washed. It was only when Lan Yufeng and Lan Yushallow had eaten breakfast and went to school that Lan Yufeng realized that his 1 million yuan had been credited. To this end, Lan Yufeng shyly showed off in front of the blue feather light green onion. And this, but ushered in the contempt of Lan Yushallow. In the words of blue feather shallow onion, a mere 1 million is nothing in front of me. Well, Lan Yufeng couldn't refute, and rout. After all, his genius sister Lan Yushallow's monthly salary is more than that. Time passed, another week passed, and after the end of the semester exam, the students of Keihei Academy finally ushered in the summer vacation. However, this was a busy start for Lan Yufeng. Because he was going to collect red envelopes outside Isagami Island. On the first day of summer vacation, Lan Yufeng went to Nangong's home that month. You want to leave Xianshen Island? Nangong put down the teacup that month and said in surprise. Yeah. So I asked if you have some tasks. Lan Yufeng spread his hands and muttered. I just want to make some money and draw cards. Didn't you make 1 million a week ago? Nangong was speechless that month. Oh, all spent. Lan Yufeng said through gritted teeth. Drawing 500,000 cards. In the end, I only got 1 SSR, which made me mad. The 300,000 figure was bought. The remaining 100,000 was bought for skins. So I only have more than 100,000 left, which is not enough at all. Lan Yufeng pouted. You can get out, really. Nangong Neiu's face was full of contempt. A prodigal son. Tisk, that Yuejiang is more prodigal than me. I just draw some cards and buy some game skins. Any one of the collectibles in Yuejiang's house is more prodigal than me. Lan Yufeng refused to accept it and tried his best. Can those things of yours be compared with my collection? Nangong Neiu hummed. I'm all historical relics. Why can't we compare? Lan Yufeng hummed. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to your kid. Nangong waved his hand that month. However, speaking of tasks, there is indeed a task that is suitable for you. Anyway, if you have nothing to do in the summer vacation, you will be a dead man playing games and watching anime at home. You might as well find something to do. Nangong took a sip of tea that month and said slowly. What mission? Lan Yufeng said solemnly. I won't do it if it's not difficult, I want to make a lot of money. Don't worry, the difficulty is absolutely guaranteed to your satisfaction. If you are satisfied, you will die if you are not careful. Nangong Neiu said with a half smile. Che, who are you scaring? I'm scared. Lan Yufeng pouted. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 24 Vatara's Temptation. Eastern Europe, the realm of the King of War, Lan Yufeng was walking on the city street named Dimi Toriyi, looking for a certain cafe by navigating with his mobile phone. Although the Empire of the Night is a country ruled by the true ancestor, there are many vampires, but the human base below is still more than vampires. Living in the Empire of Night, people theoretically need to donate blood regularly, which is their obligation. If you don't comply, you will not be protected by the law. In that case, you can basically declare it cool. The humans here are, after all, sustainable blood packs. Lan Yufeng glanced at passers-by and shook his head. However, everyone has their own way of living, and he has no right to say anything more. Soon, Lan Yufeng navigated with his mobile phone and came to the number 1 private room of an elegant cafe. There, a blonde man was already waiting there. His identity is impressively Dimitri Vatra. Dimitri Vatra, although only a vampire of the old generation, gained an incomparably powerful power by devouring 2 elder-level vampires, and obtained power close to the true ancestor. Even Nangong would be very solemn when facing this man that month. And this city is his territory. At the same time, it was this guy who issued the mission to Naoki-chan. Lan Yufeng, you are finally here. Dimitri Vatra looked at Lan Yufeng who walked in, grinned, and the vampire fangs radiated a cold light. If I can, I really don't want to see you. Lan Yufeng sat down across from Vatra with a blank expression and said coldly. It's heartless. You were the one who took away my aurora first, yet you were so indifferent to me. Vatra said with a smile. It should be me who should be angry. Although he said he should be angry, there was only a sick smile on this man's face. Aurora was never yours. Lan Yufeng mocked. You're nothing but a paranoid. After all, you're just looking at the power of the 4th primogenitor. Haha, you've changed. You speak so directly. Vatra smiled meaningfully. Recalling Lan Yufeng's scheming and madness in the Banquet of Flames, Vatra narrowed his eyes. At the Banquet of Flames a year ago, because of Lan Yufeng's calculations, he suffered a big loss, and it took nearly half a year to recover. People always change. Lan Yufeng said indifferently. And I now have the capital to change. The capital of change. Vatra smiled playfully. Are you referring to the power you have acquired this year? Or you have acquired it earlier, and it has only been revealed recently? In that case, the surrender is really deep, and it is not necessary in such a dangerous and desperate situation as the Banquet of Flames. I didn't come to talk to you about this. Tell me, where is the mission target? Lan Yufeng said calmly. The target of the mission is Bruder Dumblegraph, who is a mercenary employed by the Western European Church on the surface. The descendant of Saint George, the Dragon Slayer family, is secretly affiliated with the Dark Ministry of the Western European Church. Vatra took out a photo from his pocket, pushed it towards Lan Yufeng, and said slowly. Recently slaughtered my subordinates in my territory and was wanted by me, and is currently on the run. Bruder. Hearing this, Lan Yufeng narrowed his eyes, and scattered impressions appeared in his mind. Is that the case? The criminal who escaped from the prison barrier in the original book? I remember that this guy is very powerful, and even defeated several of Vatra's beasts and injured Vatra. No wonder Naoki-chan said that this mission was dangerous. The reward for the task is 10 million yen, no problem. Vatra said with a smile. 50 million, otherwise we won't talk about it. Lan Yufeng said calmly. The reason why Vatra released this quest and indicated that he wanted him to come may really have the intention of arresting Bruder. After all, it is estimated that Yueshin arrested Bruder in the original book. However, when he came to him, Vatra's intention was very clear, to test his strength. 50 million is 50 million. Vatra frowned slightly, and finally smiled lightly. Tisk, how about 100 million? Lan Yufeng pouted. These words made Vatra's expression froze. 100 million is free to talk. Did this guy really take him for granted? Stingy. Lan Yufeng sneered. So, back to the original topic, have you found the trace of this guy Bruid? Lan Yufeng asked. No. It's just that my men are searching for his location, Vatra said slowly. Tell me all the information in detail. Lan Yufeng said slowly, not surprised. Vatra smiled slightly and told the known information. He is hiding in the Forgotten Forest. Lan Yufeng's eyes flickered. Mao Ding said. Other escape routes will be searched sooner or later. He is not in a hurry to escape from the King of War domain. Only the Forgotten Forest with a special magnetic field can avoid this. Although the Forgotten Forest is close to the capital of the Battle King's domain, when you react, he probably has fled along the Forgotten Forest to the kingdom of Aldicchia. After hearing this, Vatala grinned and applauded. As expected of you, you are amazing. Stop pretending. You also guessed the possibility, so send your subordinates to chase after him. Lan Yufeng sneered. Although there is a possibility, I don't have that many troops to send over. Vatala said helplessly. Lan Yufeng did not believe Vatala's words. This man can be said to be the most dangerous group of people in the world. The strength is close to the true ancestor, and the idea is even more crazy. I don't have time to ink with you here. Lan Yufeng stood up and walked out indifferently. In response, Vatala followed with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Oh, I forgot one thing. When he left the cafe, Lan Yufeng suddenly turned around and said. Hey! Hearing this, Vatala looked over suspiciously. Suddenly, Lan Yufeng punched him directly in the stomach, making Vatara's face stiff and painful. I wanted to punch you for a long time. Lan Yufeng retracted his fist and pouted. Ha ha ha, interesting, you are really interesting. Vatala suddenly laughed. The pupils turned scarlet, and the vampire fangs appeared. Shaking M? You can still laugh after being punched by me. Lan Yufeng snorted coldly and walked straight forward. Vatala stared at Lan Yufeng's seemingly defenseless figure, smiled grimly, and returned to his original state. As if nothing had happened before. Ignoring the strange and astonished eyes of passers-by, Vatala calmly followed. At this time, Lan Yufeng also checked the opening conditions of the red envelope. Well, there is a platinum red envelope on this Valtra. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 25 Lan Yufeng vs Dragon Slayer. Lan Yufeng's brows were raised slightly by the opening conditions of the red envelope on Vatra's body. Because this activation condition is to completely kill Vatra. Killing Vatra is exactly what I want. A cold light flashed in Lan Yufeng's eyes. Of course, although he didn't mind killing Vatra, at least he had to grow up to be able to defeat Vatra head-on, and at the same time have the ability to protect himself or even contend in front of the true ancestor. Otherwise, pull one hair and move the whole body. Killing Vatra will cause the first primogenitor to be furious, so he will attack him, and then trigger a series of changes. Although he doesn't care, he is not afraid of the so-called pursuit of the true ancestor, but that will affect his friends. At least Xiao Nagisa will definitely not be watching. In that case, it is estimated that it will evolve into a head-on battle between the fourth primogenitor and the first primogenitor. Although this guy Vatala is crazy, he still respects the first primogenitor very much, plus his ability is enough, so he is reused by the first primogenitor. Otherwise, Vatara would have been executed long ago for the felony of devouring 2 elder-level vampires. For this reason, you can't take a shot at Vatara casually. Before the ability is insufficient, we can only wait for the opportunity to come. Platinum red envelopes are really not easy to get. Lan Yufeng muttered in his heart. Lan Yufeng rushed all the way to the vicinity of the Forgotten Forest. Why are you following me? Lan Yufeng glanced at Vatara beside him and said with disgust. Stalker. Vatala's expression stiffened, and then he said with a smile. I'm worried about you. After all, the enemy is Blood Danbograph, the descendant of Saint George, the Dragon Slayer family. Even I don't have the confidence to take him down. Haha. Lan Yufeng sneered. The devil will believe you. Maybe it's really impossible to deal with blood in normal mode. However, Valtilla's specialty is fusion beasts. Two already powerful familiar beasts fuse together to form a new familiar beast. Their power is not the same as the same day, enough to be comparable to the true ancestor level familiar beast. Of course, that is, there is still a little gap. The fusion of the three family members has completely reached the level of the real ancestor level family beasts. This level is enough to easily defeat Brooder. Vatra is a full-fledged combat fanatic, with a crazy style and crazy capital, so he is one of the most dangerous guys. I'm not interested in searching for blood with you. Find one side alone. Lan Yufeng said indifferently, jumped onto the tree, and rushed to the side with the help of the thick branches. It's really a headache. Vatala glanced at the wind direction where Lan Yufeng was leaving, his expression darkening. He intends to test Lan Yufeng's strength, but unfortunately this is the Forgotten Forest, an area where signals are isolated. In this case, the battle between Lan Yufeng and Brooder will not be seen, and the meaning of the test will be less than half. That's fine. It's not bad for me anyway. Vatala grinned and walked to the other side with a happy face. Lan Yufeng won, indicating that Lan Yufeng's strength is enough to threaten him. Lan Yufeng is dead, that means Lan Yufeng is nothing more than that. It shows that his previous concerns were all wrong. Of course. It would have been better if he had met Brooder. He was very curious about the descendant of Saint George, the Dragon Slayer family, and wanted to fight him. After the addiction was over, he made a big noise in the battle and attracted Lan Yufeng to come over, and the goal was achieved. While Vatala was making a wishful thinking, Lan Yufeng moved forward quickly through the branches. At the same time, in front of his eyes, there is a virtual map that only he can see. The sign on the map is the Forgotten Forest. And in the Forgotten Forest, a silver-red envelope moved quickly. And this silver-red envelope is the target of Brooder. To be honest, Lan Yufeng was also quite surprised. After reaching the Forgotten Forest, he tentatively opened the map and found that the red envelopes were refreshed. Sure enough, the refresh mechanism of some red envelopes changes with his position and situation. Lan Yufeng pondered slightly. This speed is a bit slow. Lan Yufeng looked at the red envelopes on the map, his eyes narrowed. The third gate, the gate of life, open. Suddenly, Lan Yufeng directly opened the third gate of the 8 gates Dungia, surrounded by light green arrogance. For this reason, Lan Yufeng's speed soared to a terrifying level, and he quickly narrowed the distance from Brooder. With Lan Yufeng's current physical fitness, and this is an improved version of the 8 gate Dungia, the burden on the body to open the third gate is already very small, and it can be opened for a long time, so it can be used to hurry. Hey! After more than 10 minutes, Brand, who was wearing armor and holding a big sword in his hand, seemed to have noticed something, stopped, and turned to look at the forest behind him, his face slightly condensed. Someone is catching up at a fast speed, isn't it a demon? Blood was a little puzzled. In the few seconds of Blood's doubts, the violent wind swept through, the leaves flew, and a figure appeared on the tall branch, looking down at him. Finally caught up with you. Lan Yufeng said in a deep voice. Catch up with me? The enemy? If that's the case, then there's nothing to say. Just knock it down. Brooder snorted coldly, stepped on the ground, and rushed up like a cannonball, extremely fast. The next moment, he suddenly swung the knife and cut the branch Lan Yufeng was standing on in half. However, when he attacked, Lan Yufeng disappeared from the branch, appeared above his head, and kicked him to the ground. Boom! An astonishing explosion sounded, and a big hole was smashed directly on the ground, scaring countless birds, and all kinds of animals fleeing. The speed is very fast, and it is only very fast. But are you giving me this power to tickle me? Brooder stood up from the pothole, looked at Lan Yufeng in free fall, and tilted his neck. Seeing that this guy had nothing to do, Lan Yufeng was speechless. Sure enough, the body of the descendant of the dragon slayer is an open existence. Even high-level orcs are not worthy to give him shoes. It is estimated that only orcs like the dead emperor who can transform into gods can compare. You can't move in the air, you're just a target. Bruder snorted coldly, jumped into the sky again, and slashed towards Lan Yufeng with the big sword in his hand. The fourth door, the injury door, open. Lan Yufeng's eyes narrowed, and he directly opened the fourth door. The arrogance around his body turned dark green, and his strength and energy increased significantly. Clang! In the next instant, Lan Yufeng had a red spear in his hand, which collided with the great sword wielded by Bruder. The collision of metal exploded, sparks splashed, and in the center of the collision, a circle of smashed air turned into a white circle and drifted away, and the wind was howling. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 26 Earth-Shattering Battle. After the two powerful forces were deadlocked in the air for a short time, Lan Yufeng was blasted out directly. When he was about to hit the tree, he reversed his posture and stabbed the tree with a demon-breaking red rose. And Bruder smashed to the ground again. Only, this time he landed firmly on the ground. In the competition for power, Lan Yufeng was at a disadvantage. This guy is really strong. Lan Yufeng's expression became more solemn. His current strength is enough to easily hang his former self. As a result, he opened the fourth door and actually lost the power competition. As expected of a ruthless man who can injure Vatala. It seems that I won't be serious if I don't take it seriously. Lan Yufeng took out the demon-breaking red rose and fell to the ground. This time, Bruder did not take the opportunity to attack. Neither of them had the means to fly, so it was too inconvenient to fight in mid-air. I hereby apologize for my previous contempt. Lan Yufeng pointed at Bruder with the tip of a gun, his face serious. In this battle, if he is not serious, he has no advantage. The demon-breaking red rose is very strong against demons. But in the face of Bruder's purely physical existence, the demon-breaking red rose can only be said to be a very sturdy ordinary spear. The power of breaking the devil is useless. If you're serious, then show me your hidden strength. I'm going to be real here. Bruder said in a deep voice. It looks like you are a fighting maniac too. Lan Yufeng sighed. But that's right, after all, you are the descendant of the dragon slayer. The fifth door, Duman, open. Without further nonsense, Lan Yufeng let out a low voice and directly opened the fifth door. In an instant, the green arrogance around Lan Yufeng became more intense again, astonishing spiritual power fluctuations intertwined, and Lan Yufeng's veins swelled up. However, with this level of power, it is still within the tolerance range. It's getting stronger again, it's interesting. Bruder laughed, stepped on the ground, and rushed towards Lan Yufeng. The violent power erupted, causing a big pit to be formed on the ground. At the same time that Bruder acted, Lan Yufeng also acted. The violent speed exceeded the speed of sound, forming a terrifying airflow that made the land roll over. Lan Yufeng instantly appeared in front of Bruder and swept out with a shot. Clang! However, even at supersonic speed, Bruder actually reacted, and the big sword in his hand slammed against Lan Yufeng. Two violent forces erupted, the ground beneath the two of them collapsed crazily, and the wind whistled, clearing everything close to the two of them. Because the earth and rocks stirred up by the strong wind are enough to pierce through the body of ordinary people. The first collision, so that the two did not stop, this is just the beginning. Lan Yufeng fights frantically. When Lan Yufeng is holding the red rose that breaks the magic, he will naturally know the martial arts of Dilumuduo. And Brand's swordsmanship is equally tyrannical. For this reason, the red spear and the white greatsword turned into red ons and white ons and collided wildly, showing their respective edges. As the battle became more and more fierce and sinister, the surrounding environment was devastated, with potholes everywhere, the land rolled over, countless trees were broken. and no one could approach this area. This amazing movement also made some searching vampires, especially Vatara, aware of it. For this reason, his face was full of excitement, and he directly summoned his own beast, standing on its snake head and rushing over. If you fight again, you will attract that guy from Vatara. Quick fight! After Lan Yufeng's addiction to duels, he froze in his heart, swept out a shot, and directly forced blood away. Get away! To be honest, Bruder is undoubtedly the most difficult one among the people who singled out after he gained power. Even now, he was driving the fifth door, Duman, and relying on Dairumdo's martial arts, he was barely tied. As for Shunpo's speed, Bruder really couldn't react at first, but after he used it a few times, he actually saw through it. This kind of terrifying combat intuition is really amazing. It made Lan Yufeng deeply understand that the bloodline of the Dragon Slayer is an open existence. Sixth Gate Jingmen open. Lan Yufeng took a deep breath and directly opened the sixth gate. Not only will you increase your ability to control this violent power, but also increase your power again. It's actually strengthened again, interesting. Bruder laughed and rushed over like a cannonball. The big sword in his hand slashed an astonishing slash, directly slashing a terrifying sword mark where Lan Yufeng was originally located, and the countless trees in front were vertically split in half. However, this kind of slash has no meaning for Lan Yufeng. Because he can easily dodge this kind of attack by relying on Shunpo. Lan Yufeng suddenly appeared in the air and retracted his spear. Hey! This scene made Bruder's pupils congeal, and there was an ominous premonition. Toward the peacock. Lan Yufeng swung his fists at an unreadable speed, rubbing against the air. Immediately, countless flames appeared, coupled with the infusion of magic power, the flames condensed into a huge flame peacock, covering the earth at supersonic speed. This big move caused Bruder's complexion to change slightly. However, because this move was too fast, he didn't have time to dodge at all, so he could only dignifiedly wave the big sword and plan to cut the fire peacock apart. Crack! However, when he was about to swing his sword, Lan Yufeng's pupils did not know when they turned into kaleidoscopes. The ability of Honkai was activated suddenly, and the great sword, which was already on the verge of its limit due to the violent collision, turned into iron dust and dissipated in the air. The ability to collapse will increase the consumption of pupil power with the strength of the enemy, but a mere weapon that is about to be scrapped will not consume much pupil power at all. The sudden collapse of the weapon made blood stunned and directly resisted the fire peacock's attack. Immediately, the ground collapsed again due to the violent impact, creating a large pit with a radius of more than 100 meters, filled with smoke, and the flames even set the forest on fire. At the same time, Lan Yufeng floated to the ground, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel degenerated into 3-hook jade writing wheel eyes, and the 3-hook jade rotated, watching the movement below. In the end, Lan Yufeng disliked the smoke as being too much of a hindrance, and threw a punch, and the resulting fist wind blew the smoke away. And Lan Yufeng saw the situation in the pothole clearly. Bruder lay in the pothole, his armor was scrapped, his chest heaved slightly, and he was burned beyond recognition. Although not dead, it is estimated that he is already 18, and he is not far from death. Fight against Lan Yufeng with all his strength, even if his body is amazing. It was an enjoyable battle. You are very strong. Lan Yufeng said slowly. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 27 Shock Vatara. Convinced of defeat. Bruder hoarsely said. When the words fell, he slowly let out his breath. Looking at Bruder who was completely dead, Lan Yufeng shook his head and recovered his body. Ding! Congratulations to the author for recovering the descendant of the Dragon Slayer and obtaining 5,000 exchange points. The sound of the system sounded in his mind, which surprised Lan Yufeng a little. Sure enough, the blood of the Dragon Slayer is very valuable. Sighing a little, Lan Yufeng's writing wheel eyes condensed slightly, and he suddenly looked up into the distance. There, a large movement appeared, and a dark grey snake appeared. Standing above it was Vadala. Hee, it's too late. As expected of you, you actually killed the last descendant of the Dragon Slayer. Vadala stared at the battlefield here and said with a smile. Without seeing Bruder's body, Vadala thought that Bruder was burnt to ashes. Can you tell me, what type of magic eyes are your eyes? Immediately, Vadala stared at Lan Yufeng's three-legged jade riding round eyes and grinned. There's no need to tell you. Lan Yufeng snorted coldly, and his pupil power burst out. Although he does not understand illusion, but relying on the pupil power of Sharinyan is enough to form the power of illusion. In an instant, Vadala's body trembled, feeling like he was caught in a quagmire. Illusion. Vadala's eyes narrowed, the magic power in his body surged out, and the beasts in his body screamed, directly breaking through the illusion. This level of illusion doesn't seem to have much effect on the upper vampires. Lan Yufeng looked at Vadala indifferently, not surprised. Using illusion on me means you want to declare war with me? Come out, Saguro. Vadala grinned, his arms were red, and he summoned a blue giant snake again. Oh, if you want to fight, I don't mind killing you. Lan Yufeng ignored Vadala and snorted. These words made Vadala's eyes flash, and after looking at Lan Yufeng for a few seconds, he spread his hands indifferently. How could I possibly want to fight you? Rather, I'm very grateful to you for helping me solve a trouble. Vadala said hypocritically. Although he wanted to attack Lan Yufeng very much now, he felt a mortal sense of danger just now, which made him resist the urge to fight. Haha. Lan Yufeng sneered, got out of the 8-door dungeon estate, and quickly left here. Remember to send 50 million quickly. What a headache guy. Isn't the growth rate a little too fast? Valtala smiled playfully. However, I am also at a critical moment of breakthrough here. I am looking forward to what level I can achieve by integrating one more beast. At the same time, summon a new beast as well. Vadala murmured, looking directly at the pit below. Vampires are strong on familiar beasts. If the opponent's speed can avoid familiar beasts and point directly at the vampires of familiar beast owners, it will undoubtedly be very troublesome. Ordinary people can't do this, but Lan Yufeng can. This kind of power and speed, even he has some troubles to deal with. When he was away from Vadala's side, Lan Yufeng's eyes also changed back to the original light red, and a sense of weakness came. Sure enough, the 6th door cannot be opened casually. Lan Yufeng shook his head. Of course, the harvest this time is really good. Lan Yufeng smiled slightly and directly clicked on the silver red envelope in front of him. If other red envelopes are like blood and markas, the opening condition is to defeat. Thinking of the opening conditions on Usas, he felt depressed for a while. However, if you defeat Naoki-chan, the difficulty seems to have increased. Abandoning the distracting thoughts in his mind, Lan Yufeng waited for the red envelope to be opened. The silver light suddenly appeared, and a white light flew out. The sound of the system also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the silver red envelope and getting an invisibility charm. Invisibility charm, it allows the owner to enter the invisible state for 1 hour, while ignoring the detection of the enchantment. Hey, this is a good thing. Lan Yufeng's eyes lit up and he stopped to hurry. Although it is a one-time item, the success rate can undoubtedly be greatly improved when it is used to complete the task of stealing kisses that month sauce. Wait, why did my thinking become so dirty? It's all the fault of the dog system. Lan Yufeng pouted again. System. 5,000 points, do you want to exchange for a big red envelope? Lan Yufeng stroked his chin and pondered slightly. Tisk, let's forget this, the so-called big red envelopes are all a pit. Lan Yufeng remembered the thing he opened last time, and smashed his mouth in disgust. Compared with the so-called small red envelopes and big red envelopes, it is better to save 10,000 exchange points to open a delicate red envelope. If even the exquisite red envelopes are filled with garbage, then Lan Yufeng is really desperate for the recycling system, it's too pitiful. Afterwards, Lan Yufeng quickly left the Battle King realm. Lan Yufeng ignored Vatra's request to warmly entertain him. Staying by the side of such a dangerous guy at will, is completely disregarding the safety of life. Although Lan Yufeng's trump card can kill this guy, but in case Lan Yufeng won't easily kill this guy, the impact is too great, and at the same time, the burst trump card will hurt his muscles and bones, which is not cost-effective. After leaving the Battle King domain, Lan Yufeng didn't immediately return to Xianjin Island, but came to RB's main island. The red envelopes refreshed in the Battle King domain are also big ones, the diamond red envelopes on the first true ancestor, and the platinum red envelopes on Vatala. There is also the platinum red envelope on Bruder's body, other than that, it's gone. For this reason, there is no need to stay in the Warlord realm. On the island of RB, there are still some red envelopes, although most of them are bronze red envelopes. To say that the area with the most red envelopes is the Lion King Agency. In the forest of Takagami, located in Oi Mountain in Kyoto Prefecture, the number of red envelopes accounts for more than half. 1 gold red envelope, 2 silver red envelopes, and 5 or 6 bronze red envelopes. To this end, Lan Yufeng plans to take a trip to the Forest of High Gods. Lan Yufeng is very interested in the Lion King dating agency. Well, in the original book, not only did Xiaokukan madly send a psychic harem, but also wiped his A. Just wanting to rely on the power of the fourth primogenitor to maintain peace and stability is too good. Of course, this is only Lan Yufeng's own understanding based on anime. In addition to wanting to go to the High Gods Forest, Lan Yufeng also has another mission. Naoki-chan entrusted her with the task. Kill an old generation vampire. In other words, it is clearly within the control scope of the Lion King Agency, and he still needs to take action. Lan Yufeng guessed that it was Nei Yuijiang who was fighting for his job. After all, Yu-chan and the Lion King Agency are equivalent to business rivals. However, Lan Yufeng was not interested in knowing the deep meaning of this kind of thing. If he really wanted him to choose who to help, it would undoubtedly be Naoki-chan. After all, Yu Zhang was his benefactor. And can he help him make money by taking tasks? Hey, so, he is also a business opponent with the Lion King Agency? This is a question worth thinking about. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, *. Chapter 28 Lan Yufeng and Huangsaka Sayaka. The objective of the mission is Sandy Dora, a registered demon who escaped from the destruction of the Ilavaz Demon Special Zone. Known to be a female old generation vampire with 3 beasts. 1 thunder-type beast, 1 water-type beast, and 1 possessed beast. Can you form armor? It also has a way of changing its appearance. No wonder this guy dared to appear on the island of RB after he escaped. If he hadn't caught a little pigtail, he wouldn't even know where he went. Walking in a small town in RB, Lan Yufeng thought back to the target information and pondered slightly. It's a little troublesome that there is no red envelope on the target's body. Lan Yufeng sighed lightly. But it's nothing. This task is secondary. Lan Yufeng shrugged. Open the red envelopes that can be opened first. The reason why he stayed on the island of RB was not because of this mission at all. The task is optional, and the main purpose is to open the red envelope first. The silver red envelope in this small town is Huangsaka Sayaka. Lan Yufeng called out the virtual map and enlarged it, his expression slightly subtle. Huangsaka Sayaka is undoubtedly one of the heroines of this world, and is Wu Weiwen of the Lion King organization. But her character is still very twisted. He suffers from androphobia because his father was often violent when he was a child, and he hates men very much. It's a little troublesome. Lan Yufeng shook his head slightly. But let's go and have a look. Thinking of these things, Lan Yufeng relied on the virtual map to find Huangsaka Sayaka. On the rooftop of a certain building, there is a beautiful girl with green eyes, slender and tall, with white skin, very light hair, and gorgeous and graceful facial features, reminiscent of cherry blossoms in full bloom. Damn it, lost it again, troublesome guy. Huangsaka Sayaka looked at the crowd, clenching her silver teeth, feeling a little depressed. She was sent by the Lion King agency to track down Sandy Dora. But the target was too cunning, throwing her off many times. And in such a dense crowd, it is impossible for her to make a big noise. I am also afraid that the other party will mess up. That would affect many ordinary people. Suddenly, the door of the rooftop was opened, which surprised Huangsaka Sayaka and hurriedly looked over. Man! Huangsaka Sayaka frowned, her face full of disgust. Hey, what are you doing? Don't jump off the building when you're young. Lan Yufeng ran over in a terrified manner. Hey! Hearing this, Huangsaka Sayaka's face was full of confusion, and she didn't react for a while. When she reacted, Lan Yufeng hugged her waist and pulled her back from the edge of the roof. What are you doing? UBD. Being suddenly hugged, Huangsaka Sayaka's forehead exploded with anger, and at the same time, her delicate body trembled because of male phobia. Hey! At this time, Lan Yufeng also suddenly felt his palms go numb, and a strange force drilled into his body and bounced him off at the same time. Wu Weiwen's curse, a bit annoying. Lan Yufeng looked at the dark palms and frowned slightly. Wu Weiwen of the Lion King Agency is one of the types of magicians under the jurisdiction of the Lion King Agency. Proficient in curse and assassination skills, usually not good at melee combat, most of the spells used are long-range and large, and most of the defensive spells. Of course, Huangsaka Sayaka, who is strong in both close combat and long-distance combat, is a special case of genius. Turning back to the topic, Wu Weiwen's curse is not only actively cast, but also imposes a special curse itself. People with bad intentions will encounter malicious backlash and revenge if they touch Wu Weiwen. And Lan Yufeng just touched Huangsaka Sayaka at will, and was directly attacked by the curse. I'm not afraid that you will commit suicide by jumping off the building. Lan Yufeng said with a face full of regret. A ghost would jump off a building. Huangsaka Sayaka said through gritted teeth. Speaking of which, I kindly planned to save you, but you still cursed me, it's too immoral. Lan Yufeng spread his palms and said with a gloomy face. Ghost knows you're a magician. Deserving it. Huangsaka Sayaka's eyes twitched, looking at the uneasy and kind man in front of him, he snorted coldly, shot a small gun, jumped to the next floor, and quickly left here. The curse of trouble. Lan Yufeng glanced at the dark palm, shook his head, and expelled it out of his body with powerful spiritual power. However, expelling the curse cost him nearly half of his spiritual power, which surprised him a little. That being said, unless it is someone Wu Weiwen approves, it is completely impossible for the rest of the people to do indescribable things to them. Unless you are proficient in spell-breaking spells. Therefore, Wu Weiwen of the Lion King Agency does not have to worry about being abused after being captured alive, and can keep her pure death. Sure enough, the Lion King Agency still has something. Although most of Wu Weiwen are very beautiful, she is the poisonous hedgehog. However, my goal has been achieved. Lan Yufeng muttered, looking at the silver-red envelope in front of him. The opening condition is to let Huangsaka Sayaka's knee rest for 10 minutes. MMP, dog system, you're trying to kill me, right? Lan Yufeng was full of black lines. If you touch it, you will be cursed. If you touch it for 10 minutes, it will be a pigtail. Not to mention, a lap pillow. So, the premise of opening this red envelope is to let me attack Huangsaka Sayaka? Lan Yufeng pressed his eyebrows. Forget it, let's take the strategy. Sooner or later, we'll have to attack. Lan Yufeng shook his head and looked at the crowd below. Next, Lan Yufeng roamed this small town, grabbing the only 2 bronze-level red envelopes. The first bronze-level red envelope was opened with appetizing knife meat, which made Lan Yufeng nostalgic for this pitiful junk food. However, the products produced by the system must be high-quality products, not messy, and delicious. The second bronze-level red envelope is a bit interesting, and it has been a long time to open something useful. A power spar that can withstand a blow from an old vampire. Although it is a one-time item, it is not bad for a bronze-level red envelope. After Lan Yufeng collected these 2 things, Lan Yufeng suddenly found through the virtual map that Huangsaka Sayaka, who had been moving, had stopped moving in a large amount, and had been moving in a small amount. This made Lan Yufeng raise his eyebrows and feel calmly. The powerful magic wave is a little far from here. Lan Yufeng narrowed his eyes, opened the 3rd gate, the Gate of Life, and rushed over quickly through the roof. When Lan Yufeng rushed over, in an abandoned industrial area, Huangsaka Sayaka looked at the figure opposite dignifiedly, holding a bow and arrow. Opposite her, an old woman with a cruel face burst out with amazing magic. In front of her, there is a thunder-type beast that looks like a leopard, but is intertwined with thunder and lightning, and its size is comparable to that of a tank. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, *. Chapter 29 The Second Generation of Vampires. Wu Weiwen of the Lion King organization, it's stupid to take the risk and follow after showing a little flaw. Sandy Dora's face wriggled, changed back to the appearance of a middle-aged woman, and mocked. It's not stupid, it's not what you said. Huangsaka Sayaka snorted coldly, the spiritual power in the air of the bow and arrow turned into a spiritual arrow and shot at Sandy Dora. However, the moment she made her move, the lightning-type beast swiftly blocked her way. The spiritual arrows shot on the leopard, and it was just a little spark of lightning. Roar! Suddenly, Lai Bao roared and rushed towards Huangsaka Sayaka, extremely fast. Facing Lai Bao's attack, Huangsaka Sayaka's complexion changed slightly, and without hesitation, he retreated, rushed to the roadway, and attacked while retreating. The thunder leopard burst out with lightning and smashed the arrows, and a large number of thunder snakes erupted, attacking Huangsaka Sayaka. In this regard, Huangsaka Sayaka could only use the terrain to dodge and fight gorillas. Time passed, and when Lan Yufeng rushed over, a dazzling arrow suddenly appeared in the sky, forming a formation, and the arrows rained down, covering the entire area. However, in the next moment, a violent thunderstorm appeared and the water splashed, thereby forming a series of violent explosions in this abandoned industrial area. It's quite a riot. Lan Yufeng rushed over, squinting at the battlefield, scanning the silhouettes of both sides. At this time, on the edge of the battlefield, Huangsaka Sayaka held the first form of the 6-type heavy-armored demon Bao Huang Hualan, the silver giant's sword, half kneeling on the ground, his whole body charred black, looking quite miserable. Even so, a large swath of water spread in this area, and there was a faint electric current shining, paralyzing Huangsaka Sayaka's body, making Huangsaka Sayaka unable to move, her face full of pain. The combined attack of the thunder-type beast and the water-type beast is interesting. Lan Yufeng raised his eyebrows. No wonder Huangsaka Sayaka was defeated. After all, the other party really restrained her a bit. Although the 6-type heavy armor Bao Huang Hualan is very strong, the giant sword form has the ability to absolutely defend the barrier that makes physical attacks ineffective, but unfortunately it is facing the beasts of elemental attacks. At the same time, chopping with a giant sword and chopping water has an egg. Chopping leopard will be reversed. Of course, the other party will also be cut in half, which is equivalent to losing both sides. Sandy Dora, the old fritters, obviously did not do this. In the bow and arrow form, although Lan Yufeng didn't see the battle process, he certainly couldn't take advantage of the opponent. It's so arrogant that a Wu Weiwen doesn't wait for her companion's sword which to come to me. It's arrogant. Sandy Dora mocked. If your companion is with you, even I will have a headache. Hearing this, Wangsaka Sayaka couldn't refute. This time, in order to prevent the other party from escaping again, she couldn't help getting on alone, and she didn't wait for the sword witch who was her current partner to come. Die! Sandy Dora cruelly looked at Wangsaka Sayaka, lightning surged, and a lightning strike with a thick arm was blasted out by Libeo. Pointing directly at Wangsaka Sayaka. The fourth door, the wound door, open. At the moment Libeo attacked, Lan Yufeng also directly opened the fourth door, and at the same time used Shunpo, disappeared in place in an instant, and appeared in front of Wangsaka Sayaka. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of her, Wangsaka Sayaka couldn't help being stunned. In the next instant, a red long spear appeared in Lan Yufeng's hand, which was swept out, and the wind whistled, directly dispelling the lightning strike. Hey! Another magician! Sandy Dora frowned and looked at Lan Yufeng, his face full of killing intent. Stupid woman, are you all right? Lan Yufeng looked sideways at Wangsaka Sayaka behind him, and said slowly. Well, it's a bit of nonsense. How can you be fine like this? It's you. Wangsaka Sayaka exclaimed in shock. Why do you want to save me? Why save you? Because you have what I want in you. Lan Yufeng said casually. My body. Hearing this, Wangsaka Sayaka undoubtedly misunderstood something, her pretty face flushed red, and she stared at Lan Yufeng. Go away, this guy is not something you can handle. Wangsaka Sayaka took a deep breath and said quickly. Although Lan Yufeng spoke a little eloquently, but standing up to save her at this time is undoubtedly her benefactor, enough to make her abandon her previous prejudice. I'll take care of this kind of stuff in 2 or 3 times. It's you who should go. Lan Yufeng shrugged and said casually. While saying this, Lan Yufeng suddenly turned around and grabbed Wangsaka Sayaka's arm. You, what are you doing? Wangsaka Sayaka panicked. Let's go. Lan Yufeng took Wangsaka Sayaka's arm and threw it directly outside the battlefield. Hey, no more curses. Lan Yufeng looked at the palm of his hand in surprise, with a strange expression. Be careful. Wangsaka Sayaka fell to the ground in a rather embarrassed manner. When she was about to say a few words to Lan Yufeng, her pupil shrank, and she noticed the movements of the thunder leopard familiar and the water snake familiar, and she quickly reminded her. Little devil, you dare to be distracted when you are confronting me, courting death. At this time, Sandy Dora launched a joint attack by relying on the beasts with a hideous expression. The water snake spewed a mist of water that filled the entire area. Thunder leopard discharges, using water mist as a carrier, to carry out large-scale lightning strikes. Troublesome guy. Lan Yufeng frowned slightly, and his figure disappeared instantly. Where did you go? Sandy Dora's pupil shrank, scanning the battlefield, but she couldn't find any trace of Lan Yufeng at all. Pfft! In the next instant, Lan Yufeng appeared in front of Sandy Dora, and the red spear pierced her heart directly. As for the possessed beasts on her body, they are useless even for eggs. In the face of the demon-breaking red rose, the family members of this magical form are just paper. Pfft! Sandy Dora stared blankly at the red spear that pierced her heart. She vomited blood and screamed mournfully. The power of breaking the devil makes a vampire like her suffer. You have a good way of controlling the beasts. Unfortunately, it is me who is facing me. Lan Yufeng said indifferently. Hearing this, Sandy Dora's eyes showed unwillingness and hatred, and could only die. Recycle. Lan Yufeng said to the system calmly. Ding! The recovery is successful. Congratulations to the master for getting 2,500 points. The system's voice sounded, and Sandy Dora's body also disappeared. On the other side, Wangsaka Sayaka, who had just condensed the arrows of spiritual power and planned to provide remote support, looked at Lan Yufeng in shock, unable to return to his senses for a while. The old-time vampire who abused her so badly, was actually killed like this? Hwangsaka Sayaka felt bad for a while. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Hwawa, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 30. Isn't it common sense to ask for a knee pillow if you are grateful? However, recalling Lan Yufeng's speed just now, Hwangsaka Sayaka couldn't help being silent. At that terrifying speed, she couldn't react at all, and her dynamic vision couldn't keep up. And that red long spear is undoubtedly the spear of breaking the devil. Adding these two factors together, it seems that it is not difficult to kill the old vampires in seconds. After all, the vampires of the old generation are very strong, and they are also strong in controlling the beasts. Avoiding the familiar one-hit kill is known to be the best way to fight vampires. It's just that it's hard for anyone to do it this way. At this time, Lan Yufeng took back the red spear and got out of the state of the 8 Gates Dungeon. Lan Yufeng walked towards Hwangsaka Sayaka step by step. Just now, thank you. Seeing Lan Yufeng approaching, Hwangsaka Sayaka was ready to thank him. Although she hates men and has androphobia, it depends on the object. For example, she respects the only male among the 3 saints of the Lion King Agency. And Lan Yufeng was her savior, so she naturally abandoned her prejudice and felt more favorable. Thump. However, before Hwangsaka Sayaka's words were spoken, Lan Yufeng threw himself down in front of Hwangsaka Sayaka. This made Hwangsaka Sayaka stunned. You, what's wrong with you? Hwangsaka Sayaka crouched down and said eagerly. It was a special burst mode just now. I came all the way here. I've already exhausted my physical strength. I'm so tired. Lan Yufeng pretended to be tired and pretended to be pitiful. Hearing this, Hwangsaka Sayaka's pupils condensed, her green eyes flashed, and her mood was difficult to calm down. That dark green arrogance really gave her a violent feeling. She really didn't expect that Lan Yufeng would come all the way in this explosive mode. So, Lan Yufeng only had one blow just now? Even so, he still chose to save himself. Thinking of this, Hwangsaka Sayaka pursed her lips, and a warm current flowed in her heart. Girls are emotional, and she is no exception. This time, she was really moved by Lan Yufeng. Although, she doesn't even know Lan Yufeng's name now. Sorry, it's all because I'm too arrogant. Hwangsaka Sayaka said guiltily. If you can you give me a lap pillow? I heard that a girl's lap pillow can help boys recover quickly. Lan Yufeng said expectantly. Lan Yufeng's request made Hwangsaka Sayaka stunned for a moment, and then a ray of crimson appeared on her pretty face. After struggling for a while, Hwangsaka Sayaka still knelt on the ground and let Lan Yufeng's head rest on his thigh. Because of this behavior, Hwangsaka Sayaka's whole person was not well, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her pretty face became more and more rosy. Honestly, it's embarrassing. However, it must be repaid. She doesn't like to owe favors to others. It's just that Lan Yufeng's request made her easy to think wrong. For example, whether Lan Yufeng likes her or not, the idea of not being able to stop appeared in her mind. By the way, my name is Lan Yufeng, what's your name? Lan Yufeng asked, pretending to be curious. Hwangsaka Sayaka. Hwangsaka Sayaka said hesitantly. Hwangsaka. Are you Wu Weiwen from the Lion King Agency? Where's your companion? Lan Yufeng asked. It will take some time for my companion to come over. Hwangsaka Sayaka replied. Don't do this kind of risky thing in the future. Lan Yufeng said with a serious face. You are Wu Weiwen. Although you are much stronger than ordinary Wu Weiwen, it is not advisable to fight the enemy alone. Ah, I see. Hwangsaka Sayaka was stunned and replied instinctively. What's going on here? How could she be preached inexplicably? What about you? Lan Yejun, where are you from? Huang Saka Sayaka asked curiously. Xiangamai Island. Lan Yufeng said casually. Xiangamai Island. Demon Special Zone. Huang Saka Sayaka's eyes narrowed. What's wrong? Lan Yufeng looked puzzled. Huang Saka Sayaka shook his head. Why are you in this small town? Sandy Dora is my mission target. Lan Yufeng said casually. So, she is also my mission target. What a coincidence. Huang Saka Sayaka sighed. It's really a coincidence. This shows that we have fate. Lan Yufeng said with a smile. Hearing these slightly ambiguous words, Huang Saka Sayaka didn't know how to answer for a while. Next, Lan Yufeng chatted with Huang Saka Sayaka. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Lan Yufeng didn't even remember it. Alas! Suddenly, an exclamation sounded, causing Lan Yufeng to raise his eyebrows and look over. Over there, a beautiful-looking girl from Lan Yufeng appeared in his eyes, who was undoubtedly Huang Saka Sayaka's companion on this mission. To be honest, Lan Yufeng is very curious why Ji Dong Suike is not with Huang Saka Sayaka. Or, the high-level executives of the Lion King dating agency have already started training Ji Dong Suina to have a lily with Xiao Nagisa? Well, the above is pure nonsense. Sai Yahua, so you are good. The fresh girl said with a smile. Poor Shui Cai Zhang was abandoned. Huang Saka Sayaka was stunned for a moment, then her pretty face instantly flushed and she stood up. Fortunately, Lan Yufeng responded in time and raised his head at the same time, otherwise his head would have hit the ground. No, don't get me wrong. I'm just repaying my gratitude. Yes, I'm repaying my gratitude. Huang Saka Sayaka explained quickly. It's just that such a vague explanation, the more the explanation is, the more chaotic it becomes, making the delicate girl's eyes more ambiguous. This made Huang Saka Sayaka extremely embarrassed and pinched the delicate girl's face. In this regard, the delicate girls are not convinced and pinched each other. For a time, the scene seems to be quite fragrant. Lan Yufeng looked strange, admiring the scene in front of him. When the pretty girl noticed Lan Yufeng's strange expression, she quickly stepped back and stopped making trouble with Huang Saka Sayaka. Hello, I'm Nami Kamikawa, Sayaka's companion. If you dare to treat Sayaka badly, I'll cut your bottom. The beautiful girl said terrifying words with a smile on her face. At least, Lan Yufeng was shocked and admired her. Idiot, I have nothing to do with him. Huang Saka Sayaka slammed Kamikawa Nami's head with a fist and said through gritted teeth. Next, it was a lecture and explanation, and the previous events were repeated aside. After listening, Kamikawa Nami first apologized solemnly to Lan Yufeng, and then solemnly thanked him again. Sayaka is a good girl, you must grasp it. However, when she finished speaking, Kamikawa Nami whispered. I will assist you in the future. To be honest, it was the first time she saw a boy who could easily touch Huang Saka Sayaka. Although Huang Saka Sayaka said that the two of them were nothing, the curse on Wu Weiwen was enough to explain everything. Maybe it's not love now, but at least I agree with each other, so the curse will not trigger. She is naturally happy to see her friend gradually overcome androphobia. And after knowing the previous battle, she also felt that Lan Yufeng was trustworthy. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 31 Go to the Forest of High Gods, that month's advice. Lan Yufeng looked at the girl in front of him who was out of his mind, and he didn't know how to answer for a while. Thanks for the opponent's active assists. Actually, I have an unkind request. Lan Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the two girls in front of him, and said earnestly. Hey! Hearing this, Huang Saka Sayaka and Kamikawa Nami both looked over. I'm curious about the Forest of High Gods, so I want to go shopping. Lan Yufeng touched his nose and said his request. Originally, he planned to ask Naoki-chan. Just, let Naoki-chan go to negotiate with the old rival's Lion King agency? I always feel that he will be beaten by Naoki-jiang and thrown out of the house. Now, it's a good opportunity. For those red envelopes in the Forest of High Gods, he is hot and tight. Are you going to the High Gods Forest? Hwangsaka Sayaka was shocked. So it is, so it is. Kamikawa Nami glanced back and forth between Lan Yufeng and Hwangsaka Sayaka with a smile, as if she understood something. So, what did you misunderstand? Lan Yufeng was speechless. Leave this to me. Kamikawa Nami clapped her palms and said with a smile. I will report it to Master Yuan Tang Yuan. I believe she will be released. That's it, thank you. Lan Yufeng smiled slightly. By the way, Hwangsaka, let me treat you. Immediately, Lan Yufeng looked at Hwangsaka Sayaka's injuries and said softly. Do you still use healing techniques? Hwangsaka Sayaka was surprised. Of course, I know a little. Lan Yufeng grinned. Although it can't cure a life-threatening serious injury, your injury can still be easily dealt with. Great. Kamikawa Nami gave a thumbs up. In this regard, Lan Yufeng was even more impressed by her. Well, the character is too masculine. This kind of girl paper is the type that you can't regard her as the opposite S**x, and instinctively regard her as a good buddy. However, Lan Yu-kun, you can't be called Hwangsaka. You have to be called Sayaka. Immediately, Nami Kamikawa said with a smile. Sayahua, you should be Feng Jun. So, what are you misunderstanding? Hwangsaka Sayaka turned into anger. Lan Yufeng looked at Kamikawa Nami and Hwangsaka Sayaka curiously and shook his head. Nami Kamikawa, I'm sure you are a good brother of Assist King. Sayaka, calm down, I'll treat you. Lan Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief, called Hwangsaka Sayaka's name indifferently, and came behind her. At the same time, Lan Yufeng's palm is also wrapped in spiritual power. It was the first time for him to use B-level medical ninjutsu, just to try the effect. After being called by Lan Yufeng's name directly, Hwangsaka Sayaka's expression froze, and her face became more and more rosy. After glaring fiercely at the smiling Nami Kamikawa, she tried to calm herself down. She is also curious about Lan Yufeng's treatment. At this time, Lan Yufeng put his palm on Hwangsaka Sayaka's back, and the spiritual power penetrated into her body. This made Hwangsaka Sayaka feel itchy, and at the same time, she also had a strange feeling that she was being seen, which made her almost freak out. However, when she was so embarrassed that she was close to breaking out, she was surprised to find that her injury had actually improved, so she could only purse her lips and endured the strange feeling, and continued to receive treatment. Lan Yufeng didn't mean to take advantage of her. On the other side, Nami Kamikawa touched her chin and looked at this side with a smile, but she was also lost in thought. She had never seen this kind of treatment. As a senior of Hwangsaka Sayaka, she knows a lot more than Hwangsaka Sayaka. However, there is still no impression, as if it is a brand new technique. Interesting boy. Kamikawa Nami muttered. After a long while, Lan Yufeng completely cured Hwangsaka Sayaka. Although this also made his remaining spiritual power almost exhausted. However, it is not that there is no gain, at least he took a small advantage. It seems that Hwangsaka Sayaka's favorability has risen a bit. Delusion? In this case, it is best to have two guides on the way to the High Gods Forest. In this way, Lan Yufeng, Hwangsaka Sayaka, and Kamikawa Nami exchanged mailboxes, and after a day of repairing in the small town, the three of them went to the High Gods Forest in Kyoto together. Well, it's worth mentioning that the silver red envelope opened on Hwangsaka Sayaka's body is medium spell resistance. Lan Yufeng is also quite satisfied with this thing. In the future, you can resist spells such as curses and curses. For example, the technique that could curse him to death, with the blessing of medium curse resistance, now at most makes him break his arms and legs, which is gratifying. However, when Lan Yufeng was just about to step into the High God's forest, a phone call from Naoki-chan came. "When are you coming back?" Nangong Naiyu's slightly concerned voice sounded. Let's take a while. I want to travel. For example, go to the High God's forest or something." Lan Yufeng sneered. The fact that he went to the High God's forest could not be hidden from Naiyu Ijiang, so it might be better to clarify it directly. "What are you doing at the Forest of High Gods?" Nangong put down the teacup in her hand that month, and the black tea was surging. She frowned. "I'm a little curious about the Lion King organization. At the same time, I want to talk to Sans Hung." "About Xiao Nagisa." Lan Yufeng sighed lightly. He went to the Forest of High Gods to open the red envelope. On the other hand, it is to directly mention the thing about Xiao Nagisa. The psychic medium that Xiao Nagisa needs must be a cute girl. He was really a little afraid that the Lion King matchmaking agency would put a bunch of male psychic mediums there when Xiao Nagisa was a woman. At that time, Lan Yufeng felt that he would beat all these male mediums to death and send them back. "Do you think it's safe for you to go to the Forest of High Gods alone?" Nangong said coldly. "You have to know that you are the goat. In the eyes of those guys, you are the mastermind behind the powerful force of the fourth primogenitor. I can protect you in Itagami Island. You go on the task of attacking the magician, and they don't dare to shoot at you blatantly, but it's different if you take the initiative to die." "That Yue Jiang, are you worried about me?" Lan Yufeng said with a smile. "I'm very touched. The ghost is worried about you." Nangong snorted coldly that month. "I'm just worried that you won't run errands for me if you hang up. Tsundere is not likable. I don't think that Yu-chan has tsundere attributes." Lan Yufeng teased. "Well, don't worry, I'll be fine. The Lion King dating agency isn't so cruel and stupid." Without waiting for Yusas to get angry, Lan Yufeng hung up the phone. This disobedient BD. Looking at the phone in his hand, Nangong Naiyu's face turned dark. "P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, **. Chapter 32 Xian Guyang or Fei Dao." After that month Chan's phone call, Lan Yufeng and Wang Saka Sayaka reunited. Before, they also reported the Lan Yufeng matter. It is emphasized that Lan Yufeng is the one who saved Wang Saka Sayaka this time. However, the two of them did not expect that Lord Sanshung would agree to this request without any hesitation. To be honest, they were quite surprised. "I thought it would take a bit of an argument, and it's likely to fail. Is this the High God's forest? The environment is really good." Lan Yufeng walked on the marble floor, glanced at the surrounding architectural styles that combined retro and modern, and praised. "Of course." Wang Saka Sayaka was proud. High God's Forest is the headquarters of the Lion King Agency. On the surface, it is a girls' boarding school, but in fact, a large number of excellent shinisists are gathered from all over Japan for training. At the same time, there is also the Sorcerer Disaster Administration, or SDC for short. So Lan Yufeng met a lot of girls who were curious about him along the way. Well, the girls' college mixed in with a boy, awesome. In addition, Lan Yufeng clearly felt that someone was watching him. Obviously a master of the Lion King Agency. However, Lan Yufeng didn't care, he didn't come here to make trouble anyway, probably. Led by Wang Saka Sayaka and Kamikawa Nami, Lan Yufeng calmly greeted various girls along the way, and also relied on the virtual map to open red envelopes. Most of the red envelopes in High God's Forest are pickup types, which really makes Lan Yufeng very happy. Finally don't have to face those opening tasks. An hour later, Lan Yufeng opened 2 silver red packets and 3 bronze red packets. Well, unsurprisingly, the bronze level red envelope has returned to its original pitiful posture again, and the openings are all rubbish. The first bronze level red envelope, an apple that has been bitten once. Knock in. You can't eat this stuff. The second bronze red packet, the shell of a pippy shrimp. What a spicy chicken thing. The third bronze level red envelope, the fat time of a certain middle school devil. What is the second devil? F***ck, how do you like to steal other people's fat times in the dog system? Lan Yufeng felt very tired. Fortunately, the two silver red envelopes he opened did not contain any spicy chicken stuff, otherwise he would really vomit blood. The first silver level red envelope opened up the domineering arrogance of the world of One Piece. The second silver level red envelope opens up the air dance in the world of Dragon Ball. These two skills are still very useful to him. It's just that the arrogance of seeing and hearing is also at an ordinary level, the same as when Shunpo was turned on. Ka-er, who can peek into a corner of the future, is obviously not a silver level red envelope that can be opened. Well, there should be a chance to open it, but the chance is too small. Of course, Lan Yufeng is not too obsessed with the domineering of advanced knowledge. For example, let's take the Sword Witch of the Lion King Agency as an example. There is a skill called spiritual vision. Can predict the future in a short time. That's right, it's just such a bug, and it's much easier to practice than advanced knowledge. After all, there are very few people with advanced knowledge in the world of One Piece. The location of the remaining red envelopes is a bit tricky. Lan Yufeng glanced at the virtual map and raised his eyebrows. Many of the remaining bronze-level red envelopes are in the girls' dormitory. He is a man, no matter how much sightseeing he can't go there. As for the gold-level red envelopes, one is from Yuan Tang Yuan, the master of Ji Dongxuka and Huangsaka Sayaka. In addition, there is another Xian Guiyang who is suspected to have just returned. The gold-level red envelope on Xian Guiyang's body was too troublesome, and Lan Yufeng didn't expect to open it. As for Anbina in the Three Saints, he is not in the Forest of High Gods. The last three saints didn't have a red envelope on their body. To be honest, Lan Yufeng was quite surprised. But remembering that the last three saints did not show a face in the anime novel, Lan Yufeng calmly classified it as a soy sauce character. At this time, a cat-type god appeared in front of the three Lan Yufeng. Lan Yufeng, come with me to do Shengting of the High God, the three saints want to see you. A lazy voice came from the cat-like god in front of him. Master. Wangsaka Sayaka and Kamikawa Nami hurriedly greeted and saluted. Oh, I see. Lan Yufeng glanced at the black cat Shikigami in front of him, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Yuan Tang Yuan is extremely terrifying for the control of demons and Shikigami. The appearance of the Shikigami under her hands is no different from that of humans, and it can reproduce the beating of the heart and body temperature. I am in the Forest of High Gods, and I can control the Shikigami to talk to people on Itagami Island, which is ADK. Afterwards, Lan Yufeng followed the black cat Shikigami away with a calm expression, leaving Wangsaka Sayaka and Kamikawa Nami in shock. Sansheng wants to see Lan Yufeng, which is really beyond their expectations. In a retro-style courtyard, Lan Yufeng stood indifferently on the wooden board and glanced at the bamboo curtain in front of him. With his dynamic vision, he should have easily seen through this obstacle, but Lan Yufeng only saw a hazy shadow. Obviously, there are spells engraved on it. What does the legendary Three Saints have to do with me? Lan Yufeng naturally asked first. About the fourth true ancestor Xiao Nagisa. A cold female voice sounded. Nagisa. Lan Yufeng put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked meaningfully at the female shadow. About me and Nagisa, you should have observed it very clearly. Xian Guiyang, no, should I call you Hideo-senpai? Lan Yufeng's words made Xian Guiyang's eyes narrow. So you found it when you searched? Xian Guiyang said slowly. Of course. After all, every time I look at you, I feel a sense of oppression. At that time, I was thinking, This beautiful senior must not be easy, so I asked Ne Yuijiang. Lan Yufeng shrugged, casually. Said. Of course, the above is purely a hustler, and Xian Guyang's identity is naturally known when watching anime. Well, even if you don't watch anime, there is a virtual map marked. I see. Xian Guyang nodded lightly. What do you think about the fourth primogenitor? Xian Guyang said slowly. What can I think? Nagisa is my friend, a cute junior girl, and I want to protect her. If possible, I just want her to go to school in such a peaceful way. Lan Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief and said softly. It's impossible. Xian Guyang said in a deep voice. The meaning of the fourth primogenitor is heavier than you think. As the fourth primogenitor, even if you don't have that kind of thinking, you will be involved in various things. I know more than you think, and I know very well that the next day will be very uneasy. Lan Yufeng shrugged and said in a deep voice. That's why I'm here to find you, Fadeo-senpai. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, power outage, eggs hurt, asterisk. Chapter 33 Negotiations with Xian Guyang. 1/8 for collection. P.S. The power outage last morning, it hurts, I owe it yesterday, try to make it up today. But this is the premise of not being able to write. The number of words in each chapter is nearly 2,200. To be honest, it is quite stressful. By the way, please support QAQ. Xian Guyang was silent. I don't mind that you send someone to monitor me and Nagisa. Because this kind of thing cannot be avoided. Lan Yufeng said calmly, directly clarifying the topic. I also know that you want to rely on the power of the fourth primogenitor to maintain the stability of all parties and increase the bargaining power of resisting the three primogenitors. Nagisa and I don't mind helping you with this kind of thing. But I advise you not to go too far. When Lan Yufeng said this, his eyes became sharp, and his pupils also changed into kaleidoscopes. The strange red light appeared, and the terrifying pupil power exploded. Because we are not lambs that you can use, but equal tigers. The claws are too long, so be careful to cut them off. Indeed, if the fourth primogenitor is a lamb, then everyone in this world is a lamb. Xian Guyang sighed in relief, narrowing his eyes to look at Lan Yufeng's kaleidoscope writing wheel. At the same time, no one thought that you, who was originally considered to be just an outstanding strategist, also belonged to the type of tiger. You rose in a short period of time and controlled a strange power, and even the descendants of the dragon slayers can defeat us, which shocked us. However, I want to know, what is your purpose? Xian Guyang's eyes flashed as he asked slowly. My purpose is to become stronger. Strong enough to protect everything around me. Lan Yufeng said with a serious face. Although I don't like fighting, but if anyone dares to do something to the people around me, I will let him die without a place to be buried. I see. Xian Guyang nodded and said slowly. You are indeed a dangerous person. Then what? You want to kill me here? Or under house arrest? Lan Yufeng said indifferently. No, your danger is only aimed at the enemy. Xian Guyang said softly. In that case, you only need to be your friend. Lan Yufeng, we can cooperate on an equal basis. What do you think? Of course. Lan Yufeng restrained his momentum and nodded with a smile. As if the evil spirits that erupted before were all fake. We can help you to the best of our ability. Xian Guyang pondered. You can also provide a psychic medium for Xiao Nagisa, and it won't disturb your life too much. I hope you can stand on the side of mankind at a critical time. Okay. Lan Yufeng narrowed his eyes and smiled oddly. Don't say stand on the side of the Lion King agency, but on the side of humans. Want to remind him that he's human? However, when he could make this choice, it was when he collided with the three great empires of the night. Xian Guyang's request is really nothing. Of course, sooner or later, he will collide with the three great empires of the night. Not for the others, but for the 3 diamond-level red envelopes. So this requirement is nothing more, on the contrary, he made a lot of money. Also, if possible, let the 4th primogenitor, Xiao Nagisa, better not leave Xianjin Island. Xian Giong added another sentence. I refuse this request. Lan Yufeng narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Let's not talk about restricting Nagisa's freedom. No, forget it. Xian Giong said calmly. Xiao Nagisa's character, she knew very well during her time at Keihei Academy. Under normal circumstances, it would not be troublesome, so she was able to negotiate with Lan Yufeng so at ease. Maybe because of something in the future, Xiao Nagisa has to leave Itagami Island. When the time comes, just use your mouth to escape. Use force if you can't escape. Although the 4th primogenitor is strong, there is no 4th primogenitor who has grown up yet. They are not afraid and can even defeat them easily. On the contrary, Xian Giong paid more attention to Lan Yufeng, a man who made her invisible. By the way, the candidate for the psychic medium, you'd better send the girls over. If you send men, I don't mind beating them seriously and sending them back to the Lion King agency. Lan Yufeng said with a smile. You don't need to remind me of this. Xian Giong replied calmly. I have already prepared the candidate. That's good. Lan Yufeng shrugged and turned around. If it's okay, I'll leave. The Lion King dating agency is really the Lion King dating agency, and he is very satisfied with sending sister paper and wiping his A. The requirements are still small. Wait. Xian Giong suddenly said. Hey? Is there anything else? Lan Yufeng stopped. Although the cooperation has been discussed. Xian Giong narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully. But you have to show that you have enough value. I admit that you are a tiger, but that is the future. A tiger that cannot grow is nothing. What do you mean? Lan Yufeng said with a half-smile. Xian Giong didn't want to attack him, but felt that if he died in the process of being involved in various incidents, then these cooperations would be equivalent to waste of words. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, he is the manipulator of the 4th true ancestor, Xiao Nagisa, and his situation is even more dangerous than Xiao Nagisa. Defeat Yuan Tang Yuan. Xian Giong said softly. When Xian Guyang's words fell, a very mature and beautiful Oni-san emerged from the shadow of the side pavilion. She was undoubtedly Yuan Tang Yuan, the master of Ji Dong Shui Cai and Huang Saka Sayaka. Little guy, I'm very optimistic about you. Yuan Tang Yuan patted Lan Yufeng's shoulder and said with a smile after coming over. I'm not a little guy. Would you like to try it? Lan Yufeng glanced at Oni-san in front of him and pouted. It's not right to open a yellow accent with adults. Don't complain when you get beaten up by me later. Yuan Tang Yuan said with a smile. It doesn't matter who beats whom. Lan Yufeng smiled playfully. The opening condition of the golden red envelope on Yuan Tang Yuan is undoubtedly an ordinary defeat. Just in line with him. Whether it is Xian Giong's words or opening a red envelope, he must defeat Yuan Tang Yuan. Although this woman is definitely too strong. Let's go to the martial arts field. Yuan Tang Yuan walked out and said lazily. In response, Lan Yufeng calmly followed. Is it really useful to send a girl over? Friendship is not secure. That twisted lily relationship is also difficult to achieve, right? After Lan Yufeng and Yuan Tang Yuan left, the male Sans Hung, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke up. Their original plan was to send a man over to form a marriage with the 4th primogenitor, Xiao Nagisa. And tie the 4th primogenitor to their worship. It must be a girl. Xian Giong said meaningfully. I can tell that the 4th primogenitor, Xiao Nagisa, has completely fallen in love with Lan Yufeng. It's useless to send a man. As Lan Yufeng said, if you send a man over, he will be maimed and sent back. The purpose of sending the girl over is not to attack Xiao Nagisa. Xian Guyang's eyes flashed and he chuckled. I sent the girl over to let her attack Lan Yufeng. The fourth primogenitor, Xiao Nagisa, listened to Lan Yufeng's words very much, and he was the real master. Asterisk. Chapter 34 Lan Yufeng vs Yuantang Yuan. 2/8 Fur Collection. At the same time, my intuition tells me that when he grows up, he can be compared to the four great ancestors. Xian Guiyang pondered. He just gave me this dangerous feeling. So. Another voice was also lost in thought. Let's go and watch his battle with Yuantang Yuan. I'm very interested in his power. Xian Guiyang stood up and drifted away. The other three saints followed closely. The high gods do, the martial arts field, is made of special materials. At the same time, various special techniques are arranged around, and there are enchantments around. For that, don't worry about what's going to be ruined by fighting here. Because it's hard to break things here. At least, students can't do it when they're cultivating. Unless it is like Huang Saka Sayaka, who uses the 6-type heavy equipment Bao Huang Hualan to cut. However, Huang Saka Sayaka is not an idiot, so he used the 6-type heavy Bao Huang Hualan to attack the field here. At this time, Lan Yufeng and Yuantang Yuan stood opposite each other in the Yana chain. In the auditorium, there were already quite a few students of the High Goddess. They are all female elites from all over the country. These sister papers are full of excitement and anticipation. Huang Saka Sayaka and Kamikawa Nami were also sitting there. At this time, both of them were a little worried about Lan Yufeng, but also a little confused. To be honest, neither of them understood why things had become like this. Lan Yufeng suddenly wants to fight Master Yuantang Yuan. I said, let's get started. I'm not interested in being viewed as a monkey. Lan Yufeng glanced at the audience and sighed. Well, don't worry about these, they are all cute girls, let them see how good you are. Yuantang Yuan teased. You just want to give your students a lot of insight, and then teach them something in public. Lan Yufeng pouted. And you're ready to beat me up, and look at my heroic appearance. You saw it. That's the truth. Yuantang Yuan said with a hand spread. After all, the opportunity is rare. In your situation, it's easy to get slapped in the face. Lan Yufeng narrowed his eyes and laughed. He likes this kind of person who pretends to be F-ed. And this time the object is still a mature Oni-san, and it's even more fun to FK. There are enough people watching the battle, so let's start. Yuantang Yuan did not answer Lan Yufeng's previous words, but smiled slightly and pointed at Lan Yufeng with a big sword in his hand. This sword of hers is a mass-produced and improved 6-type demon Bao. It may be a little worse than the 6-type heavy demon Bao Huang Hualan, but the ability is still the same. Don't you need your own weapon? With this mass-produced type, if you lose, don't say you didn't do your best. Lan Yufeng narrowed his eyes and said coldly. I don't have any exclusive weapons. Huang Hualan gave it to S.A. Yawa, so I can only use this. Yuantang Yuan's expression gradually became serious. Don't worry, it won't affect my performance. That's good. Lan Yufeng narrowed his eyes and said nothing. 6th Gate Jingmen open. Lan Yufeng let out a low voice and opened the 6th gate directly. In the face of Yuantang Yuan, he didn't want to be too big. Fate Tang Fate may be physically inferior to Bruder, the descendant of the Dragon Slayer. But in terms of the degree of difficulty, it is definitely above it. And strength is the same. Even Lan Yufeng felt that Yuantang Yuan was even qualified to compete for the position of Sans Hung. Oh? Is this your fighting state? The level of improvement is really scary. Yuantang Yuan's eyes flickered, and his face was full of amazement. At the same time, his expression was extremely serious. Instant step. Lan Yufeng didn't answer Yuantang Yuan's question, he directly used the way, disappeared in place, and rushed towards Yuan Tang Yuan at a speed far exceeding the speed of sound. In the next instant, Lan Yufeng appeared behind Yuan Tang Yuan, punched out, blasted the air, and distorted the airflow. Clang! However, the punch did not hit Yuan Tang Yuan, but was blocked by an invisible barrier. The waves overflowed, like waves. An absolute defensive barrier that makes physical attacks ineffective. Lan Yufeng's eyes flickered slightly when he remembered the ability of the 6th style heavy-armed magic Bao Huang Hualan. The ability to treble. Perhaps this so-called absolute defense barrier must have its own limit, but it is obvious that his 6th gate state is not enough to break this barrier. In the next instant, Lan Yufeng's domineering warning made Lan Yufeng's complexion change slightly, and he started to move in a blink of an eye, disappearing in place. At the moment when Lan Yufeng disappeared, the big sword in Yuan Tang Yuan's hand slashed a sword mark in the space, leaving a little bit of clothes behind. Did you dodge? Your speed is really a headache. Yuan Tang Yuan sighed. Each other. Lan Yufeng appeared a few meters away from Yuan Tang Yuan, glanced at his sleeves, his face solemn. Yuan Tang Yuan can keep up with his speed. Not relying on dynamic vision to keep up, but relying on the unique spiritual vision of swordsmen that can predict the short-term future. This skill has long been calculated by her. So the moment Lan Yufeng started, she took precautions and prepared for counterattack. Although the defensive barrier of the 6-type heavy demon Bao is buggy, it seems that only the side holding the sword can defend it. If it is Wang Saka Sayaka, Lan Yufeng will open the 6th gate to use Shunpo, which will definitely kill him in seconds when the opponent can't react. Even Ji Dongxuke with spirit vision, Lan Yufeng can also do it in seconds. Because the opponent's body can't match his speed. Unfortunately, the opponent this time is Yuan Tang Yuan, and he can undoubtedly easily keep up with his speed. If he uses Shunpo a few more times, it is estimated that he will be able to keep up without relying on spiritual vision, just like Blood, the last descendant of the Dragon Slayer. At the same time, the defensive ability and the ability to cut space of the 6-type heavy armor Bao also made him have to be careful. A strong enemy, an absolute strong enemy. Lan Yufeng's expression was solemn, and at the same time, a strong fighting spirit erupted. He can't lose this battle no matter what. Aren't you going to take out your red demon-breaking spear? Yuan Tang Yuan did not choose to attack, but reminded. It's useless to take it out. Lan Yufeng said in a deep voice. The spear of breaking demons is very powerful against demons, but it's useless to use it against you. Moreover, the ability of your sword can easily cut it. I see. It seems that the characteristics of our weapons are different. Yuan Tang Yuan smiled lightly. Between the words, a powerful spiritual power erupted from her body, and she directly summoned several silver lion shikigami comparable to the beasts, roaring and rushing towards Lan Yufeng. In the face of these shikigami attacks, Lan Yufeng snorted coldly and knocked them out with one punch. And when Lan Yufeng blasted the shikigami, Yuan Tang Yuan also rushed over. Although the speed is not as good as Lan Yufeng, it is not too weak. At least, the girls above are in a state of confusion from the beginning to the present, and they can't see the collision between the two at all. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, *. Chapter 35 The 7th door shocked open. 3/8 for collection. The moment Yuan Tang Yuan rushed over, the spiritual power on her body was intertwined with thunder and lightning, making her explosive power reach its peak. This is undoubtedly the melee combat technique that the swordsman of the Lion King must learn, the 8 Thunder Gods. This move was enough for Ji Dongxuke to kill the orcs without relying on Swexia Wolf. And Yuan Tang Yuan's control over this body technique is undoubtedly much stronger, as evidenced by the visible lightning. In the next instant, the great sword in Yuan Tang Yuan's hand slashed towards Lan Yufeng mercilessly. Clang! In response, Lan Yufeng narrowed his eyes and threw a punch. Instead of confronting the sword, he slammed into her sword. A terrifying explosion sounded, the wind whistled, shaking the sky, and the great sword was directly deflected by the powerful force of Lan Yufeng. In terms of power alone, the current Yuantang Yuan is undoubtedly no match for Lan Yufeng. Of course, her sword was just a cover. When Lan Yufeng slammed into the big sword, Yuantang Yuan made a fist with his left hand, and a special technique wave appeared on the back of his hand. The spiritual power rolls, has the ability to cut, and wraps the fist. At the same time, Wu Weiyuan's 8 generals and sword dance's 8 thunder gods were used at the same time. This punch is unreserved. Boom! When Yuantang Yuan attacked, Lan Yufeng also punched out and faced the enemy. In an instant, blood sword, violent muffled thunder appeared, and the air was blasted, forming a violent wind that shot straight into the sky. The girl above looked at this scene in shock, unable to regain her senses for a long time. The collision between the two was a stalemate this time. At the same time, I don't know when, the Shikigami around Lan Yufeng also rushed up, about to bite Lan Yufeng. Faced with this predicament, Lan Yufeng's expression changed slightly. Yuantang Yuan's control of spiritual power is really the essence. In terms of skills, it can be said that he is at an absolute disadvantage. But Lan Yufeng is not surprised. He gains power for a short period of time. And the other party didn't know how long he lived. After all, there are rumors that Yuantang Yuan is an elves, but I don't know if it's true or not. 7th door shock door open. Lan Yufeng's eyes flashed slightly, and he opened the 7th door without hesitation. The sweat evaporated, and the arrogance around Lan Yufeng turned blue, and the terrifying airwave swept out, directly shaking everything around him. Whether it was Shikigami or Yuantang Yuan, they were all blown away. Looking at Lan Yufeng, whose strength has risen again, Yuantang Yuan's pupils contracted violently, and a strong sense of danger appeared in his heart. Is there no limit to this kind of physique? The male Sanzheng also changed his face, full of shock. No, this should be the limit. Xian Guiyang's eyes flickered as he watched Lan Yufeng, whose blue veins were bulging, his sweat evaporated a lot, his body kept cracking and then recovering, and his energy ran wild. Lan Yufeng looked directly at Yuantang Yuan, stepped on the ground, and rushed towards Yuantang Yuan furiously. This time, Lan Yufeng didn't even use Shunbu. It's not that I don't want to use it, it's that I can't use it. The power is too violent, making him a little uncontrollable. However, the speed of a simple burst is also sufficient, which is similar to the original use of Shunpo. Boom! The violent force directly stepped on the special floor, condensed into a boundless storm, and slammed into Yuantang Yuan. Clang! Crack! At the moment Lan Yufeng rushed over, Yuantang Yuan's complexion changed greatly, and without hesitation, he turned the big sword to his side and activated the defensive barrier. This time, although Lan Yufeng's attack was blocked, there was a clear clicking sound. Can't stop it. Yuantang Yuan was horrified. Lan Yufeng's current strength is much stronger than before. When Yuantang Yuan was horrified, Lan Yufeng launched an attack again. He didn't know how many punches he threw in an instant, and directly blasted the defensive barrier. And Yuantang Yuan was also blasted out and flew upside down in the air. When she was flying upside down, Lan Yufeng appeared in front of her strangely and slashed down. At this moment, Yuantang Yuan's enchantment was ready and resisted the kick. Boom! In an instant, Yuantang Yuan smashed to the ground, and the ground was smashed into a big hole by a terrifying force, and a spider web-like crack appeared. Master Yuantang Yuan. This scene made Huang Saka Sayaka and the others gasp. The martial arts field was actually bombed? After this blow, Lan Yufeng did not stop attacking, but instead flew in the air with his air dance, condensing all his strength to strike the strongest blow. Day Tiger! Lan Yufeng let out a low voice, and under his punch, a blue tiger condensed and violently slammed into the dusty pit below. Boom! The next moment, a more terrifying explosion appeared in the entire martial arts arena, and the wind whistled to form a tornado. The enchantment surrounding the auditorium of the Yanwu Arena trembled violently. The entire martial arts field was completely destroyed and turned into a pile of rubble. And Lan Yufeng is also panting, staring down. Master Yuan Tang Yuan, you won't lose, right? Huangsaka Sayaka was shocked. I'm worried about whether Master Yuan Tang will be killed. Kamikawa Nami sighed. It's over. Xian Giang let out a sigh of relief. It is indeed over. The three male saints also nodded in amazement. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared, blowing away the smoke, the aftermath subsided, and Yuan Tang Yuan appeared in everyone's eyes. The clothes were tattered, giving the impression of being disgraced, and there was blood on his body. It's just that the special power fluctuations wrapped around her kept her from being seriously injured. It's actually blocked. Lan Yufeng frowned, unable to let go. The blow just now, he didn't keep his hand at all, and was actually resisted. Sure enough, it is impossible for those who are qualified to compete for the three saints to be so simple. If that's the case, then there's nothing you can do. Lan Yufeng had a headache. The eyes turned into kaleidoscopes of writing round eyes. He really didn't want to use the kaleidoscope ability if he could. However, if it goes on like this, if you don't use it, it's hard to win. After all, even if the system has improved the 8-door dungeon, he can't open the 7th door for too long now. Even the body can't hold it, the body has been cracking, and then repaired by superspeed regeneration, so it seems to be fine. Stop, I admit defeat and don't fight anymore. When Lan Yufeng planned to complete the lore in the last minute, Yuan Tang Yuan suddenly waved his hand and said with a gloomy face. Hey! Lan Yufeng was stunned when he heard this. Why? You are too ruthless. If you fight again, it will be a life and death fight. This is just an ordinary duel, and you can't fight for your life. Yuan Tang Yuan patted the dust on her body, her arms blocked the broken clothes, the corners of her eyes twitched, and she said unhappily. Under the premise of not breaking out the real trump card, I am indeed at a disadvantage, so I admit defeat. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 36 Neiyu Sauce's Rescue? 4/8 for collection. Lan Yufeng was silent for a while, and finally returned to the ground, out of the state of the 8-gate dungeon, and at the same time his eyes returned to their original state. Suddenly, a sense of weakness came, which made him very uncomfortable. Sure enough, the body is still weak. This kind of physical strength, relying on the 8-door dungeon to deal with the level of the descendant of the Dragon Slayer is already the limit. However, finally won, this is the best result. It's incredible that Feng Jun actually defeated Master Yuan Tang Yuan. Huangsaka Sayaka said with a shocked expression and a dazed expression. Yeah. But in the battle just now, there was no moisture at all. Kamikawa Nami murmured as she recalled the violent power just now. It's not just the two of them, the entire audience exclaimed in surprise, and it was difficult for them to return to their senses. What's the name of your physique? Lan Yufeng asked curiously as soon as he landed. 8-door dungeon. Lan Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief and said 4 words. 8-door dungeon. Yuan Tang Yuan pondered slightly. This should be a special physical technique to lift physical restrictions and squeeze the potential of the body. Yeah. That's right. Lan Yufeng replied casually. The original Bayman dungeon is indeed squeezing potential, and it can even be said that it is burning life to fight. However, after the improvement, the loss to the body is not so great. I advise you to use it as little as possible. Yuan Tang Yuan shook her head and said. The harvest and the pay are equal. This kind of martial arts will destroy your body. Hearing this, Lan Yufeng shrugged and didn't say much. It is true that Bayman dungeon cannot be used as a normal body technique, but he has to use it now. Because of his current combat power, most of it relies on the 8 gates Dungia. Unless he finds a better option than Bayman Dungia, he can only use it. Of course, his situation is not as bad as Yuan Tang Yuan said. The system produced, it must be a boutique, this is not an empty talk. Probably. Lan Yufeng suddenly remembered the system's previous pitfalls, and couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. By the way, you said the 6th gate, Jingmen, and the 7th gate, Jingmen, right, does that mean there is an 8th gate? Yuan Tang Yuan suddenly remembered something, and asked with high spirits. As soon as these words fell, Xian Giang and the others all perked up their ears. Yet. Lan Yufeng replied calmly. It's just, the last one, you will die if you use it. The power in exchange is enough to kill the true ancestor. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tang Yuan, Xian Giang and the others all shrank their pupils. Immediately, they all looked at Lan Yufeng meaningfully. Lan Yufeng obviously said this on purpose, to deter them. With enough power to kill the true ancestor, naturally they can easily kill them. No matter how strong they can't be stronger than the true ancestor. Ah, what a terrifying young man! Yuan Tang Yuan sighed complicatedly, and then left. The clothes on her body were torn a lot, and she was disgraced. Naturally, she couldn't stay here any longer with this appearance, she still had to make a face. However, remembering the previous act of coercion and then the current defeat, she was slapped in the face, and the corners of Yuan Tang Yuan's mouth twitched. After Yuan Tang Yuan left, Lan Yufeng also sat in the cracked pothole regardless of his image and rested. To be honest, opening the 7th door is really tiring. Kai Huang opened the 7th door, and he didn't even think about moving for a day, and a single movement caused a stabbing pain all over his body. After the improvement of his 8-door armor, although he improved a little, he still couldn't use his energy. Now if Xian Giang and the others want to do something to Lan Yufeng, he is still more dangerous. Of course, Lan Yufeng believed that Xian Guiyang would not do such a stupid thing. After all, the two parties are now officially partners. Moreover, he also revealed the last ultimate move of the 8 gates of Dungia just now. The Lion King mechanism is obviously not going to die. At this time, Wang Saka Sayaka also jumped down from the auditorium, and came to Lan Yufeng's side under the shocked eyes of the other girls. Feng Kun, are you all right? Wang Saka Sayaka asked with concern. Do you think I'm fine? Now I can't even move a finger. Lan Yufeng rolled his eyes and said helplessly. Who made you mess up like that? Wang Saka Sayaka pouted. Is that what you want to win? No way, this battle, I have to win. Lan Yufeng said sternly. Looking at Lan Yufeng with a serious face, Wang Saka Sayaka's heart trembled, and she stared at Lan Yufeng. To be honest, recalling Lan Yufeng's heroic appearance just now, her face suddenly became hot. Suddenly, above the martial arts field, a purple magic circle appeared strangely, attracting everyone's attention. Under everyone's attention, a petite and lovely figure in a black gothic lowly dress appeared. She held a black umbrella and scanned the audience, looking down at Lan Yufeng, slowly falling. Void Witch. Xian Giang raised his head, frowned, a little surprised. I didn't expect her to come here. It seems that she attaches great importance to Lan Yufeng. The male Sansheng also had a subtle expression. That month sauce. Lan Yufeng looked at Nangang Neiyu who suddenly appeared, his face full of shock, and then Lan Yufeng spoke up again with a moved face. Snapped. Idiot, don't add sauce after the teacher's name. However, after Lan Yufeng's words fell, he was greeted by a lace fan in Nangang Neiyu's hand. It hurts, Neiyu Jiang, I'm a wounded now. Being beaten on the head by Neiyu Jiang, Lan Yufeng pretended to be in pain, his face full of grievances. You deserve it. Nangong's face was frosty that month. I told you not to go to the forest of high gods, but insist on going. You brought it on yourself. Yes, yes, it's my fault. Lan Yufeng sneered and didn't fight with Nangong that month. Nangong appeared here that month, no doubt because he was afraid of an accident. Now being taught by Neiu's sauce, it's nothing. Rather, Lan Yufeng was very happy. Because this shows that he has a very high status in Neiu's sauce's heart. Xian Giong, I'll take him away, you have no problem. Nangong looked directly at Xian Giong that month, his magic power surged, his aura rose, and he said coldly. Of course I have no opinion. Xian Giong said calmly. Humph. Nangong Neiyu snorted coldly, took Lan Yufeng away and disappeared into the purple magic circle. The strange development of things made many people present fail to react. And Huang Saka Sayaka was also full of surprise, watching Lan Yufeng leave blankly. Time passed, Xianjin Island, Lan Yufeng was directly thrown on the sofa by Nangong Neiyu, staring at him. Tell me, what did you do in the High God's Forest? Nangong Neiyu said with a serious face. What did you talk about with that woman? P.S. Ask for collection, Hua, reward, support with tickets, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 37 The first gold level red envelope. 5/8 for collection. Can I FK there? Lan Yufeng's face was full of innocence. By the way, Neiyu Jiang, I'm thirsty and want to drink black tea. Don't pretend to be stupid and change the subject. Nangong frowned that month, and the lace fan patted the table, his eyes cold. Okay, I didn't talk about anything. I just proved my strength, fought with Yuan Tang Yuan, and reached some cooperation with Xiangguiyang. Lan Yufeng explained leisurely. As if these were nothing. Nangong Neiyu's eyes twitched. Can't you be serious? I'm very serious. Lan Yufeng said helplessly. You fought with Yuan Tang Yuan? Did you win or lose? Nangong's moonlight flashed. Win. Lan Yufeng grinned and said with a smile. Oh. Nangong didn't react on the surface that month, but he was actually shocked to the extreme. She really didn't expect Lan Yufeng to hide so much power. To be fair, when she heard that Lan Yufeng had solved the Dragon Slayer's last descendant, Blood, although she was surprised, it was still expected. After all, Lan Yufeng acted very calmly when he accepted the task. However, she really did not expect that Lan Yufeng could even defeat Yuan Tang Yuan. Yuan Tang Yuan, although she has never fought, but even if she shoots herself, it will take a lot of effort to defeat it. What is your cooperation with Xianguiyang? Nangong Neiyu pondered. It's nothing, just make sure that Nagisa and I won't mess around. When humans and demons are in large-scale conflict, we will stand on the side of humans. Lan Yufeng didn't choose to hide it, and said it calmly. And the Lion King Agency will send various psychic mediums to Nagisa. At the same time, they will help us to do some things within the allowable range. In the end, they will not easily disturb our lives. That's it. Nangong Neiyu looked suspicious. Of course. Lan Yufeng rolled his eyes. How can they talk so well? Nangong Neiyu thought for a while, then stared at Lan Yufeng and muttered meaningfully. I understand a little bit. Lan Yufeng, do you think the Lion King Agency would be so kind to send you a psychic for no other purpose? Nangong smiled playfully that month. Of course I know they have no good intentions. They just want to have a relationship with Nagi-Sala. I warned them that they can only send girls over, and they are probably going to create some taboo lily love. Lan Yufeng pouted. No, you think too much. Nangong opened the lace folding fan that month and said with a half smile. Their target is not Xiao Nagisa, but you. Hey. Lan Yufeng was stunned when he heard this, which was a bit unexpected. The target is him? It means that the Lion King dating agency really intends to give Xiao Nagisa a psychic medium? It's just that the target of the strategy has been replaced by yourself? From the point of view of Xian Koyong, who believes that he is the person behind the fourth primogenitor Xiao Nagisa, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. After thinking about it for a moment, Lan Yufeng's expression was a little wonderful and subtle. Looks like the Lion King dating agency has done another great thing. Hehe, just wait for trouble to come to you. Nangong said playfully that month. It's not a good thing to have something to do with the Lion King agency. Well, things have come to this point, let's take a step by step. Lan Yufeng pouted. Cry? It's too late to laugh. Send high-quality girl paper to you for free, and a normal man will only be happy. Tisk. Seeing to see through Lan Yufeng's thoughts, Nangong Nanyu smacked his mouth with contempt. Okay, you don't need to stay with me anymore. Leave. Nangong waved his hand that month and saw off the guest directly. Don't. I'm out of energy right now. Lan Yufeng said with a smile. Let me rest. Neiyu-chan, make me a cup of black tea. Annoying guy. Nangong snorted coldly that month, but still went to make tea for Lan Yufeng. It's definitely not that she's soft-hearted, but that she wants to drink it herself, and it's okay to drink an extra cup. Lan Yufeng smiled and admired Yuejiang's cute gesture of making tea with a serious face, and he was the golden red envelope in front of the spirited messenger. This is the first gold-level red envelope he has opened. I hope he can open something super good. After taking a deep breath, Lan Yufeng stretched out his finger and clicked on it. In an instant, the blinding golden light appeared, the red envelope was opened, and a crystal-clear object flew out under the golden light. At the same time, the sound of the system also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the gold-level red envelope and obtaining a soul spar. Soul spar, after use, it can restore the damaged soul and increase the strength of the soul. It's gone. Lan Yufeng's expression was subtle. He thought he could open up a big treasure to make his strength skyrocket. However, the soul spar does not seem to be bad. If he can restore the damaged soul and increase the strength of the soul, then he can use the power of the soul of the white tiger once. It is undoubtedly very good to use it as a life-saving trump card. Hey, just put it away and use it when it's critical. Lan Yufeng touched his nose and muttered. Later, under Neiyu Yijiang's unhappy eyes, Lan Yufeng drank black tea happily, and after lying on Neiyu Yijiang's sofa like a salted fish for a while, he walked back. Just after returning home, Lan Yufeng was blocked in the corner by his twin sister Lan Yushalo. That's right, it's literally stuck in the corner, and to explain it more clearly, it's a wall dong. Scallion, I'm back. Lan Yufeng coughed lightly and said with a smile. You still know how to come back. Lan Yushalo brought her head close, looked directly at Lan Yufeng, and snorted coldly. From such a close distance, Lan Yufeng could clearly feel Lan Yu's shallow breathing. Even if he leaned forward, he could take away his lips. Lan Yufeng also noticed this because of Lan Yufeng's strange eyes, and stepped back a little with a reddish face. But, still staring at Lan Yufeng. Go on a tour without saying a word, and don't take me there. I'm mad at me. Lan Yushalo said dissatisfied. I was wrong. Let's go together next time. Lan Yufeng said with a smile. Blue Feather Scallion is Kane's sorceress. It is absolutely safe to stay on Itagami Island. If you leave Itagami Island, it is estimated that some people will stare at him. Of course, there are very few people who know Lan Yushalo's true identity. Not even Onion himself knew about it. However, if these people really dare to do something, he will naturally cut off their minions. Humph, I forgive you. Lan Yu's shallow lips curled up, nodding proudly. Sleep together tonight. Immediately, Lan Yu's pretty face was flushed and she said irrefutably. Lan Yufeng was taken aback for a moment, his expression subtle. Last time, the Onion said that the air conditioner was broken, and it turned out not to be broken. Didn't even find a reason this time? To be honest, Lan Yufeng didn't know what Shallow was thinking. Some things are too sensitive, and no one dares to reveal them first. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, *. Chapter 38. When the night attack was going on in that month. 6/8 for collection. No one can bear the consequences of the scolding. Even once the guess is wrong, the relationship will return to the way it was before. In the end, they are strangers. Is your air conditioner broken again? Lan Yufeng asked uncertainly. Yet. Lan Yu Shallow twisted her hair lightly and muttered. I feel that the master is an amateur. That's a bit tricky. Lan Yufeng's face was full of disgust. Well, unwarranted master, let's take the blame. Then there is no way. Lan Yufeng nodded. I'm hungry, let me make dinner. Looking at Lan Yufeng's figure, Lan Yu's light green eyes smiled. Miss, are you really okay with this? Mo Gu's crooked voice sounded. What's wrong? Lan Yu snorted. Just shut up for me. Oh. Mo Gu sighed. I still have trouble understanding human feelings. Time passed, after cooking a sumptuous meal at Lan Yufeng and eating it with blue feather shallots. Then, after finishing all the trivial matters, Lan Yufeng slept with Scallion again. This time, Lan Yufeng also got used to it a little bit. Feeling the softness and body fragrance of the onion, he fell asleep comfortably. Of course, this was also related to how tired he was these 2 days. Stupid. Lan Yu Shallow looked at Lan Yufeng, who was sleeping deeply. Her beautiful eyes flashed, she leaned forward, and after lightly pecked Lan Yufeng's mouth, she closed her eyes with a smile on her face and hugged tightly. Lan Yufeng's arm was tucked between his sturdy whites. Today's share. The next day, Lan Yufeng, as an apology for secretly traveling, accompanies Lan Yu Shallow all day long. Halfway through, I also received a contact from Xiao Nagisa. To this end, Xiao Nagisa also took Haze Natsun over with great interest. The 4 of them went shopping together. This made Lan Yu Shallow a little depressed. After a day of shopping, Lan Yufeng was wearing large and small bags. When they parted, except for Nagisa and Xiaoyin, there was only a small half of it. Well, the rest are all onions, who made them a rich girl. Although he is not bad for money now. 2 missions made him tens of millions. So this time I also gave some gifts to Nagisa and Haze Natsun, which made the 2 girls very happy. Looking at that pure and dazzling smile, Lan Yufeng also felt that his tense heart from killing these days was calmed down. And tonight, Lan Yu Shallow didn't mention sleeping together. Because this excuse is obviously not commonly used. The reason why I couldn't hold back yesterday was because Lan Yufeng left home and she was quite lonely by herself. Lan Yufeng was a little regretful that he didn't have a cute little sister to hold a pillow tonight, but he didn't think much about it. After all, he has other things to do. For example, find a way to open the gold level red envelope on that Yuejiang. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Lan Yufeng sneaked out of the house. Walking on the dark streets, Lan Yufeng feels quite subtle. How long has it been since he wandered around in the middle of the night by himself? I have to go back to my past life. I used to go out all night LOL to score points. Although most nights turned into drop points. Lan Yufeng smiled fondly. Ding, Master, I suggest you spend 2,000 exchange points to improve the function of the invisibility charm. Otherwise, the probability of your failure is as high as 99%. Suddenly, the sound of the system rang. Hey? Can you strengthen something through exchange points? Lan Yufeng was surprised. Disposable items, some are okay. The system's voice sounded. Well, then strengthen it. Lan Yufeng pondered for a while, then nodded. Although the invisibility charm has the function of being invisible and ignoring the barrier, the target of this attack is Naoki-chan. It is estimated that as soon as he touched it, the breath or sound would wake up Naoki-chan. Ding! Spend 2,000 exchange points, the strengthening is successful. The remaining amount of exchange points for the master is 5,500. Enhanced Invisibility Talisman, it has the function of being invisible and ignoring the enchantment. Duration, 3 minutes. Shelf life, 1 day. With so many functions, it can be said that it is very powerful, and I am a little reluctant to use it. Lan Yufeng pouted. Well, to be honest, he was really reluctant to use it. It's a pity that this so-called reinforcement shortened the time by 20 times and turned him into an Ultraman 3-minute warrior. 3 minutes is strong enough, but there is still a shelf life. Dog system, you know that you can't let me take advantage. Forget it, the added shielding function and penetrating function can indeed greatly improve the success rate. Lan Yufeng shook his head. I hope that the gold level red envelopes this time will be enough to open things up. This time, if it is an African Emirates, it will really explode. Invisibility charms and exchange points were not invested. The key is that he will be thrown into the sea by the furious Naoki-chan to feed the fish. After procrastinating for half an hour, Lan Yufeng finally got close to the tall building where Yu's house was, and flew up directly using the invisibility talisman. Then broke into that month's home. Next, Lan Yufeng was careful not to make a sound, and after passing through the magical barrier with the invisibility charm, he came directly to Nei Yuijiang's boudoir. Looking at her pajamas lying on the bed, her fair skin, her slender legs exposed, and her slender legs appearing, Lan Yufeng's heartbeat instinctively quickened. It was the first time he saw Nei Yuijiang's sleeping face, and it really moved his heart. What's so special? It's all the dog system that harmed me, I can't do such a perverted thing myself. Trying to calm his heartbeat, Lan Yufeng took the blame in his heart. Well, not to blame, but the truth. The timing didn't wait for anyone, Lan Yufeng clenched his teeth and leaned over, and successfully pecked Nei Yuijiang's cherry lips lightly. At the moment of success, Lan Yufeng felt relieved. He also thought that there would be various loopholes. Boom! However, the moment Lan Yufeng relaxed, Lan Yufeng felt a stomach ache, and the whole person flew out. At this time, Lan Yufeng could clearly see that Nei Yuijiang, who was wearing pajamas, stood up at some point, maintaining a kicking posture, and the blue and white stripes were faintly exposed. Lan Yufeng, I really underestimated your perverted level. Nangong looked extremely dark that month, his eyes were full of murderous intent, staring at Lan Yufeng. Powerful magic power appeared, purple magic circle, and the lock of discipline flexibly swayed around her. Nei Yu's sauce, in fact, I have a last resort reason, do you believe it? Lan Yufeng stood up, clutching his stomach, and said solemnly. Oh? What's the reason? I might be able to leave you a whole corpse. Nangong Nei Yu's face was expressionless and his voice was cold. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 39 Lan Yufeng vs Nangong that month. 7/8 for collection. Lan Yufeng touched his chin within a few seconds after Nangong's words fell that month and fell into deep thought. And Nangong didn't immediately tie up Lan Yufeng and beat him that month, but sneered and stared at Lan Yufeng with sharp eyes. She wanted to see what tricks Lan Yufeng wanted to play. If you don't teach this guy a good lesson, this guy has absolutely no idea how death is written. He's almost skinny, and even she dares to steal a kiss. This is her first kiss. A hole. Even if this body is just a magical clone, it is enough to make her angry. I can't think of it. Lan Yufeng rolled his eyes and spread his hands. Hehe, I can't even think of a reason. That's fine, I'd better arrest you and dismember you. Nangong Nei Yu sneered, and the chain of discipline all over his body rushed towards Lan Yufeng as if alive. Sixth gate Jingmen open. Lan Yufeng's expression changed slightly, he opened the sixth gate in seconds, dark green arrogance intertwined around him. At the same time, Lan Yufeng also has an extra red magic breaking spear in his hand, which is the magic breaking red rose. Ding! Holding the red rose that broke the devil in his hand, Lan Yufeng waved countless spears and smashed the locks of the precepts. Suddenly, a purple magic circle appeared under Lan Yufeng's feet, causing his complexion to change slightly. Just when he wanted to escape, the magic circle directly transferred him to the sky outside. At the same time, Nangang Neiyu also appeared outside, and the white pajamas had turned into black gothic lowly skirts. "I don't want to make a mess of the house because of your pervert," Nangang said coldly that month. "Next, get ready to be beaten into a pig's head and thrown into the sea to feed the sharks." During the conversation, a humanoid figure in golden armor appeared behind Nangang Neiyu. "It is her guardian as a witch." "That Yuejiang, can you spare me? I don't want to fight you," Lan Yufeng said helplessly. "Hehe, then you are obediently tied up by me," Nangang Neiyu sneered. Let's forget this." Lan Yufeng thought of the consequences of being bound by the chain of discipline, his scalp felt numb, and he quickly refused. "Then there is no negotiation," Nangang snorted coldly that month. "Go on, beat him to death." After Nangang Neiyu's order fell, the Golden Guardian disappeared instantly, appeared behind Lan Yufeng, and slashed towards Lan Yufeng with a big sword in his hand. Ding! Lan Yufeng's arrogance predicted when the Golden Guardian attacked. He held the red spear and collided with the Golden Guardian's great sword. In an instant, sparks splashed, the wind whistled, and the explosion sounded high in the sky. After the Golden Guardian collided with Lan Yufeng for a moment, it disappeared again, appeared beside Lan Yufeng, and slashed again. In this regard, Lan Yufeng can only meet again. Space capability is really troublesome. Lan Yufeng had a headache when fighting against the Golden Guardian. Hit, escape, can't escape. That's why the moon sauce made the demons fear. When Lan Yufeng and the Golden Guardian were fighting, Nangang Neiyu on the other side calmly directed the lock of discipline to blast Lan Yufeng. In this regard, Lan Yufeng can only dodge. However, in the middle of dodging, the space magic reappeared, and the lock of precepts, which had been avoided, passed through the space abruptly, appeared behind Lan Yufeng, and tied Lan Yufeng tightly. As expected of Neiyu's sauce, it's really strong and suffocating when you take it seriously. Lan Yufeng sighed. "Humph, the training begins," Nangang Neiyu said expressionlessly. "Sorry, I won't admit defeat so easily." Lan Yufeng shook his head, his eyes turned into a kaleidoscope. The ability to collapse was activated in an instant, directly destroying the chain of discipline that bound him. This scene made Nangang Neiyu's pupils shrank, and looked at Lan Yufeng's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, which looked a little strange in the night. The magic eye that has never appeared before. Nangang rummaged through her memory that month, but couldn't find a matching magic eye, and she was even more shocked. When she was shocked, Lan Yufeng directly activated the kaleidoscope's pupil power. In an instant, Nangang Neiyu was pulled into the illusion. Immediately, Lan Yufeng directly opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia. The blue arrogance intertwined in his body, making Lan Yufeng's power climb to the extreme. In the next instant, the Golden Guardian had no time to react, and was blasted out by Lan Yufeng, his golden armor dented a lot. After temporarily securing the Golden Guardian, Lan Yufeng suddenly rushed towards Nangang Neiyu, swept out the red spear in his hand, like a blue dragon. Faced with this blow, Nangang Neiyu, who had just broken free from the illusion, had a hard time dodging and could only recall the Golden Guardian to the front. Crack! For this reason, the red spear pierced the body of the Golden Guardian directly, and suddenly slowed down when he was a little in front of Nangang's face. And Nangang Neiyu also moved away from the same place again. "I said, Neiyu Jiang, you can stop now," Lan Yufeng said helplessly, looking at Nangang Neiyu, who had a dignified expression on his face. I really don't want to fight anymore. Unexpectedly, the pupil power he saved would be greatly consumed under such circumstances. The pupil power and spiritual power consumed by the chain of Honkai discipline is not a small amount. It was even more so when a witch of Nangong Neiu's level was forcibly pulled into the illusion. His eyes are sore now. I finally understand why you can win Yuan Tang Yuan. Nangong narrowed his eyes that month, no longer looking at Lan Yufeng's kaleidoscope, and said slowly. This kind of violent power, coupled with the bewitching magic eye, is surprising, but not surprising. After all, just now, even she felt the danger. When the red spear stabbed, Lan Yufeng obviously kept his hand, otherwise she might have been injured. Of course, it's impossible to hit her at this level. However, considering the ability of the demon eye, it would still be very dangerous if he directly destroyed his body in the first place. In this regard, Lan Yufeng has undoubtedly kept his hand. Nangong Neiu was silent for a few seconds, looked at Lan Yufeng meaningfully, and waved his hand. In an instant, both the Golden Guardian and the Lock of Discipline disappeared. This also made Lan Yufeng heave a sigh of relief. In an instant, Lan Yufeng felt his vision blur a little bit, making him cover his needle-like eyes. Sure enough, although the ability of the kaleidoscope is powerful, it is best not to use it. Lan Yufeng, it seems that your ability has a lot of side effects. Nangong said slowly. It would be nice if you were tied up and beaten by me before, and then thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. Anyway, with your current strength, you can't die. P.S. Please collect, give a reward, Huahua, support with tickets, QAQ, I wrote 9 chapters today, and my hands are cramping now, 233, *. Chapter 40 Reopening the Gold Level Red Envelope. 8/8 for collection. That's a shame. Lan Yufeng sneered. That month sauce, I was wrong, forgive me, I won't dare next time. Although this incident was caused by the dog system, after all, he was at fault first, and he would not be stubborn and not admit it. Forget it this time. However, go back and write a 20,000 word review for me, or you will be thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. Nangong glared at Lan Yufeng that month and said coldly. Yeah, I see. Lan Yufeng nodded quickly after hearing this. Then I'll go back first. Lan Yufeng landed on the ground with a guilty conscience and trotted. This big idiot. Nangong Neiu tapped her lips with her finger, and went back to her boudoir in an uneasy mood. It's just that I can't sleep tonight. When Nangong went back that month, Lan Yufeng was also delighted to see the golden red envelope in front of him. This time, although I was almost thrown into the sea to feed the fish, it was worth it. Gold red envelopes, get one again. Hope to get something good this time. Lan Yufeng rubbed his hands and tapped the golden red envelope in front of him. In an instant, the golden red envelope was opened, the golden light was dazzling, and an item flew out under the golden light's package. It was a magnificent sword, which made Lan Yufeng's eyes widen. At the same time, the sound of the system also rang. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the gold level red envelope and obtaining the Sword of Oath Victory. Sword of Oath of Victory, Excalibur. Grade, A++. Category, Anti-City Noble Phantasm. The largest and strongest noble phantasm that Saber Artoria holds. It is regarded as the most powerful and noble holy sword that symbolizes King Arthur. It is about 3 feet long, about 93.3 centimeters, and about 4 inches wide, about 12.3 centimeters. A holy sword forged by planets, not humans. It is one of the ultimate god-made weapons that crystallizes inside the planet as the last phantasm based on people's beliefs. By converting the owner's magic power into light, and then releasing it from the tip of the downward swinging sword like a beam of light, it destroys everything. During the Fourth Holy Grail War, he once burned the monster called the Sea Devil summoned by Castor with one blow. It is classified as an anti-city noble phantasm due to its size and destructive power. Let me go, it's actually the sword of victory, it's not bad. Lan Yufeng's eyes lit up, his face full of excitement. Lan Yufeng, opened the door to shock. My legs were soft and my back was sore, but it didn't affect my excitement at all. With the curry stick, I no longer lack long-distance high-power sabotage moves. Lan Yufeng slapped his lips. If anyone dared to provoke him, wouldn't it be nice to shoot a curry stick at him? For city-level noble phantasms, it's no joke. If he waits for his energy source to grow to a terrifying speed, it is estimated that the power exerted is not only against the city level. For a while, Lan Yufeng thought a lot. When Lan Yufeng came home, he was humming a little tune. I even want to boo a little. However, he found that the toilet in front of him had lights. There is no doubt that Onion ran up and went to the toilet. When Lan Yufeng was about to go back to his room and wait, the door to the toilet suddenly opened, and Lan Yufeng appeared in front of Lan Yufeng's blue feathers with ragged pajamas. Onion. Lan Yufeng touched his nose. You want to go to the toilet? Lan Yushallow was also stunned for a moment, then flushed her face and straightened her pajamas before stepping out of the way. She was alone before, so she didn't care about that. I didn't expect to bump into my brother. Yet. Lan Yufeng nodded and walked in, feeling a little embarrassed. Since sleeping in the same bed with Onion twice, the atmosphere between the two has changed subtly. In some places, it always makes people feel distressed and accelerated, cranky. However, tonight was always an accident, and the two didn't pay much attention to it. Time passed, and more than a month passed in a blink of an eye. In the past month or so, Lan Yufeng went to open some refreshed bronze-level red packets from time to time. But the bronze-level red envelopes seem to have completely turned into a collection of pit goods, and all the goods that come out are pit goods, making Lan Yufeng unable to complain. At the same time, in the past month or so, Lan Yufeng went shopping with Shallow, Nagisa, and Haze Natsuyan quite a lot. If you are at home, occasionally open a black hole with Dillian, a chariot who has time. However, Dillian didn't mention it when he promised to go shopping together last time, so Lan Yufeng didn't ask any more. In short, during the summer vacation, Lan Yufeng lived a life like a salted fish. And today is the last day of summer vacation. During the last day, Lan Yufeng was at ease. Because everyone has to catch up with their summer homework. Even Shallow forgot that he still had most of his summer homework unfinished, which made Lan Yufeng feel a little funny. Instead, his salty fish-like character was the first to get it done. Well, although he is usually salty fish, he is actually a pseudo-academic tyrant. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the bronze-level red envelope and getting a pack of jumping candy. With the sound of the system prompt, Lan Yufeng rolled his eyes when he looked at the items in front of him. Come on, it's food again. The dog system, the good thing of bronze-level red envelopes, should not be stolen by you. Master, you are not a chief, please do not slander the innocence of this system. The system said silently. Yo, you're going to complain. Lan Yufeng teased. This time, the system didn't answer anymore, and continued to get cold. Lan Yufeng didn't care too much about this. Suddenly, Lan Yufeng found that a silver red envelope was refreshed, and even came towards him. Just when Lan Yufeng was about to expand the virtual map to see the situation, he saw a familiar figure running towards him. Nagisa. Lan Yufeng greeted in surprise. Feng. Xiao Nagisa hid behind Lan Yufeng while holding her umbrella, panting slightly. What's wrong with you? Is someone chasing you? Lan Yufeng teased. Yeah, I found that someone was following me. Did I meet the legendary idiot? Xiao Nagisa said chatteringly. But it's not right. It's obvious that the other party is a girl, and she is also a very cute girl. Is it AST? Well, the real hammer, the psychic medium of the Lion King matchmaking agency plus the wife's Ji Dong Shui Cai delivered it. Lan Yufeng glanced ahead, looking at the beautiful black-haired girl with super stalking skills. He couldn't help but look strange and muttered in his heart. Nagisa, don't be afraid, just leave it to me. Lan Yufeng smiled slightly, touched Xiao Nagisa's head, and said softly. Anyway, it's quite boring now, so let's play Ji Dong Xiuke. The corners of Lan Yufeng's mouth twitched slightly. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 41. The blue and white bars are so terrifying. Nagisa, follow me. Let's get rid of her. Then, Lan Yufeng took Xiao Nagisa's hand and walked forward. Being held by Lan Yufeng's hand, Xiao Nagisa's pretty face blushed. But it was left to Lan Yufeng to lead. On the other side, Ji Dong Xiuke, who was hiding behind a telephone pole, saw this scene and ran out and followed. However, when she followed, Lan Yufeng had already broken into a shopping mall with Xiao Nagisa. When she rushed over, she was dumbfounded, because she couldn't see Lan Yufeng and Xiao Nagisa at all. Pop! When she hurriedly glanced at the crowd, her pretty shoulder was suddenly patted, which surprised her, and hurriedly looked sideways, but unfortunately she didn't see anyone. When she thought it was an accident, when a passerby collided, her left pretty shoulder was also patted, making her complexion change, jumping back a few meters, holding a guitar with Swexia Wolf and staring around. It's just that after a few minutes passed, when the eyes of passers-by became more and more strange, there was nothing strange, which made her whole person feel bad, and quickly ran away with a blushing face. Feng, aren't we too bad? Xiao Nagisa said tangled. Well, there's nothing bad or bad, after all, she was following you first because of her fault. Lan Yufeng said with a smile. In order to make fun of Ji Dong Suike, Lan Yufeng even used shunpo, which can be said to be very social. Oh! Hearing this, Xiao Nagisa didn't have much trouble. However, what she is wearing seems to be the uniform of our school. And she is still in the same grade as me, but I have no impression of her at all. Xiao Nagisa was puzzled and curious. Well, wait and ask her to find out. Lan Yufeng said with a smile. Xiao Nagisa smiled and agreed with this suggestion. Later, Lan Yufeng followed suit wearing Xiao Nagisa. This time, instead, they followed. So, Ji Dong Suike's tracking skills and anti-tracking skills are simply rotten. Lan Yufeng complained in his heart. A few minutes later, Ji Dong Suike walked out of the mall depressed and came to the street. She was suddenly entrusted by the three saints with an important task to monitor the fourth primogenitor Xiao Nagisa, so she came to Itagami Island. Unexpectedly, it was discovered not long after tracking. Obviously her tracking is perfect. Ji Dong Suike muttered in her heart. As expected of the fourth primogenitor, the strongest vampire in dreams, a tough guy. However, from the outside, it doesn't look dangerous. Hey, little girl, do you want to play with us everywhere? When Ji Dong Suike was in a daze, an out-of-tune voice rang out, making her look up. Those were two demons with login bracelets. This made Ji Dong Suike, who was not in a very happy mood, frown. Feng, it's not good, she is entangled by the gangsters, we have to help her. Xiao Nagisa, who was hiding behind a car, saw this scene and said quickly. Well, don't worry about her. Lan Yufeng shook his head, grabbed Xiao Nagisa's slender arm, and said softly. She's a magician, she's very strong. Attacking magician. Xiao Nagisa was surprised. Thinking of the scene where Ji Dong Suike was teased by Lan Yufeng earlier, she had some doubts. However, the next scene made Xiao Nagisa's eyes widen. Because Ji Dong Suike actually beat the two demons away. Holding a silver spear and standing on the roof of the car. Ji Dong Suike is so handsome. So handsome! Xiao Nagisa shouted with interest. It's so handsome! If only I were as good as her. You say so, Feng. Nagisa, you've grown up much better than her. Well, you'll be handsome too. Lan Yufeng smiled and joked. Who's there? The voice here, without concealment, was naturally heard by Ji Dong Suike. She couldn't help but look over with sharp eyes, and Swexia Wolf pointed at it. Hey, it's me. Xiao Nagisa walked out with a smile and said with a wink. Lan Yufeng, on the other hand, put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked out leisurely. It's you. Ji Dongsuke was stunned for a moment, then heaved a sigh of relief, and was a little embarrassed. Why are you following me? Xiao Nagisa asked curiously. And also, you should be a student of Keihei Academy's middle school. Following is because of the mission. You are a dangerous person. Ji Dongsuke said frankly. Well, what an honest child, his character is too serious. Lan Yufeng rolled his eyes. To be honest, Ji Dongsuke, in Lan Yufeng's opinion, is the most unsuitable person to be the main palace. Because her character is too serious, and at the same time is too easy to get jealous. In jealous mode, it is easy to do some extreme things, giving people a very dangerous feeling. Well, the above is purely the evaluation of the onion in the original book. In Lan Yufeng's view, this is quite accurate. I'm not in danger. Xiao Nagisa said with a bulging face. Suddenly being followed and saying it was dangerous, even she was a little angry and depressed. The fourth primogenitor is a dangerous existence. Ji Dongsuke said frankly. Xiao Nagisa's face collapsed when she heard this, unable to refute, she could only look at Lan Yufeng pitifully. Don't listen to her nonsense. Lan Yufeng touched Xiao Nagisa's head and said calmly. You're not in danger. Mabel is still the best. Xiao Nagisa nodded happily. Lan Yufeng, I heard Lord Xiangyong say about you. It is also a dangerous existence and must be monitored. Lord Xiangyong told me, let me value you more than the fourth primogenitor. Ji Dong Suike he took a deep breath and said with a serious face. Oh, that's what she said. Lan Yufeng smiled playfully. Well, that month Sauce's guess was confirmed. Ji Dongsuke was sold by the three saints like Xiangyong. The object is oneself. I hate being watched. Your stalking is a criminal act. Believe it or not, I will notify the Special Zone Police Force in Itagami Island to arrest you. Lan Yufeng said with a smile. Ji Dongsuke was stunned when she heard this, and she didn't know how to answer. Although Master Xiangyong told her that Lan Yufeng was dangerous. But it seems that Lan Yufeng is not committing a crime now. The fourth primogenitor, Akisa Nagisa, did not commit any crimes. Her stalking and surveillance behavior seems to be a criminal act. If Lan Yufeng really wanted to call the police, wouldn't she want to eat pork chop rice in the bureau? For a while, Ji Dongsuke was stunned. When Ji Dongsuke was stunned, a gust of wind appeared at the right time and blew Ji Dongsuke's skirt. Because of the location, Lan Yufeng could clearly see Ji Dongsuke's looming blue and white stripes. Okay? Because the hair is blue and white again. That month Sauce likes to wear it, Ji Dongsuke likes to wear it, and Nagisa likes to wear it too. Hiss, blue and white bars. So scary. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 42 Lan Yufeng's Gentleman Answers. Did you see it? Although Ji Dongsuke pressed down her skirt for the first time, she still noticed Lan Yufeng's subtle eyes, and she cried out in embarrassment. Of course. Lan Yufeng admitted calmly. You stand so high, and when the wind blows, I can't see clearly, then I'm blind. Lan Yufeng's frank admission made Ji Dongsuke's eyes widen, his face full of confusion. Immediately, her pretty face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Indeed. Xiao Nagisa also muttered. Immediately, Xiao Nagisa took Lan Yufeng's arm again, puffed up her face, and taught in a low voice. Feng, although you didn't do it on purpose, you have to pretend that you didn't see it to save the girl's face. If you say it directly, the girl will feel very ashamed. I see, I see. I'll pay more attention in the future. Lan Yufeng clapped his hands and joked. I will definitely remember today's events firmly and use it to wake up myself. I heard it all. Ji Dongxiuke jumped down according to the skirt, full of black lines, and said gritted her teeth. Don't remember, let me forget. Sorry, I can't forget it. It was a memorable day. I learned another lesson. Lan Yufeng sighed. Xiao Nagisa also nodded, happy for Lan Yufeng to learn a truth. At this moment, Ji Dongsuike couldn't bear it anymore, and suddenly rushed towards Lan Yufeng, with lightning flashing in the palm of her hand. It is the 8 thunder gods of the Lion King Agency. Boom! Facing Ji Dongsuike's blow, Lan Yufeng just stretched out his palm indifferently and blocked her blow. Dash dash! This made Ji Dongsuike's eyes narrow. Although she didn't use all her strength, she was a little surprised to be blocked so easily. Hey, why did you suddenly hit someone? Xiao Nagisa stared at Xiao Nagisa a little angrily. What about the 8 thunder gods? Compared with your master's fate, your level is not good enough. Lan Yufeng held Ji Dongxiuke's fist, threw it away, and said calmly. My master's fate. Ji Dongxiuke's expression changed slightly, and she looked at Lan Yufeng in surprise. More than a month ago, she went out on a mission. When I came back, I heard from my classmates at the school that a handsome boy came to the Forest of High Gods and had a fight with Master Yuantang Yuan in the martial arts field. That one, earth-shattering, destroyed the entire martial arts field. In the end, it was Master Yuantang Yuan who conceded defeat. When he heard the news, Ji Dongxiuke was shocked, but also shocked. She has no interest in getting to the bottom of this matter, so she only knows such a person. However, listening to Lan Yufeng's tone, who is Lan Yufeng? Have you fought with my master? Ji Dongxiuke was silent for a while and asked. Of course. It looks like Xian Giang and the others didn't tell you. Lan Yufeng looked at Ji Dongxiuke strangely. In other words, such a big thing is easy to investigate, but you don't know it. Lan Yufeng complained. You came to Itagami Island without even collecting information. You are also amazing. With these words, Ji Dongxiuke's face was hot and speechless. However, it's not her fault. Although Xian Guiyang said that Lan Yufeng is very dangerous. But she instinctively focused on the 4th primogenitor. For this reason, all the information related to the 4th primogenitor is collected. Well, it's the most superficial information. In terms of intelligence gathering, she is really clueless. If only Sayaka was here. It's a pity that she has a mission for more than a month, and has basically never returned. Hey! Feng, have you ever fought with her master? Who is Yuantang Yuan? Is it amazing? Xiao Nagisa asked like a curious baby. Although she is the 4th primogenitor, she undoubtedly does not have the self-consciousness of being the 4th primogenitor. There are many things in the world that are unknown. In this regard, Lan Yufeng simply explained the relationship, making Xiao Nagisa's eyes full of small stars, looking at Lan Yufeng admiringly. This makes Lan Yufeng quite enjoy. Well, it's quite a sense of accomplishment to be longed for by a lovely school girl. Are you still going to fight me? Lan Yufeng looked at Ji Dongsuike, the corners of his mouth grinning slightly. I don't mind messing around with you. Hearing this, Ji Dongsuike's expression changed uncertainly, and finally looked at Lan Yufeng stubbornly. Maybe Lan Yufeng is strong, but her mission is to monitor Lan Yufeng. For this reason, it is necessary to play against Lan Yufeng and find out the bottom line in person. For this reason, Ji Dong Sui Ke held the Swexia wolf in his hand, and the meaning was very clear. Then there is no way. Lan Yufeng shook his head. The fourth door, the injury door, opened in seconds, and dark green arrogance intertwined with him. The huge pressure came, making Ji Dong Sui Ke's expression more and more solemn. Suddenly, Ji Dong Sui Ke's eyes flashed with a strange luster, which made her complexion change. Spirit Vision's ability to predict the short-term future made her see danger coming. It's just that, even if she saw the danger, her body couldn't keep up with Lan Yufeng's speed at all. In the next instant, Lan Yufeng disappeared in place and appeared in front of Ji Dong Sui Ke with his palms beside her fair neck. "Do you still want to fight?" Lan Yufeng said calmly. "If you still want to fight, I won't be merciful." This made Ji Dong Sui Ke come back to her senses, looked at Lan Yufeng decadently, and lowered the Swexia wolf in her hand. "That's right." Lan Yufeng chuckled lightly, getting out of the 8-door dungeon estate. Although Lan Yufeng is also confident to win against Ji Dong Sui Ke in normal state, but it will take a lot of effort, but it is not as shocking to kill in seconds. In order to prevent Ji Dong Sui Ke from following and stalking like a cowhide like in the original book, Xiao Guoken has to care about everything alone, and shock is necessary. Otherwise, it will make her think that she is in the upper position, and the so-called surveillance status is very powerful. For example, the ancient city of Xiao in the original book was eaten by Ji Dong Sui Ke. When necessary, he still has the right to kill the fourth primogenitor to warn Xiao Guoken. In fact, the so-called right to kill is bullshit. Lan Yufeng is not Xiao Guoken's airbag. He doesn't like Ji Dong Sui Ke, a serious girl, riding on his head and messing about. Don't take your identity as a watcher seriously. Xian Giong can't control my head. Lan Yufeng patted Ji Dong Sui Ke on the shoulder and said slowly. You can choose ordinary observation instead of following. You can even become friends with Nagisa, but don't cross the line for superfluous things. Hearing this, Ji Dong Sui Ke pursed her lips, her face full of unwillingness. But she was speechless. Lan Yufeng is not someone she can handle. Hey, I'd like to be friends with you. At this moment, Xiao Nagisa ran over, holding Ji Dong Sui Ke's hand enthusiastically, smiling all over her face. My name is Xiao Nagisa, you can call me Nagisa. What about you? P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, *. Chapter 43, The Use of Snakeskin to Restore Power. The enthusiastic Xiao Nagisa made Ji Dong Sui Ke not know how to react. She just looked at Xiao Nagisa awkwardly. She didn't understand, the girl she followed was a little angry before, but now she can show her such a cheerful and lovely smile. Only Lan Yufeng smiled. Xiao Nagisa's character is like that. Rarely get angry. Even if he was angry, he was mostly just a little stingy, and he laughed quickly. Xiao Nagisa is a very cheerful, innocent, and lovely girl. So she is very popular in the whole Keihei Junior High School, and many people are willing to be friends with her. It was a very comfortable feeling to be by her side. Well, as for being by Natsun Hasa's side, there is a feeling of being healed. My name is Ji Dong Sui Ke. In the end, unable to stand Xiao Nagisa's words, Ji Dong Sui Ke said his name in a tangled manner. Seeing Xiao Nagisa and Ji Dong Sui Ke chatting, Lan Yufeng did not intervene in the topic between them, but said to Xiao Nagisa, and planned to continue hanging out. In this regard, Xiao Nagisa just wanted to pull Lan Yufeng to chat, but seeing Lan Yufeng's refusal had no choice. Originally, she also wanted to reconcile the relationship between Lan Yufeng and Ji Dong Sui Ke. After walking a distance alone, Lan Yufeng looked at the silver-red envelope in front of him. The opening condition of the silver-red envelope on Ji Dong Sui Ke is to defeat it. This is one of the reasons why Lan Yufeng and Ji Dong Sui Cai fought. Lan Yufeng hummed a little song and stretched out his finger to tap the silver red envelope. In an instant, silver light appeared, and an object floated out with the silver light. The sound of the system also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the silver level red envelope and obtaining a pure heart necklace. Pure heart necklace, it can refresh the wearer and remove negative emotions. Pure heart necklace. Lan Yufeng pondered slightly. Give it to Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin's molded angel will be swallowed up by negative emotions. I hope this necklace will make her sober. This is just the last hope. Before that, Lan Yufeng wanted to completely solve the problem of molding angels. It's just that Lan Yufeng's headache is that he can't prescribe anything that completely solves the angelic art of molding. The demon-breaking red rose is of no use to this type of spell that has long been engraved on the body. The ability of the kaleidoscope to collapse can also hurt Xiaoyin accidentally. As for the ability to restore, Lan Yufeng could try to restore Xiaoyin to her original posture. However, the ability to restore consumes pupil power over time. For example, if an item has just been broken for a day and you want to restore it, it will cost 1 pupil power. Broken for a month, trying to restore it, the consumption of pupil power is increasing layer by layer, much higher than 30. Lan Yufeng felt that even if he used up all his pupil power and his right eye completely lost the light, he would not be able to restore Xiaoyin's body back to before. However, can it be restored? Does it mean that age can also go backwards? Enough pupil power to turn a girl back into lowly? This is equivalent to backtracking time. Lan Yufeng was stunned for a moment, then thought for a moment. Well, farther away. Even if it can be done. The consumption of pupil power and spiritual power is estimated to be described as horror, and it is difficult to squeeze him dry. Therefore, I can only pray that something useful can be opened in the red envelope in the next time. Otherwise, I can only try to let Nagisa suck the blood to summon the mercury of the third beast, the dragon and snake, and solve the problem as in the original book. However, now because of his existence, he doubts whether things can develop as smoothly as in the original book, and whether Xiao Nagisa can do this is a question. Hey, what a headache! Lan Yufeng pressed his eyebrows and sighed helplessly. Hey? A silver-level red envelope has been refreshed. Lan Yufeng opened the virtual map and looked at a silver-level red envelope that appeared within the range of Itagami Island on the map. His eyes lit up. The location is in the Adai Lard Monastery behind Keihei Academy. Lan Yufeng was surprised, and then ran to the Adai Lard Monastery. When Lan Yufeng came to the Adai Lard Monastery, Lan Yufeng saw a pure white figure in the dilapidated monastery. Because the monastery is relatively dilapidated, the sunlight leans in. At the junction of sunlight and shadow, Hei's Natsuon in school uniform is playing with a few cats with a cat grass, forming a beautiful picture. Xiaoyin! Lan Yufeng exclaimed in surprise when he saw this beautiful scene. Feng, are you coming to see the cat too? Xiaoyin turned her head to look at Lan Yufeng who was approaching, blinked her eyes, and smiled lightly. Lan Yufeng touched his face and said softly. I didn't expect Xiaoyin to be here too. What a coincidence. Natsuyin smiled softly. Hey? Looks like there's one more. Lan Yufeng asked. Her name is Xiao Huang. She's cute. Natsuyin hugged the cat and handed it to Lan Yufeng. It's really cute. Lan Yufeng smiled and took the cat. However, just after that, the cat, who was at peace in Natsun's arms, struggled. Cats are very vigilant animals and few people can easily approach them. Lan Yufeng couldn't do it anyway. And Natsuyin is very popular with small animals. Even wild cats full of males. It should be said that it is an angel. Lan Yufeng muttered. Forget it, you should hold it. I brought some snacks for them this time. Lan Yufeng shook his head, put the struggling cat back into the carton, took out the best cat food from a bronze-level red envelope from his pocket, actually from the system space, and handed it to Ha Xia Sound. Feng, you are really gentle. This made Ye Snatsuyan blink and say softly. Well, appeared, the almighty Yash Axing, gentle. Lan Yufeng rolled his eyes slightly. In terms of gentleness, no one can compare to you, Xia Yin. However, Lan Yufeng didn't refute this, just chatted with Ha Snatsuyan. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to open the silver red envelope in the monastery. This kind of local red envelopes without opening conditions is his favorite. It would be even better if you could come up with something good. With the tap of Lan Yufeng's finger, the silver red envelope brightened and opened. The sound of the system also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening a silver level red envelope, a strange fruit. Strange fruit, after eating it, there is a chance to gain special power, and it may also enhance physical fitness. Food poisoning symptoms are more likely. Eat carefully. God is such a strange fruit, why don't you say it's a pirated devil fruit? Lan Yufeng complained in his heart. Throwing the stuff full of pits in this introduction into the system storage space, Lan Yufeng finally left the monastery together after teasing the cat with Natsun Haas. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 44 Rose's Fingertips. Xia Yin, I have something for you. When they parted at the intersection, Lan Yufeng took out the King's necklace from the system storage space, handed it to Yi Xia Yin, and said softly. Give this to me. Looking at the beautiful sky blue pendant necklace in Lan Yufeng's hands, Ha Snatsuyan's face was full of joy. At the same time, she was a little shy, and her fair and pretty face was covered with a charming crimson color. Boys give such things as necklaces to girls, which obviously reminds people of many things. Yet, Lan Yufeng nodded and said seriously. Xia Yin, please always wear this necklace on your body. This is a very important thing. I understand. Ye Snatsuyan's eyes wandered, looking down at her toes, she nodded. The pretty face became more and more rosy and hot. Yeah, see you at school tomorrow. Because the girl bowed her head, Lan Yufeng didn't notice the girl's pretty crimson face, he just smiled lightly, and touched the soft silver hair of Ha Snatsuyan. Turned around and left. Maple. Looking at Lan Yufeng's back fascinatedly, Ye Xiaoyan held the sky blue pendant necklace in her hand and put it on her neck with a blushing face. Time has passed, and a day has passed in a blink of an eye, which also means that the summer vacation is coming to an end. There are many students in the residential building wailing, obviously because their homework has not been written. Lan Yufeng, on the other hand, was playing games at home and drawing 12 cards in a row. Gee, it's all junk. Am I being possessed by the god of the African chiefs again? Lan Yufeng looked at the picture on the screen speechlessly, and smashed his mouth in annoyance. If it weren't for the fact that he is now a big tyrant with a net worth of tens of millions, he would really not be able to afford to play like this. Sure enough, the card game should kill the operator. Black-hearted operators, pay back my hard-earned money. Boom. Suddenly, an astonishing explosion sounded from a distance. Although it was far apart, Lan Yufeng could still hear it clearly. After all, his current physique was that of an ordinary person. Lan Yufeng frowned slightly, jumped directly from the window of his house, and rushed towards the scene of the incident with the help of air dance. In the industrial area of the east area of Itagami Island, the flamingos in the sky flew wildly, and countless flame bombs smashed into the ground, causing all kinds of violent explosions. However, some of the flame bombs were swallowed up by a huge white arm. Seeing this scene, Marcus became extremely annoyed. He suddenly remembered the warning given by Lan Yufeng, a high school student attacking magician, more than a month ago. It is best not to walk at night for 2 months, and be careful to be cut. Now that prophecy has undoubtedly come true. He was really attacked while walking at night. The opponent is still a teacher. We'll definitely kill him without mercy. And the other party is also a lunatic, actually carrying 2 artificial life forms, and each artificial life body also hosts a beast. In this regard, he suddenly regretted a little, because Mao did not listen to his persuasion. When Marcus was upset, his firebird familiar was directly devoured by the familiar rose fingertips that resided on Asteryudi's body. And he himself was slashed by an axe from the annihilation teacher Dolph Ostak, and he fell to the ground with blood. I'm so sorry. Marcus smiled bitterly. Do the demons also know regret? Then die in regret. Rudolph sneered and raised the huge axe in his hand. Clang! Just as he was about to split, a strong wind suddenly appeared, causing his eyes to condense slightly, and the axe slashed backward, colliding with the silver spear. In an instant, sparks flew, and Ji Dongsuke's pretty face appeared in Rudolph's eyes. He snorted coldly and threw Ji Dongsuke out with force. He sneered when Ji Dongsuke swirled a few times in the air and landed steadily. So it is, this technique. This gun, you are the sword wizard of the Lion King agency, right? What is it? Ji Dongsuke looked at Rudolph with a dignified expression, and looked at Asteryudi behind Rudolph with fear, and the other side, who was equally petite as Asteryudi, with no eyes. God's silver-haired lowly, she said angrily. Who are you, and what's your purpose? Why did you attack the Login demons? You even host the beasts on innocent little girls like them. Ji Dongsuke's anger grew even more. Hosting the beasts on humans, with the speed at which the beasts can absorb the vitality, these 2 little girls will definitely not survive for a week. This is extremely cruel. I'm an armed magician and annihilation teacher from Ladan Lingxia. The monks of the Western European Church come to this sinful island to retrieve the desecrated holy relic. Wearing special armor and holding a heavy half-moon axe, Rudolph his eyes were sharp. As for them, they are just artificial life forms, not human beings. Rudolph Ostak said coldly. It's just a tool. Artificial life form. Ji Dongsuke's face turned pale, looking at the dull eyes of Tu Loli. It's against the law. On the bright side, the creation of artificial life forms is not allowed. Naive sword witch, everything I do is for the justice of the church. What is the so-called law? Rudolph Ostak sneered. You are nothing but a tool cultivated by the Lion King organization. Hearing this, Ji Dongsuke fell silent. Sui Kaijiang, you are not a prop. At this moment, a voice sounded, making Ji Dongsuke stunned. In the shadows, Xiao Nagisa, who was breathing slightly, also appeared here. Originally, Xiao Nagisa was just helping Ji Dongsuke to buy necessary household items. As a result, I forgot to buy a towel, so the 2 came out together. I didn't expect to encounter such an event suddenly. This made Ji Dongsuke unable to sit back and ignore it, so he rushed over. And Xiao Nagisa could only find a way to rush over after Ji Dongsuke. The 4th primogenitor, this is really a rare existence. Rudolph looked at Xiao Nagisa with a crazy smile. Devouring the magic power of the 4th primogenitor is enough to let these 2 props live for a while longer to complete their due missions. Rudolph Ostak said in a deep voice. Asteryudi, kill the 4th primogenitor. Sumanalu, stand by. Immediately, Rudolph Ostak gave an order in a cold voice. Rose's fingertips have the ability to devour mana, so they can fight. And the beasts in Sumanalu's body naturally don't need to be used, and they are used at critical times. The order is accepted. Rose's fingertips. Asteroidi, who was wearing tattered sackcloth, stepped forward with an expressionless face, and opened her mouth lightly. Immediately. Behind her, a huge white arm appeared again, looking very terrifying. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 45 A red glow on the sky. Innocent sword witch, let me teach you a good lesson. Rudolf Ostaka's eyes were piercing. Holding a heavy axe, he brazenly attacked Ji Dongsuke. On the other hand, Rose's fingertips controlled by Asteryuti also attacked Akin Nagisa. In this regard, Xiao Nagisa defended in a panic. Not with the power of the fourth primogenitor. Because she refused to suck blood, she still couldn't summon the beast. Although the body of the fourth primogenitor is stronger than that of ordinary people, it is only comparable to that of ordinary orcs. However, in addition to the identity of the fourth primogenitor, Xiao Nagisa also has the identity of a witch. Xiao Nagisa inherited the two abilities of her grandmother's excellent psychic medium and her mother's over-adapted ability. As a priestess, she has a very high talent. For this reason, she is proficient in some sealing techniques, enchantments, and unblocking techniques. Facing the attack of Rose's fingertips, Xiao Nagisa used a defensive barrier to temporarily block it. However, because he had no combat experience, he was undoubtedly taken aback. It looks like the situation is not as bad as I thought. Above the sky, Lan Yufeng looked down at the battlefield below, touched his chin, and smiled. Xiao Nagisa is not the parallel importer of Xiao Gukan. She herself is excellent. In fact, her strength is not outstanding because of her personality. Otherwise, if Xiao Nagisa can inherit some of her grandmother's methods, even if she doesn't become the fourth primogenitor, she will definitely be no worse than Ji Dongsuke now. However, the combat experience is always lacking. Lan Yufeng shook his head. Ji Dongsuke and Xiao Nagisa can actually form a good cooperation. The combination of the two might not be without the strength to fight Rudolph and Astaroth. It's a pity that the two have no cooperation at all. They are fighting each other and will be defeated sooner or later. Not to mention that there is still one person on the other side who has not shot. That girl. Later, Lan Yufeng looked at the artificial life form with long silver hair and pondered slightly. In the original book, Rudolf Ostak just brought Asteruti to Itagami Island, but there is no such silver-haired girl. I remember her name seems to be Sumana Lu. Lan Yufeng pondered for more than 10 seconds, clapped his hands, and the three hooked jades of the wheel-shaped eyes turned, and a red light flashed. After so many years in this world, Lan Yufeng reviews the plot and settings of this world every once in a while, so he remembers many things clearly. For other anime, it's a bit blurry. It was because of this that he remembered that it seemed that such a silver-haired artificial life form, called Sumana Lu, appeared in one of the special editions of Blood Devouring Raid. I didn't expect her to appear here. It really is a butterfly effect. Lan Yufeng muttered. If I don't come tonight, I think Akatsuki will run wild. While Lan Yufeng was thinking about various things, the battle situation below changed obviously. Ji Dongsuke was no match for Rudolf Ostak at all, and was knocked out and hit the iron box. And Xiao Nagisa was worried that Ji Dongsuke was distracted, and the barrier was also broken, and Rose's fingertips grabbed Xiao Nagisa. Thorn. However, at this moment, a red on streaked across the sky, descended from the sky. Directly pierced through Qiang Gui's fingertips, and swayed slightly on the concrete floor. Under the attack of the demon-breaking red rose, Rose's fingertips retracted her much crippled arm. The sudden appearance of the red spear made Xiao Nagisa and Ji Dongsuke, who was in pain all over, startled. Who is it? Rudolf Ostaka's eyes narrowed as he looked at the sky. When he looked over, Lan Yufeng suddenly fell from the sky, stepped on the red spear, his clothes fluttered, and looked down at Rudolph. The three-go jade of the riding wheel was slowly spinning. Lan Yufeng. Looking at Lan Yufeng's figure, Rudolf Ostaka's pupils shrank, and he held the giant axe tightly. I didn't expect you to know me. But yes, I killed Bruder, the last descendant of the Dragon Slayer. Your church should hate me to the core. Lan Yufeng said slowly. Bruder is a member of the Dark Ministry of the Western Church. And Rudolf Ostak can also be regarded as a companion. Humph. Rudolf Ostak snorted coldly, his murderous aura overflowing his words. Feng. Xiao Nagisa finally spoke up, her face full of joy, and she breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Although Ji Dongxiuke didn't speak, she was relieved. Although she hated Lan Yufeng, if this person was here, it would be absolutely fine. He was the one who defeated Master Yuan Tang Yuan. Aster Yudi, kill him. Rudolf Ostak ordered directly. The order is promised, Rose's fingertips. Asterodi said expressionlessly, like an emotionless machine. During the conversation, she was wrapped in a headless white giant beast and rushed towards Lan Yufeng. However, before she could get close, Lan Yufeng's three-hooked jade writing wheel eyes slightly widened, and the terrifying pupil power poured out, which directly fixed the fingertips of Aster Yudi and the rose she controlled. This scene made Rudolf Ostaka's complexion change slightly, and glanced at Lan Yufeng's writing wheel with dread. Simon Lut, help Aster Yudi! Rudolf Ostak roared. The order is promised, psychedelic fairy. Sumanalul looked up, and a fog appeared behind her. Immediately, a spiritual force spread over and attacked Lan Yufeng. In response, Lan Yufeng's writing wheel turned faster, resisting this spiritual invasion. This also freed Aster Yudi and attacked again. In this regard, Lan Yufeng opened the fourth door, the injury door, and punched Qiang Gui's fingertips together. Immediately, a terrifying strong wind broke out, the ground sank, and Rose's fingertips were blasted straight out, hitting the iron box. And Lan Yufeng fell to the ground, pulling up the red roses on the ground. The power is actually above Rose's fingertips. Rudolf Ostaka's pupils shrank. He suddenly understood why Lan Yufeng was able to defeat that freak brood. A mind-controlling animal, it's a little troublesome. Lan Yufeng looked at Sumanalu, and the three-hooked jade turned. However, her condition doesn't look good. Lan Yufeng said slowly, looking at Sumanalu's pale face and trembling body. The lifespan of artificial life forms is inherently short, not to mention the burden of such a powerful beast. You don't need to worry about this. Rudolf Ostaka's face was heavy. The situation is now not on his side. Lan Yufeng alone can easily handle the two props on his side. Those eyes gave him a very dangerous feeling. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 46 Rudolf is defeated. Then, let me ask you another question. Lan Yufeng said coldly. What is the purpose of your coming to Itagami Island? As for Rudolf Ostaka's purpose for coming to Itagami Island, he naturally knew. It is for the right arm of the saint. Itagami Kaira used the saint's right arm as a sacrificial building material using magic, buried it at the bottom of the cornerstone gate, and used the power of the holy relic to resist the strong wave impact under the deep sea. And this undoubtedly drove Rudolf crazy when he learned the news. As a fanatical teacher of annihilation, he directly invaded Itagami Island, trying to recapture the right arm of the saint. However, if he really stole the saint's right arm, it would mean that Itagami Island would lose its cornerstone and would be disintegrated directly in the ocean. As a result, 560,000 people died on Itagami Island. Knowing that there would be such consequences, Rudolf was still able to take back the saint's right arm without hesitation. So, the mad priests are all lunatics. However, even if he knew Rudolf's purpose, Lan Yufeng had no idea of arresting or killing him here. Because he also wants to open the silver-level red envelope at the door of the cornerstone. This is an opportunity. With Rudolf making a fuss, he, who didn't have the right to go to the door of the cornerstone, was able to pass. At the same time, Lan Yufeng also has a purpose. Maybe he can take this opportunity to awaken Nagisa. My purpose? Rudolf's face was indifferent, and his words were full of evil spirits. It's nothing to tell you, my purpose is to destroy this sinful island. What, you want to destroy Itagami Island? Hearing this, Ji Dongswina's pupils shrank and looked at Rudolf in disbelief. Is this guy crazy? Xiao Nagisa was also stunned. Why did you do this? Itagami Island has a population of 560,000. Xiao Nagisa said angrily. Hehe, what do they have to do with me? I just want to take back what belongs to us and destroy this sinful island. I don't care if those people die. Rudolph was extremely indifferent. You. Xiao Nagisa was so angry that her delicate body was shaking. The eyes became scarlet, and the vampire fangs were exposed. Vaguely, there is a tendency for the beasts to run wild. I'm here. Lan Yufeng touched Xiao Nagisa's hair and said warmly. When Lan Yufeng touched her head, Xiao Nagisa came back to her senses and nodded lightly. However, he still glared at Rudolph. It has to be said that Rudolph is also a talent to be able to anger Nagisa, who is rarely angry. Lan Yufeng glanced at Rudolph, and the red spear in his hand waved a spear flower. Next, it's my war. Lan Yufeng suddenly remembered something and said handsomely. No, senior, next, it's our war. As soon as Lan Yufeng's words fell, Ji Dong Sui Ke came over, and the Swexia wolf in his hand danced with a silver light, and said handsomely. The corner of Lan Yufeng's eyes twitched, and he tried it out with a playful attitude, but Ji Dong Sui Ke really followed his words. Well, I feel so ashamed, let's not talk about it in the future. Suddenly, Lan Yufeng stepped on the ground and rushed towards Rudolph at a frantic speed, the red gun in his hand swept out. Ding! Facing Lan Yufeng's attack, Rudolph's expression changed greatly, and he blocked the attack with a heavy axe. Immediately, sparks splashed and the wind was blowing. Rudolph felt a strong force coming, and he couldn't hold it at all. He was swept away and hit the iron net behind him. The whole person sank. Taking this opportunity, Ji Dong Swina also rushed towards Rudolph. Sumanalo mental attack. Rudolph roared. Aster Yudi, stop Lan Yufeng. The order is accepted. As soon as the order fell, both Aster Yudi and Sumanalo said. In an instant, Qiang Gui's fingertips slammed towards Lan Yufeng. And Sumanalo's mental attack swept the audience. This made Ji Dong Sui Ke's expression froze, feeling that his brain was hit, and his eyes went black. As for Lan Yufeng, relying on the shackle, the mental attack was useless to him. Lan Yufeng swept the red gun and smashed Aster Yudi out again. At this point, Rudolph didn't want to fight anymore, he tore open the iron net and fled here. Seeing that the master had fled, Asterut and Sumanalo followed closely behind and disappeared into the night. It's okay. Lan Yufeng didn't pursue her, he came to Ji Dong Sui Ke's side, patted her on the shoulder, and asked. It's okay, it's just a headache. Ji Dong Sui Ke squatted on the ground, covering her head. Is this a head squatting defense? Lan Yufeng looked strange. Hey, it's finally over. At this time, Xiao Nagisa also ran over, with a look of happiness on her face. Fortunately, Feng came to the rescue. Sorry, it's all my fault for letting them run away. Ji Dong Sui Ke looked apologetic after recovering a little. How could Rudolph escape if she had a better chance? Let Lan Yufeng deal with the two beasts alone, but she can't help anything. Ji Dong Swina suddenly felt very depressed and annoyed. It's nothing, it's hard to deal with spiritual beasts. Lan Yufeng shook his head. You can go to Yuantang Yuan and ask if there are any spells that can resist mental shock. Well. Ji Dong Sui Ke nodded absently. When she first came to Itagami Island, she suffered a series of setbacks, which made her lose her confidence. If you meet again next time, leave the mental shock to me. I will use the barrier to defend. Xiao Nagisa said quickly. Thank you, Nagisa. Hearing this, Ji Dong Sui Ke pursed her lips and said. And Senior Lan Yu, thank you too. We are friends, no need to thank you. Xiao Nagisa said with a smile, blinking her eyes. Seeing Xiao Nagisa's pure smile, Ji Dongswina was suddenly cured. Rather than these unnecessary thanks, we might as well consider Rudolph's harm. Lan Yufeng pretended to be serious and said with a serious face. Rudolph's purpose is to destroy Itagami Island, we must stop him. Lan Yufeng's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice. Stop, you really have to stop it. I don't want Itagami Island to be destroyed. Xiao Nagisa clenched her pink fist and said with a puffed face. There are many of her friends here, how can such a place full of beautiful memories be destroyed? Well, he must be stopped. Ji Dongsuke also nodded. However, his two beasts are too troublesome. Lan Yufeng said with a pretense of trouble. I can't play my full strength now, and it's a bit difficult to deal with at the same time. Hearing this, Xiao Nagisa was a little confused. Leave it to me. Xiao Nagisa whispered. I summon the beast. Hey! Lan Yufeng looked at Xiao Nagisa. Ahaha, nothing. Xiao Nagisa smiled and waved. Although she wanted to help, but when she thought of that scene, she was in a bad mood. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua. Ticket support, QAQ, *. Chapter 47 The Beginning Beasts. Nagisa, your suggestion just now is a good one. Blood-sucking and summoning the beasts can improve our combat power in a short time. Lan Yufeng touched Xiao Nagisa's head, and he took this opportunity to say it directly. Blood-sucking, beasts. Ji Dongsuke also looked at Xiao Nagisa. It's a good idea, but... She knew that Xiao Nagisa could not summon the familiar beast at present. The reason was naturally that she resisted blood-sucking, which caused the familiar beast to not recognize her as the master. Being picked out directly, Xiao Nagisa looked at Lan Yufeng with tears in her eyes. Suck me. Ji Dongsuke hesitated for a while, pulled down her collar slightly, tilted her head, and said slowly. No, I don't want to suck blood. Xiao Nagisa took a few steps back with a tangled face. Nagisa, suck me. Lan Yufeng touched Xiao Nagisa's head and said softly. Do you hate me, Nagisa? I don't hate Feng. Xiao Nagisa replied in seconds, her face serious. Then suck me. Lan Yufeng said warmly. The wrist will do. Hearing this, Xiao Nagisa's heartbeat accelerated a lot, and a subtle scene couldn't help but appear in her mind, and her pretty face became hot and red. If it was Feng, she could accept it. Change place, and wash your hands. Xiao Nagisa's voice trembled slightly. Yes. Lan Yufeng smiled. Nagisa has a serious cleanliness addiction. The reason is, of course, her pitiful father. Because her father Xiaocheng's usual life is very sloppy, Nagisa has an almost morbid cleanliness due to her resistance to her father. Hearing this, Xiao Nagisa blinked her eyes, and nodded her head in anticipation. She hates sucking blood from others, but she is willing to accept everything about Lan Yufeng. And she once checked that blood-sucking behavior, in the vampire's worldview, is equivalent to a very intimate behavior. Thinking of this, Xiao Nagisa's face was extremely hot, and there was steam coming from the top of her head, her eyes were moist, her vision was blurred, and she was extremely shy. Seeing this scene, Ji Dongsuke's mouth twitched. Nagisa, you have a phobia of blood-sucking. He was obviously afraid of sucking my blood, but Lan Yufeng accepted it easily, instead he became very expectant and shy. This distinction is too serious. Ji Dongsuke's whole person was not well, and was hit again, giving people a black and white feeling. Yo, you're not dead yet. Lan Yufeng teased when he came to a vampire who was lying on the ground. I'm dying. Marcus smiled wryly. Thanks to these two little girls for saving me. I reminded you that you have to walk at night, who is to blame? Lan Yufeng said with a smile. People die when they die. There are so many things damaged here, but it's all on your head. Lan Yufeng said playfully. I hope you don't go bankrupt. Also, remember to transfer some money to me. I saved you anyway. Hearing this, Marca's face darkened, and his whole person was not well. Regardless of the pain in the A, Lan Yufeng left here with Xiao Nagisa, who was pretty blushing. Ji Dongxiuke hesitated for a while, but followed. At this moment, on a certain high tower, Nanggong Neiyu, who was wearing a black Gothic lowly dress, had her hair fluttering in the wind. She watched this scene, her eyes flashing slightly. In fact, she had come a long time ago, but she didn't make a move. Do you want to take this opportunity to let Xiao Nagisa gradually accept the identity and power of his fourth ancestor? Lan Yufeng. Nanggong murmured that month. Forget it, that girl Xiao Nagisa really needs some stimulation. Otherwise, the fourth primogenitor who can't control his own power is completely a piece of fragrant bun. I don't know how many people will think about it, so Lan Yufeng and I will be under pressure. Will be huge. Nanggong pondered slightly that month. Although it is not a last resort, she will help Xiao Nagisa. But it would be really annoying if she and Lan Yufeng were going to have to deal with any trash. She is not a nanny. This time, I'll just pretend I didn't notice it, just wait and see. Nanggong Neiyu finally shook her head, her petite and lovely figure disappeared into the purple magic circle. On the other side, Lan Yufeng left the scene with Xiao Nagisa. Soon, the SAR police rushed over, put out the flames at the scene, and arrested the tragic Marcas. At the same time, Lan Yufeng also found a water source. After washing his hands, Lan Yufeng put his wrist in front of Xiao Nagisa. In response, Xiao Nagisa's heart beat fast, and after struggling for a few minutes, she bit Lan Yufeng. Immediately, Lan Yufeng first felt an itch in his fingers, and then he felt a tingling sensation, which was quite comfortable, making him narrow his eyes. No wonder it's comfortable to hear rumors of blood-sucking, it's true. However, many vampires are sometimes too addicted to it, and there are not a few incidents of sucking humans who are their partners to death. That kind of thing is really bad enough. After more than 10 seconds, Xiao Nagisa, who had a hot and pretty face, let go of her mouth with fascination, and brought a little blood. There was also a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth. Well, I have to say, Xiao Nagisa's expression is very subtle. At least Lan Yufeng's eyes flickered. On the other side, Ji Dongxiuke, who had watched the whole process, blushed even more, and she didn't know where to put her eyes. This weird atmosphere made her whole person feel bad. Nagisa, how are you feeling? Lan Yufeng asked softly. Which beast was awakened? It feels very comfortable. Xiao Nagisa said in a low voice, her face flushed, and she dared not look at Lan Yufeng. The ninth famous beast, the deep crimson of 2 horns. Double horns. Lan Yufeng touched his chin and pondered slightly. Sure enough, under the butterfly effect, it is completely different from the original. Xiao Guoquan's first blood-sucking summon was the 5th beast, the gold of the lion. This is also a powerful beast that he often uses. The golden lion of the lion is a golden lion surrounded by thunder and lightning, which can release extremely powerful thunder and lightning, and can also control electricity for electrical and electromagnetic operations. And the deep red of the double horns is a double wildebeest with a crimson mane. The body can continuously vibrate, causing resonance through high-frequency vibration frequencies to destroy objects. However, this kind of vibration method obviously cannot be used in the door of the cornerstone, and the vibration wave can destroy the entire door of the cornerstone. Of course, Lan Yufeng didn't expect to rely on Xiao Nagisa to fight. He planned these all to give Xiao Nagisa the power to protect himself. The goal is now achieved. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua. Ticket support, QAQ, *. Chapter 48 Knock-in, Dog System. *. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded in Lan Yufeng's mind, making his eyes widen a little. Aurora? However, when Lan Yufeng called in his mind, there was no movement. It seems that Nagisa's blood-sucking touched Aurora's soul. Lan Yufeng's eyes flashed slightly. Feng, what's wrong with you? Xiao Nagisa, who had recovered, noticed Lan Yufeng's strangeness and asked. It's nothing. Lan Yufeng shook his head and chuckled. I guess I can't find Rudolph tonight, but in his current state, he definitely doesn't have the energy to bother. Let's go back together. I'll ask Shallow to help find his trace later. Yet. Hearing this, Xiao Nagisa nodded, pulling Ji Dongxiuke, who was puzzled and didn't know who Shallow was, and left. After Xiao Nagisa and Ji Dongxiuke left, Lan Yufeng also flew to his home. When flying in the air, Lan Yufeng was also looking at the gold-level red envelope in front of him. The condition for opening the gold-level red envelope on Xiao Nagisa is to let Xiao Nagisa suck blood. This condition is undoubtedly fulfilled just now, and he can open this red envelope at any time. Thinking of this, Lan Yufeng suddenly wanted to thank Rudolph for being a big loser. Not only can it help him open a few red envelopes, but also allow him to retrieve two loli, which makes Nagisa feel a sense of crisis and overcomes the fear of blood-sucking a little. Great guy! Lan Yufeng smacked his mouth. Then, Lan Yufeng reached out and tapped the red envelope in front of him. In an instant, the golden light flourished, and in the dazzling golden light, an object flew out. The sound of the system also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the master for opening the gold-level red envelope and obtaining a medium energy source. Medium energy source. Lan Yufeng's eyes lit up. Although he now has a primary energy source, he can automatically absorb spiritual power and become stronger without his active cultivation every day, but the speed is quite slow. The energy of the primary energy source is actually not much, and it is barely like the ordinary vampire of the old generation. In short, Lan Yufeng lacks energy. Can't fight for a long time. The middle energy source was drawn, which undoubtedly temporarily solved his shortcoming. At the same time, because of the increase in energy, the increase of the 8 gates Dungia will also become stronger. Lan Yufeng thought wildly and merged into the medium energy source. In an instant, Lan Yufeng felt warm all over his body, the energy source in his body grew in a large circle, and the speed of absorbing the spiritual power in the air became much faster. Judging from the experience of Lan Yufeng and the old generation of vampires, his current energy capacity is much higher than that of most old generation vampires, and it should be close to an elder level vampire. Of course, it is still incomparable with the true ancestor. Feeling very happy, Lan Yufeng accelerated and flew home. Just flying home from the window, Lan Yufeng was stunned. Because in his room, Lan Yu Shallow was sitting on his bed, staring at him. Scallion, good evening. Lan Yufeng touched his nose and greeted awkwardly. Feng, are you hiding a lot of things from me? Lan Yu said in a piqued tone. 4 years ago, I left Xianjin Island without saying a word. Sorry. Lan Yufeng smiled helplessly, sat on his computer chair, and looked at Lan Yu Shallow. Actually, I have become a magician. Lan Yufeng thought for a while, but stopped hiding. Leaving Itagami Island during the summer vacation is also to complete the task entrusted by that month Chan. Magic attacker. Lan Yu Shallow looked at Lan Yufeng in surprise and fell into contemplation. So, you just went to deal with the demons that were destroying everywhere? Lan Yu Shallow asked. Yet. Although it's true, that stupid vampire destroyed more things, but he was the victim. Lan Yufeng shook his head and explained. There was a teacher who invaded Itagami Island and hunted demons everywhere. He wanted to destroy Itagami Island. Lan Yufeng explained a little. Of course, many things that only he knew had to be hidden in his heart. Hearing this, Lan Yu's shallow pupils condensed and became serious. Artificial life forms, raising beasts. Destroying Xianjin Island. Lan Yu said with a shallow frown. It's no small matter. According to what you said, Feng, I can infer that he will definitely be hiding in a place that can maintain the stability of the artificial life body's genes. I will check it now. Lan Yu Shallow took out his mobile phone and acted directly. Soon, Lan Yu Shallow has finalized several locations, which is similar to the inference in the original book. This also made Lan Yufeng a little confused. Asakusa learned of Rudolph's purpose, and also found out the possible locations. If he notified the Special Zone Police Force, it seemed that the plot would be shifted. I hope that this guy Rudolph will not be arrested in advance, otherwise he will lose a silver red envelope and can only find other ways to touch the door of the cornerstone. It's done, I have notified the Special Zone Police Force. Lan Yu said confidently. He can't run away. Lan Yufeng rolled his eyes and said nothing. Who let this be a hole dug by oneself? Besides, Scallion is his younger sister, Lan Yufeng won't blame her for this. I'm going to take a shower. After Lan Yufeng and Lan Yu Shallow said, they went to squat. Of course, not really taking a bath. He went to the bathroom to eat the trough-filled exotic fruit. Even if it is pitted, the sundries can be cleaned in the bathroom. I want to see what pits this fruit has. Lan Yufeng took out this weird red fruit from the system storage space, muttered it, and threw it directly in his mouth. Immediately, Lan Yufeng felt his stomach growl, his face darkened, he ran directly from the bathroom to the toilet, and squatted. After pulling the toilet several times in a row, Lan Yufeng came out holding the door with some collapse. The dog ratio is really pitiful. System, can you hear me? Master, it's your own bad luck, don't throw the blame on this system. And although the side effect is diarrhea, Master, your physical fitness has become stronger. The mechanical voice of the system sounded. Hey! Hearing this, Lan Yufeng was taken aback and sensed his body. Indeed, although there is a sense of weakness now, there is a strange feeling of power splitting mountains and rivers. Of course, these are all illusions. Certainly not at that level. However, it should be certain that it has become stronger. Although most of the system's bronze-level red envelopes are pits, this aspect will not lie to him. Is this a surprise? Lan Yufeng muttered. Afterwards, Lan Yufeng calmed down his thoughts and went to the refrigerator to dispose of a large amount of frozen food. Then he relieved his body's hunger and went back to his room humming a little song. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 49 Impatient Rudolph. Shallow, how's the situation? Lan Yufeng asked in a soft voice when he saw Lan Yu Shallow, who was annoyed when he returned to the room. This guy broke through and ran away. Lan Yu Qiankong's face was full of depression. Why is this group of special zone guards so weak? It doesn't help to tell them the information. These words made Lan Yufeng smile. Sar Guard? Originally synonymous with Dragon Set. In Lan Yufeng's memory, anyone who comes to Itagami Island can bully them. After all, most of them are ordinary people who fight with firearms and magic bullets. It's okay to deal with ordinary orcs, but to deal with existences like Rudolph, Asteryudi, and Sumanalu, it's all about sending couriers thousands of miles away, and the courtesy is light and affectionate. However, didn't Yuejiang make a move? Lan Yufeng's eyes flashed slightly, and he was a little puzzled. On this island, Naoki-chan and Sasaki Cape, the four-fist immortal Xiangu, can easily beat Rudolph and the others. Teacher Yu seems to have other things. Lan Yu Shallow sighed, playing with her hair. Hearing this, Lan Yufeng raised his eyebrows. Based on what he knows about Naoki-chan, this is suspicious. What's more important now than terrorists who want to destroy the island? After thinking about it, Lan Yufeng went out and called Yuejiang. Lan Yufeng, call me in the middle of the night and disturb other people's sleep, do you want to die? Nangong's cold voice sounded. Lan Yufeng looked strange. Neiyu-chan, don't you know what happened tonight? Of course I do. And I'm right there. Nangong Neiyu said calmly. It's just that, in order to awaken Xiao Nagisa, I didn't care about it. This is what you think too. Lan Yufeng touched his nose and suddenly understood Neiyu Jiang's thoughts. Lan Yufeng was very moved by this. Nan Yuejiang, sorry for disturbing your sleep. Lan Yufeng said softly. It's good to know. Nangong snorted coldly that month. Remember to handle the matter well for me. If something goes wrong in Itagami Island, I will throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. As soon as these words fell, the phone hung up. In response, Lan Yufeng rolled his eyes. That Yu-chan, throwing it into the sea to feed sharks will be outdated if you say too much. Ah, I lost it completely, it's a big trouble. When Lan Yufeng returned to the room, Lan Yushallow's complaining voice sounded. Don't worry, I probably guessed his real purpose, just wait and see. Lan Yufeng touched his nose and said slowly. What's his purpose? Lan Yushallow asked curiously. Well, I won't tell you this. Lan Yufeng said mysteriously. I'll arrest him. Humph, if you don't say it, who cares? Lan Yushallow pouted. Speaking of which, Shallow, are you still leaving? Lan Yufeng coughed lightly and reminded. As compensation for the fact that you kept hiding from me. You must give me some compensation. Lan Yushallow looked directly at Lan Yufeng, her eyes moist. When she said this, Lan Yu's pretty face turned slightly red. Well, I'll make up for it later. Lan Yufeng said with a smile. Idiot. Lan Yu glared at Lan Yufeng before leaving the room. Lan Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief after Lan Yushallow left, a little upset. For this reason, he chose to continue to calm down. The next day was the start of school. Lan Yufeng also went to school with Lan Yushallow. Familiar classmates and familiar teachers made Lan Yufeng and Lan Yushallow very happy and greeted their acquaintances. Gugu, you've been working hard this summer, and I always feel that your dark circles are getting thicker and thicker. Lan Yufeng looked at Xiao Gugu who was sitting next to him, and teased. Is this being squeezed dry by my girlfriend? Let's go. Xiao Gugun rolled his eyes and complained. It's not that a new neighbor named Ji Dongxiuke came next to her. Nagisa helped her in various ways, and she also took me with him. In the end, she went out to buy things and left me alone to help. After returning, they chatted until late. Well, I'm so sleepy. Xiao Gugun was lying on the table. Feng, call me after class. Well, I promise I won't call you. Let Neiyu Jiang whip you well. Lan Yufeng teased. Tisk, are you a devil? Xiao Gugun complained and closed his eyes. Yace Kiki, who was sitting behind Lan Yufeng, kept staring at Lan Yufeng, his eyes flashing. To be honest, he was really shocked by the changes in Lan Yufeng in the past 2 months. Yace, don't stare at me like that, I'm straight, I like cute girls. Lan Yufeng suddenly turned around and said with a smile. I'm straight, too. Yazkiki rolled his eyes. Yace, you've crossed the line a bit recently. Curiosity will kill the cat. I don't want to hurt my friends. Lan Yufeng narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully. Yazkiki has undoubtedly been watching him all this time. Maybe it was Xian Giang's order, or maybe it was his own curiosity that made him keep monitoring Lan Yufeng with his abilities. This made Lan Yufeng a little unhappy. It feels disgusting to be watched by a man every day, and he is not gay. Hearing this, Yace Kiki's pupils shrank. I see. Afterwards, Yace Kiki smiled bitterly and expressed his attitude. He didn't expect Lan Yufeng to discover his surveillance. That's right. Lan Yufeng returned to his usual appearance and patted Yace Kiki on the shoulder. Lan Yufeng, Come out. At this time, Nangong appeared at the door of the class that month, looked at Lan Yufeng, and said dignifiedly. In response, Lan Yufeng shrugged, got up and went out. Rudolph has invaded the Keystone Gate. Go to the rooftop with me, and I'll transfer you there. The guards there won't last long. Nangong Naiyu held a lace folding fan and said with a serious face. Hey! Hearing this, Lan Yufeng raised his eyebrows. I know. In the original book, Rudolph did not attack in such a hurry. It seemed that the siege by the garrison yesterday made him a little anxious. After all, Asterodi and the others had not adjusted their bodies properly, so they wouldn't last for a few days. Later, Lan Yufeng and Nangong came to the rooftop that month. There, Xiao Nagisa and Ji Dongswina were standing anxiously. They were only relieved when Lan Yufeng came. Before he could say anything more, Nangong directly used space magic to transfer the three of them that month. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, asterisk. Chapter 50 Crazy? Beat it up. The door of the cornerstone is the cornerstone of the entire Itagami Island, and it is heavily guarded. However, the originally peaceful cornerstone door now sounded a harsh alarm. Rudolph violently broke into the underwater facility of the Keystone Gate with Astaroth and Sumanalu. Countless members of the Special Zone Police Force were severely injured and killed. The guard robots were also violently destroyed. In the face of Rudolph's invasion, they at most played the role of delaying a little time. When the three of Lan Yufeng came, they all had different reactions when they saw the situation here. Lan Yufeng was speechless. Although Itagamajima has the top combat power of Naoki-chan and Cape Sasaki, there are really few middle-level and high-level magicians, and the combat power is faulty. It can be said that there was no major trouble in Xianjin Island, and 80% of the credit lies in the deterrence of the demon clan that month. In the original book, when Yu-chan was too busy, he had to take Xiao Guken, the fourth primogenitor, as a free laborer to know how pitiful the attacking magician and the garrison of Itagami Island were. And Xiao Nagisa was turned pale by this tragic scene, and her anger rose at the same time. Ji Dongswei also had a gloomy face. Next, under the leadership of Lan Yufeng, the three rushed all the way down. The Keystone Gate underwater facility has 40 floors. When Lan Yufeng arrived, Rudolph had already invaded the last layer of the bright side. In the center of the final layer, an arm is soaked in liquid and wrapped in a machine. There are also special spells on it. Finally found, the right arm of the saint. Before Lan Yufeng could say anything more, Rudolph's face was full of tears. He was moved, fanatical, and angry. Damn Itagami Kaira, who actually used our saint's body as a sacrificial building material to build this sinful island. Rudolph growled through gritted teeth. This sinful island will come to an end in my hands. I can also take back the holy relic. Rudolph looked frantic and ferocious. Listening to Rudolph's words, Ji Dongswei and Xiao Nagisa were silent, with expressions of shock, puzzlement, and daze. To be honest, for a while, they didn't know what to do. It's really funny. Lan Yufeng pressed the heads of the two girls beside him. Lan Yufeng took a step forward, sneering all over his face. Even if you take the saint's right arm now, you can't take it with you. When you take back the saint's right arm, the entire Itagami Island will disintegrate. And you will also be affected, together die. So what? Rudolph looked paranoid. What we do is faith. Instead of letting the saints be desecrated here, it's better to disappear together at the bottom of the sea. That's why I hate the church. Most of them are lunatics. Lan Yufeng said blankly. Just because of this purpose, I want 560,000 people to be buried with you, and a guy like you should be destroyed humanely. Nagisa, Ji Dong, perhaps this matter is unreasonable on the side of Itagami Island, but Rudolph's behavior is undoubtedly annihilating humanity. Lan Yufeng said slowly. If he just negotiated with Itagami Island at the beginning. Then when the technology is mature, it is possible to change the cornerstone and take out the right arm of the saint. With the current technology development, it will not take long. However, he did not do that, said after all, he's gone crazy. There's nothing to talk about with the lunatic, just beat him up. Lan Yufeng grinned, his eyes sharpened. Senior is right. Ji Dongxiuke held the Swexia wolf in her hand, danced a spear, and said coldly. Yet. Xiao Nagisa also nodded firmly. Aster Yudi, kill the sword sorceress. Sumanalu, mental shock. Rudolph's face was gloomy, he didn't talk nonsense anymore, and directly issued the order to attack. The order is accepted, Rose's fingertips. Asterodi said expressionlessly. Between the words, a white beast wrapped her in it, and the giant hand stretched out and patted Ji Dongxiuke. At the same time, an illusory figure appeared behind Sumanalu. The terrifying spiritual shock erupted with all its strength, sweeping the audience. This also caused Sumanalu's vitality to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, Rudolph felt that these two props were useless directly. In the face of this sudden mental shock, Xiao Nagisa directly displayed the relevant enchantment to block the mental shock. And Ji Dongyukina collided with Aster Yudi's beast under the protection of Xiao Nagisa. However, what surprised Ji Dongyukina was that Asterodi's control of Rose's fingertips actually showed fluctuations in a technique similar to Swexia Wolf. For a time, losing the advantage of Swexia Wolf, Ji Dongsuike became passive everywhere. Nagisa, don't use beasts. Using a double-horned horn in this kind of place will completely destroy the door of the cornerstone. Lan Yufeng patted Xiao Nagisa's head and reminded. Well. Hearing this, Xiao Nagisa's face was full of depression. After finally overcoming the fear of blood-sucking, I was able to successfully summon the beast, but it didn't work. Next, just leave it to me. Lan Yufeng's eyes turned into three hooked jade writing round eyes, and he stepped directly out of the barrier arranged by Xiao Nagisa. On the other side, Rudolph didn't care about this side at all, and rushed towards the machine where the right arm of the saint was placed. The heavy axe in his hand slashed without hesitation. He understood that he could not be Lan Yufeng's opponent. His purpose is very simple: destroy the pillars of the door of the cornerstone, take the right arm of the saint, and he will win. Ding! However, before he could hit the door of the cornerstone, Lan Yufeng's figure appeared strangely in front of him, and caught his heavy axe with one hand. It's also time to end. Lan Yufeng's body was intertwined with dark green arrogance, maintaining the state of the third gate Shenman, he said indifferently. Bang! In the next moment, before Rudolph could react, Lan Yufeng swept his leg like a whip on his chest, kicked him out, and slammed into the special metal wall. Embedded in it. Pfft! Rudolph stared at Lan Yufeng, spitting blood. The armor on his chest had already shattered, and his chest was even more dented. It looks like I'm being controlled with a lot of strength. I hope I won't die. Otherwise, Yuejiang will not be able to explain it. Lan Yufeng stepped on the ground with his right leg and said expressionlessly. Last night, his energy and physique became stronger. The state of opening the third door is much stronger than before. I thought that this kick would at most make Rudolph unable to move, and it seemed that he was on the verge of death. Of course. Lan Yufeng doesn't care if Rudolph is dead or not. Stab! In the next instant, Lan Yufeng's figure disappeared again, and a red long spear appeared in his hand at some point, piercing the psychedelic family behind Sumanalu with one shot. Beast! Even if the beast stopped absorbing her vitality, Sumanalu's vitality would not be much left. No matter what, it won't last an hour. P.S. Ask for collection, reward, Huahua, ticket support, QAQ, *.